001, The Real Evil King's True Eyes. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Heavy snow, a vast expanse of white woods. Several children around 5 years old were wrestling in a group. One of them was obviously fighting 3 people alone. And on the side, a little girl with short dark blue hair was tugging at the corner of her clothes, watching worriedly. "Asshole, surround him, don't let him run away. You nosy guy, don't run if you have the guts, beat him up." "Ah, he kicked me, come on, everyone come on together." Bang! "It hurts, woohoo mom." After a while, the 3 boys who were beating him up were beaten so hard that they cried loudly and stumbled away. In the world of Naruto, even the physiques of little brats are amazing. The remaining one patted the snowballs on his body, rubbed his aching little fists, and muttered to himself. This person is Xiaomyu, who traveled from the earth. It turns out that this is a cruel ninja world, where people can gain powerful strength by refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu. Even children have good physiques. Although they are of the same age and are fighting 1 against 3, it is not easy to win. This is too embarrassing for the traveler, no way. It seems that I really need to cheat. Otherwise, in this dangerous ninja world, especially the dangerous Konoha village, the aftermath of the battle will wipe out your life at any time. Yes, after Xiaomyu crossed over, he also awakened his golden finger, but this golden finger is a bit difficult to talk about. I have been secretly activating it by myself. If it is discovered by outsiders, it will be socially dead. However, since I was born, this progress bar has been stuck at 99% for a long time. The last step must be revealed in front of others to activate. Thank you, are you okay? The little girl next to him finally mustered up the courage and said with a flushed face. A small group of snowflakes fell there, adding a bit of cute temperament to the dark blue short hair. As Xiaomyu is familiar with the plot of Naruto, of course he knows who this person is. Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. It's okay, as a girl, don't run around. There are bad people everywhere these days. Xiaomyu waved his hand and turned to leave. Your eye mask fell off. A soft voice came from behind again. Xiaomyu's moving figure froze. He took a deep breath. Did you see it? Did you see me eyes? Yes eyes. A chill came over Hinata, who seemed to see the endless black air coming out of the little figure in front of her, and said tremblingly, very beautiful. One is golden, and the other is blue. Nah, not as ugly as mine, those boys just made fun of me. Ha ha. Sure enough, ordinary humans finally noticed the power hidden in my left eye. Xiaomyu suddenly turned around, covering his left eye, interrupting Hinata's increasingly frustrated words. As the first person to see my eye of death, you will be my lord of the dimension, the first magician of the great demon sealer. My real name is Natsuki. Welcome to join the Dimension End Assembly Society. This is the badge of our Dimension End Assembly Society. Chant my real name and you will get unexpected rewards, and even let your eyes with huge potential evolve. Natsuki took back the eye mask from Hinata's hand and handed her an exquisite badge with a hexagram carved on the bottom map of the abyss. Looking at Hinata's confused eyes, Xiaomyu quickly put on the eye mask and said seriously, "What? Don't you like my organization?" Little Hinata shook her head quickly. She never knew how to refuse others. No. Very good. From now on, you will be a member of the End Society. The Great Me will give you the title of the Eye of Daylight. As for other matters, we will talk about it next time we meet. Goodbye. After that, Xiaomyu disappeared from Hinata's sight at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. It's so embarrassing. It's so second year. It's the first time I said such second-year language in front of people. Fortunately, it was only in front of an ignorant little girl. After running a long distance, in order to hide the embarrassment, Xiaomyu vented his anger on the tree stump. punched it one by one. However, why did he feel a kind of pleasure in breaking the rules and being wanton and unrestrained? Ding! The evil king's true eye system was completely activated. Before the age of 15, every Chiyunibiu remark will have a 30% chance of giving yourself or others power. Ding! First activation, your left eye gains the ability of death perception eyes. Xiaomu was stunned for a moment, then took off the eye patch on his left eye, revealing a strange blue patterned pupil. The world in his eyes was a completely different world. It was a world full of dense silk threads, and everything was pulled by these threads. And Xiaomu had a vague feeling that as long as he gently tore these threads apart, everything would perish. Disappear from the root. The next moment, boundless pressure surged, and Xiaomu quickly put on the eye mask. On the other side, Hinata, holding the exquisite badge tightly, returned to the family under the protection of the guards found by the family. The more she looked at the badge, the more beautiful it looked. The young girl was also attracted by Xiaomu's cool declaration and decided to study it carefully tonight. And because Xiaomu quickly pulled the hatred and resolved the butterfly effect caused by the battle, a certain son of luck came late and wandered into the grove. 002, the awakening of the reincarnation eye. This is the badge of our dimension and gathering society. Chant my real name and you will get unexpected gains, and even let your eyes with huge potential evolve. At night, Hinata, who was undoubtedly scolded by her elders and confined again, stayed quietly in the bedroom. But she couldn't help but think of the strange little brother during the day. Can my eyes become beautiful? She took out the exquisite badge involuntarily. On the bottom map of the abyss, a six-pointed star pattern was shining. It cast a few mysterious colors on the dark night. It's so beautiful then. Xiaomu. No, that's not right. This is not his real name. His real name is Xixiri Xiaomu. Hinata held the badge in both hands and said seriously and softly. It was late at night, and others might have gone to bed. She couldn't wake them up. Hinata has always been such a gentle person. Besides, this is her secret. No reaction. Hinata frowned. Then she carefully recalled the serious scene when Xiaomu handed her the badge. Yes, Xiaomu-kun would not lie. Although it was the first time they met, he could help a stranger to drive away the bad guys. Xiaomu-kun must be a gentle and kind person. Hey! Hinata imitated Xiaomu, took a deep breath, and looked around quietly. No one. Sure enough, the nervous mood relaxed. The next moment, her red lips opened lightly. I, the first magician of Zixi Xiaomu, Hyaga Hinata, in the name of the Eye of Daylight, greet the great lord of the dimension, Zixi Xiaomu, the great demon sealer. Please give me more beautiful eyes. At this moment, Hinata's expression was extremely pious, and her voice became louder and louder. The six-pointed star on the badge suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The light instantly filled the whole room. A blue ray quickly covered Hinata's translucent crystal pupils, shining brightly, as if more dazzling than the stars in the sky. A huge force surged out of her eyes, and her whole little body slowly floated up, as if she had escaped gravity. The Ui family is also a well-known and prestigious family in Konoha village, but it is gradually declining now. The more famous people in the family are Ui Shinku and her daughter, now Ui Kurane. It's a pity that Ui Shinku died heroically in the Nine Tails Rebellion 5 years ago. Associated with it, Ui Natsuki's parents were also involved. Therefore, as a family member, Ui Natsuki was adopted by Ui Kurane since he was a child. Two orphans depend on each other. Bullshit. Xiaomu. After fully activating the system, Xiaomu, who was happy that he had finally started his life as a cheater, and a little awkward, just opened the door when he got home and roared. Where did you go out to fool around again? Do you know what day it is today? Today is your birthday, and it is also the day I became a Chunin. We agreed to celebrate together, but why did you run away? Hiccup. Before she finished her words, the girl named Yui Kurane burped violently. Xiaomu, who was a little apologetic at first, immediately glanced over with her soft eyes. Oh no, single eye. Sure enough, there were several empty bottles around the girl. Yui Kurane likes to drink, and especially likes to drink strong liquor. She is gentle and demure outside, but she is exposed when she returns home. The most important thing is that she has a bad drinking habit. When she is drunk, she will make all kinds of jokes and even fight. Since Xiaomu was 5 years old and could take care of himself, he began to hide Yui Hong's wine and took action to stop her from drinking a bottle of wine every day. No matter where the good wine was hidden, Xiaomu would find it, and there were many jokes during the period. Finally, the sister compromised and only drank a few glasses on holidays, and it must be under Xiaomu's supervision. People who don't know would think that Xiaomu is the elder. Look, what are you looking at? These wines are all drunk by Hongdu, and have nothing to do with me. Damn, she didn't even clean up the bottles after drinking. I only drank 1 burp. 2. 3 bottles. Seeing Xiaomu's eyes, Yui Hong knew she was in the wrong, and blushed and hurriedly explained. This time, she was drunk and stretched out a finger, wanting to lie that she only drank 1 glass. Suddenly, the finger in her eyes turned into it became 2, 3. In the end, it turned out to be 3 bottles. Very good, you drank so much, and you are not allowed to drink during the next 6 holidays. Xiaomu nodded with a gloomy face. How many is 6? 1, 2, 3. Yui Kurane was confused and couldn't count with one hand. She just felt that 6 was too many. I was immediately angry. No. It's been too long. Are you the elder sister or am I the elder sister? I raised you with my own shit and piss. You are actually controlling me. Hey? Shit and piss? Do you have any shame? As a time traveler, do you need others to do this? I can change my own diapers when I am 1 month old. I can walk at the age of 1, run at the age of 2, fly to the sky at the age of 3, fight small monsters at the age of 4, and take care of Yui Kurane in return at the age of 5. Otherwise, during the 9-tailed rebellion a few years ago, Yui Kurane herself was just a little girl. This growth rate also shocked her. Even in the world of Naruto, where children generally mature early, there is no baby who can run and jump at the age of 2. Fortunately, what makes her feel a little bit of dignity as a sister is that this brother often secretly does some second-year actions, thinking that she doesn't know, which makes her happy for a long time. Sure enough, he is just a little kid. Just when Xiaomu was about to refute and let Yui Kurane face the reality. By the way, this is your birthday cake. Happy birthday, brother. Yui Kurane was still slapping the table in anger in the last second, and took out an exquisite cake box from behind in the next second, and her thoughts were extremely jumpy. Hehe, just now Mitarashi Anko wanted to steal the cake, but I caught her on the spot and threw it outside. This is my brother's cake. Alas, with a light sigh, Yui Kurane obviously forced herself to wait for him to come back while drunk. Xiaomu looked calm on the surface, but his heart was indeed warm. Yui Kurane was his only relative in this world. Finally, Xiaomu ended the birthday party with her sister talking nonsense, saying 2 pieces of cake and 3 pieces of cake at a time. 003, Extraction Ability. Hehe, Hongdu, don't stop me. My brother hasn't come back yet. Let's drink enough. The next morning, Xiaomu opened his eyes amid a grumble. Looking at Yui Kurane, who was knocking her chin on Xiaomu's forehead and treating herself as a human pillow, he was speechless. Yesterday, she was clearly dragged back to her room. It seems that after drinking too much, she ran here out of habit. Since Yui Kurane's father died heroically during the 9-tail rebellion, this girl has developed the bad habit of drinking and is afraid of sleeping alone. It's a hard life. I have to cook at the age of 5. After all, after Yui Kurane became a genin, she would often not be able to go home because of some tasks. What's more, she was just promoted to chunin yesterday. There will be more days when she will not take care of her family in the future. Only by doing it yourself can you have enough food and clothing. Anyway, it's much better than a certain lucky child. In order not to wake up his sister, Xiaomu tiptoed out of the bedroom. Very good, the movements are getting more and more flexible, and there is no sound when moving. But why do I feel a little uneasy? After bragging for a while, Xiaomu suddenly realized that it was not because he had learned to walk on the snow without leaving any traces. But, he was actually floating steadily 10 centimeters above the floor. What's going on? What's going on? Soul out of the body? Become an immortal on the spot? No. This floating and descending on the ground at will has changed its own gravity. The next moment, a series of system information that was ignored after sleeping last night was extracted again. Ding! The true ability of the Evil King's True Eye is activated, and Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan has evolved into the Reincarnation Eye. By extracting the Evil King's True Eye, you gain the ability to control puppets in the Reincarnation Eye. By extracting the Evil King's True Eye, you gain the ability of gravity and repulsion of the Reincarnation Eye. When Hinata Hyuga reaches 50% proficiency in her Samsara Eye, you will get a complete Samsara Eye. Please improve Hinata's proficiency in her Samsara Eye as soon as possible. Hiss. So the real benefit of the second-year Evil King's True Eye system is here? Not only can your second-year behavior gain you power, but others can too? The most important thing is that the power that others have gained through this method can also be extracted by the Evil King's True Eye. Then, what if I take all the new generation of Konoha into our Dimensional End Assembly Society? Good guy, second year is not scary, what is scary is that second year behavior is still real, and what is even scarier is that Konoha will give birth to a group of second year. As for when they grow up, get rid of second year, and face social death. Well, then, let's die together. The kitchen is burning. Gurgle gurgle. A hodgepodge is stewing in the stew pot. Xiaomu, who first gained new power, immediately put his ability into practice. In the past, you need a small stool to reach the table, but now, you don't need it. The whole little body is suspended in the air, and with a wave of the hand, a carrot is pulled in the air. The kitchen knife in his hand dances quickly. Chop, chop, chop. In the blink of an eye, the sliced carrots and meatballs all fly into the pot. Xiao Natsum, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Yui Kurane came over sleepily in her loose white pajamas. She was awakened by the smell. When she came to the kitchen, she just saw her brother floating in the air and food flying all over the sky. Suddenly, the whole everyone was stunned. What? What's going on? Are you dazzled? He rubbed his eyes with both hands quickly, and then opened his eyes to look. Good guy, the scene did not disappear. Several pieces of radish and lettuce were suspended in the air. The knife returned to the table out of thin air. Little Natsum turned around and floated directly towards him, with a strange light flashing in his golden right eye. Hee hee, stupid sister, you actually noticed it, then I won't hide it. I am the Lord of the Dimension, the guardian of the Pan Plane, the great demon. Tap. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by Yui Kurane's head. In the blink of an eye, all the suspended ingredients fell down. Then, Xiaomu was carried down and pressed hard against his chest, rubbing his head. Why fly so high? What if you fall down? Even if you are a great demon, you are still my brother. This trick is fine. Is it another puppet show? If my chakra was not disordered, I would have thought it was an illusion. But don't waste the ingredients. Also, where are the silk threads that control those ingredients? My brother is good in everything, but he is too naughty. He always wants to make some great inventions. His wine collection was exchanged for money and bought a bunch of messy things. He said he wanted to assemble airplanes and tanks and start the Industrial Revolution. After failing, he wanted to draw magic circles and other inexplicable things. However, the previous puppet show operated by silk threads was quite interesting. These are fine, but this little guy is too precocious and seems to have entered the second year of middle school early. He often talks nonsense in front of the mirror, saying that the great demon god is sealed in his left eye. Nonsense, this time it's true. Ugh, stupid sister, let go, I'm suffocating. Humph. Little Xiaomu, if you're naughty again, I'll really hit you. After saying that, Ui Kurane let go of Xiaomu and went to the bathroom to wash up in slippers. Alas, we are not on the same channel. It seems that the plan to recruit Ui Kurane as a magician and comprehend the true meaning of Chuyuni in the short term will not work. Xiaomu shook his head and flicked his hand, and the ingredients on the ground floated up again. 004, the unbreakable truth-seeking jade. At the Hyuga family, a scream broke the tranquility of the early morning. Look, there's a big black ball above the young lady's bedroom. Oh no! No, it's bad. The young lady is missing. Go and inform the clan leader. Bakanang. Since the young lady was almost captured by the Cloud Ninja last time, there are guards all around. Who can capture the young lady quietly? The ninjas of the Hyuga clan turned the surroundings upside down, but still couldn't find Hyuga Hinata. Do you think the young lady is trapped in that big black ball? The big black ball seems to be floating higher and higher, why don't we blast it open? Stupid, what if it's really in there and hurts someone? While the guards were discussing and undecided, clan leader Hyuga Hayashi and other family leaders appeared in front of everyone with some medical ninjas. Use D-level ninjutsu, fireball technique to blast it open. Hyuga Hayashi instructed with a serious face. Looking at the black ball in the air, he didn't know what material it was made of. But there was always a feeling of depression in his heart. This black ball is not simple. Sure enough. A small orange fireball whizzed away, but it melted silently the moment it touched the big black ball. Come again, 10 fireballs this time. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the family ninjas around collectively released this least powerful fire escape ninjutsu. It still melted silently. Change to other attribute ninjutsu this time, and increase the power by 1 level. Hinata Hayashi gave the order again calmly. It is not certain whether his daughter is trapped inside. He can't make up his mind and do his best. But, with so many family members, if he tries step by step, he can always break this big black ball. This is the best way. Wind style, big breakthrough. Earth style, earth rising dango. Water style, water shocking wave. One sea-level ninjutsu after another bombarded the black sphere. Bang! Some of the ninjutsu collided prematurely, making a loud noise, but still could not shake the black sphere. Not even a ripple was produced. How is this possible? Although they are all sea-level ninjutsu, they are densely packed and their power is no less than the damage of an ordinary A-level ninjutsu. As a result, not even a crack was torn, let alone breaking the big black sphere. The crowd nearby all showed horror. If Ui Natsuki was at the scene, he would recognize that this was obviously a defensive sphere made of the seeking Dao jade. It is absolutely impossible to break it by relying on ninjutsu. Unless it is used by immortal arts, or someone who also possesses the power of the 6 paths can break it. Don't hold back this time, use your own ninjutsu, and take turns to release them one by one. Hinata Hayashi shouted angrily. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion resounded over the Hyuga clan's territory and quickly spread throughout Konoha. This time, all the ninjutsu used were powerful and wide-range ninjutsu. Bombarding each other, the commotion was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, countless figures, like tongues of lightning, quickly gathered towards the Hyuga clan. The nearby civilians were terrified, as the Nine Tails Rebellion had only been a few years. Could it be that something big happened in Konoha again? Should I really consider moving? The Anbu wearing various masks arrived first, and just when they were about to ask the Hyuga clan what happened, a loud voice rang out. Who is disturbing the peace of Konoha? Do you really think that my Konoha guard is a vegetarian? The Uchiha clan members, wearing uniforms with round fan patterns on the back, filed in one after another. The leader was Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha guard. My little girl is suspected to be trapped in this big black ball. All kinds of ninjutsu cannot break it. Does Captain Fugaku recognize what this is? Hyuga Hayashi stopped the clan members who wanted to stop him and turned to ask. The Uchiha clan can awaken the legendary Mangeki Sharingan, and their abilities are even more bizarre and extraordinary. If there is anyone in this village who can make this thing, it is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku looked intently and saw the big black ball in the sky, which became deeper and deeper at this time. Even he, who is experienced, could not recognize what it is. Of course, with his steady character, even if he recognized it, he would not say it out, which would only make the Hyuga clan continue to waste its strength. This thing is indeed unheard of. The person who can make this thing is probably not simple. However, there is nothing that cannot be broken. The reason why it has not been broken yet is nothing more than lack of strength. Do you want us to help you? Uchiha Fugaku suggested. He also wanted to see what this big black ball was made of. Just now, I saw from a distance that this big black ball could withstand the bombardment of so many ninjas. If there is a way to use it to make protective gear, wouldn't it be able to improve the family's strength? Hehe, the Hyuga family is famous for their Byakugan combined with Taijutsu and Soft Fist, and their talent in ninjutsu may not even be achieved by ordinary ninjas. How can the ninjutsu they released have any power? Let us do it. In the guard team, some Uchiha clan members who looked down on everything and had strong hatred for the major families of Konoha could not help but shout out. 2 years later, Konoha will be exterminated, and these people have a lot of credit. Perhaps there are some ideas of breaking the black ball and showing off their power, but the words they said are undoubtedly full of hatred. Sure enough, before Uchiha Fugaku scolded them, the Hyuga clan members were the first to explode. Assholes! You can come and try whether it is powerful or not. Others are afraid of your Sharingan, but we are not afraid. Let you see what is the first family of Konoha. As they said, the Hyuga clan, which has a large number of people and many affiliated ninjas, surrounded the entire guard team in a well-trained manner. Enough! The Hyuga family is not weak enough to seek help from others. Seeing the intensification of the conflict between the two sides, there is a rhythm of civil war in Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi hurriedly stopped the clansmen. Saving people is the most important thing now. After speaking, he stepped on the ground and shot into the air. Since ninjutsu has no effect, let's try taijutsu. 8 trigrams Shashanji. A violent laser beam shot out and hit the big black ball. Boom! The big black ball that has been unable to be shaken finally moved. It fell diagonally from the air. It drew a clear black track and swept across most of Konoha. The landing point was the Hokage building, one of the iconic buildings of Konoha 005. Konoha was almost split in two by Hinata. What? At the Hokage building, the old third Hokage opened his crystal ball as soon as he received the news. Telescope technique. He spied on the situation of the Hyuga clan. He also felt the trouble of this big black ball. Just when he wanted to continue to see how the Hyuga and even Uchiha guards would deal with this big black ball, unexpectedly, Hyuga Hayashi's attack actually hit the big black ball over. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Enemy attack. Protect the Hokage. Protect the Hokage building. Next to the Hokage building, the Anbu ninja on duty discovered the falling big black ball at the first time. Water escape, water formation wall. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Several figures quickly rushed to the front of the building, their hands quickly formed seals, and in the blink of an eye, they pulled up earth walls and water walls from the ground. But bang! It didn't even last for a second. The defenses were instantly penetrated, and the big black ball smashed directly into the Hokage building. Boom! A figure shot out like lightning, and the magnificent Hokage building turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. The third Hokage, wearing a bamboo hat and a divine robe, landed on a nearby roof with an ugly face. It's the Hokage. Is the Hokage okay? The crowd around them quickly gathered. In the distance, a large group of people also ran over at the same time. Among them were the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Hayashi, what's going on? You have a big prejudice against me. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Hyuga Hayashi, who was running in front, and asked in a deep voice. He had every reason to believe that this incident was caused by the Hyuga family themselves. Hyuga Hinata was kidnapped by the Cloud Ninja at the age of 3, and before she ran out, those Cloud Ninjas were killed by Hayashi. The Cloud Ninja mission took the opportunity to start a war. For the sake of the family and to allow Konoha, which had just experienced the Nine Tails, to recuperate. Her younger brother, Hyuga Hisashi, had to be sacrificed. He was obviously venting his dissatisfaction this time. He directed a play and blew up his own Hokage building. If he hadn't noticed it early, it's hard to say whether he could have escaped safely. However, I have to admit that the big black ball he made is indeed a bit tricky. It's really a troubled time. The Uchiha clan extermination plan has just been put on the agenda, and Hyuga is making trouble again. Sorry, Hokage. It's a pure accident. My daughter is missing, and only the big black ball is left at the scene. We can't do anything about it. My attack just now didn't really shake it. Hyuga Hayashi was also a little embarrassed. He wasn't so arrogant that he confronted Uchiha and provoked the Hokage. If that were the case, he would not have let his brother die in vain. The attack just now felt that it was indeed impossible to deflect the big black ball like this. Humph! Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond further. The next step was to get rid of Uchiha. There could not be any more accidents along the way. Look, the big black ball has not disappeared. At this moment, a ninja exclaimed. Sure enough, in the smoke-filled ruins of the building, the black ball slowly floated up again. Baga! This is definitely controlled by someone. Could it be the person who controls the Nine Tails? Do you really think that I am Konoha, who can come and go as you please? Everyone, tear this thing apart for me. With the order of the 3 teams of Hokage, dense ninjutsu and hidden weapons swept away. Boom! The ruins of the Hokage building were razed to the ground in an instant. Oh no, there are still some important documents in the building. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pain in his heart. It was careless. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the big black ball reappeared in everyone's sight intact, and floated to the sky at a faster speed. Impossible! With so many people's ninjutsu, even some low-level tailed beasts will be blown down, right? Everyone showed a look of horror. This time, it's not just the Hyuga clan who are not good at ninjutsu. Even the Anbu and Uchiha used their own ninjutsu. Do we really need to use physical skills like the Hyuga clan leader? Be careful, don't touch this big black ball. So far, everything the big black ball has touched has been melted. Just when Hyuga Hayashi wanted to use physical skills again to stop the big black ball in the air, the big black ball, which had not changed, began to crack and shrink. Hinata, who was wrapped inside, was revealed. That is Hyuga Hinata. Yes, it's Miss Hinata. She's fine. On the ground, the Hyuga clan members were surprised to find that the Hinata they had been looking for was indeed held hostage by the big black ball. At this time, the big black ball condensed into a black ball the size of a ping-pong ball. It floated in front of Hinata's forehead. The next moment, as Hinata slowly opened her eyes, the deep blue pupils reflected the black ball in front of her forehead, the seeking truth jade. A golden color stained the seeking truth jade, and then it was squeezed into a sharp edge. A terrifying momentum swept the whole scene. Just now, Hinata had been dreaming, and many people were attacking her in the dream. She ran, and finally couldn't run anymore. As if her life was threatened, a new ability emerged in her mind. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Originally, she couldn't use this ability, but the residual power brought by opening her eyes and the part of the power absorbed by her from the many ninjutsu that hit her in the dream. Finally, she was able to use this ability temporarily. Tear the enemy to pieces. Open her eyes suddenly. Hinata. A shout woke her up. At this moment, she realized that she was floating high in the air, and countless people below were staring at her in shock. The enemies she wanted to tear to pieces were actually the residents of Konoha and her own people? No. Knowing that there were no enemies around, the murderous aura caused by self-defense in the dream disappeared. However, the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion was still used. The pressure as heavy as a mountain came from the top of her head, as if to crush her into powder. No, I have to let it go. I can't hit it in the crowd. Everyone, get out of the way, I can't control it. Hinata shouted anxiously. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such a terrifying pressure. Is that big black ball the ability of Hinata Hyuga? When did the Hyuga clan have such a strong person? Listen, the eldest lady seems to be shouting something. The eyes of the entire Konoha crowd gathered here. Get out of the way, I can't control it anymore. As the mighty power of that day, more and more terrifying momentum came from the air. Everyone finally felt that something was wrong. Don't gather in the middle, disperse quickly. The last voice came from the air. At this time, the golden light above Hinata's head was more dazzling than the sun. Everyone disperse to the corners of Konoha. Other ninjas also dispersed and gathered in the important places. Road, set up defenses, protect civilians. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a prompt decision and immediately issued an order. This terrifying power, even he did not have enough confidence to take it. The best way is to quickly evacuate the crowd. Yes. All ninjas immediately evacuated the nearby crowds and performed defensive ninjutsu on various traffic arteries. Just when Hinata could no longer control this force and just wanted to try her best to get out of the crowd, a figure came whistling. The person who came lightly waved his right hand. The strong gravity reduced Hinata's pressure. The next moment, the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion whistled out. Buzz! The Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, which would still split the entire Konoha in two, was carried like this, and fiercely penetrated Konoha and fell outside. Boom! Like a natural moat, it split the forest outside Konoha in two. A huge canyon spread from the far distance, beyond the end of the vision. Bang! Crack! The last crack spread from the outside to another iconic building of Konoha, the Hokage Rock. It just split the statue of the third Hokage in two. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched, and an ominous thought of his old age came to his mind. Looking at the canyon that could not be seen at a glance, the whole Konoha was silent. And two small figures were quietly floating in the air. 006, is it Ultraman who saved Konoha? In addition to the signature abilities of the Golden Wheel Tensei Explosion and the Silver Wheel Tensei Explosion, the Samsara Eye also possesses various abilities, and is the ultimate endpoint of the Byakugan's evolution. Among them, the ability to wirelessly control puppets is extraordinary. The controlled puppets can even be given a certain degree of self-awareness, and the quantity and quality are far superior to the 100 machines operator. It was a puppet controlled by Natsuki that helped Hinata deflect the Golden Wheel Tensei Explosion. Hinata's truth-seeking ball made such a big noise that the people of the entire Konoha noticed it, and Natsuki certainly noticed it a long time ago. But in order not to expose his identity, Natsuki used the ability to control puppets that he had just obtained from Hinata. Now he only gained the ability to control puppets, gravity, and repulsion. He didn't even know how to use the Tao-seeking jade, the golden and silver wheel-turning explosion, and he didn't have a strong family to back him up. The result of being exposed can be imagined. However, the appearance of this puppet is a bit unique. It is the latest work hidden in the warehouse by Xiaomu. Even his sister Yui Kurane has never seen it. At this time, everyone in Konoha looked at each other in confusion. They were shocked that Hinata Hyuga had such great destructive power at such a young age. They were also confused by the strange person who suddenly appeared. Flying, hanging in the air. It's rare in the ninja world. When did two strong men appear in Konoha again? It's unbelievable that the Hyuga family is so strong. That little Hinata seems to have awakened a pair of incredible eyes. Were we saved? If that move just hit our Konoha, the damage caused would probably not be less than the Nine Tails Rebellion, right? It seems so, rescued by that Ultraman. Don't ask the people of Konoha why they know Ultraman. It's just because Xiaomu's puppet is indeed in the shape of Ultraman, and the most important thing is that the three big words Ultraman are written on the back. As long as people are not blind, they can see it. At this moment, Hinata, who was exhausted, finally couldn't hold on, and her body shook and fell from the air. Before the Hyuga Hayashi and others below could move, she was caught by the small Ultraman in the sky, and then controlled gravity to send her back to the Hyuga clan. Who are you? What is your intention in coming to my Konoha? The third generation Hokage asked in a deep voice. He still knew little Hinata, but this guy who hides his head and shows his tail, he has never found such a person in all the years he has ruled Konoha. Although the other parties seem to have saved Konoha just now, it is hard to guarantee that these are not scenes directed and acted by the other party. Me? I am Ultraman Zeta. From the distant land of light. I have no ill will towards Konoha, and I even gave you a small gift. Otherwise, do you think that little girl has such great power? Ultraman controlled by Xiaomu responded slowly, and his voice was expanded through the chakra and resounded throughout Konoha. Konoha, as the first place I landed, I brought more gifts to the children. These are transformation devices, and only those who uphold justice, hope and courage in their hearts can activate them. Just hold up the transformation device and shout to the sky, transform. You can also become as powerful as me. After speaking, Ultraman suddenly took out a transformation device and scattered it from the air to the entire Konoha. Under the influence of gravity and repulsion, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Adults may still be able to maintain some rationality. But the children who worship the strong have already cheered. Ultraman! I want to become Ultraman! All around Konoha, children's cheers rang out one after another. The third Hokage's face was full of black lines, and he felt that things were gradually getting out of control. What happened today was too bizarre, even the Nine Tails Rebellion didn't make him so upset. With a glance, several Anbu quickly disappeared from the spot they were going to take back the transformation devices. No matter whether they were real or fake, such dangerous things could not be revealed. Okay, the gifts have been given. So, children, see you next time. Wait, Ultraman Zeta, we. Without waiting for the third Hokage to finish, Ultraman quickly climbed up and disappeared in the vast sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Thank you all for your help. I found my daughter. I won't bother you anymore. I'll come to thank you another day. Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand, and all the Hyuga clan members evacuated in the blink of an eye. After all, this chaos was caused by Hinata. If they didn't run away, they would be questioned by everyone in person, and there would be problems with Hinata's aftermath. Some things are better negotiated in secret. Wait. Everyone was still staring at the sky where Ultraman disappeared, and the Hyuga clan ran away again. Looking at the cracked third Hokage rock and the raised Hokage building. Before the Uchiha was dealt with, the Hyuga clan was on the rise again. And the Ultraman whose strength was unknown. I was already old. If I didn't work harder to clear the obstacles for the next generation, what would the Sarutobi clan use to compete with these people? Would they disappear like the Senju clan? An extremely depressed emotion blocked my heart. Finally. Puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood to the sky and fell to the ground. Hokage, Hokage-sama! Oh no, Hokage-sama was ambushed by Ultraman. It's nearly 100 meters wide and about 30 miles long. What a terrifying destructive power! Afterwards, all parties went to test the damage caused by Hinata's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. The results were horrifying. It's just that the subsequent little Hinata can no longer use this power, and it's unknown whether this power can be used in the short term. Or is it really as that Ultraman said, it was given by him? But it is an indisputable fact that Hinata Hyuga has awakened the eyes above the Byakugan. This incident also made some militants in the family see the strong outside the Uchiha, and their attitudes have been restrained. In a hidden bush, Shunsui stared at the huge man-made canyon and said, "Yes, it is absolutely impossible to rebel against Konoha. Not to mention the direct forces of the Hokage and Danzo and the major families, even the Hyuga clan, which has always been in name only, should not be underestimated. A family with 1,000-year inheritance is really not that simple. As the Hokage said, what we can touch is still too superficial." Behind Shisui, Uchiha Itachi responded with a serious look, and the lines on his delicate young face have become more and more clear. Konoha can't experience war again. Guard the peace of Konoha at all costs. In the Akimichi family, the chubby little Akimichi Koji secretly closed the door and hid in his bedroom. In his favorite snack bag, he carefully took out an exquisite toy. Recently, Konoha has been collecting this thing, and he hid it with great difficulty. The bright little eyes stared at the thing in his hand. In his mind, there was only the high-spirited Ultraman in the air. This toy was thrown by Xiaomu Ultraman Transformer. 007, Barbecue Restaurant, Akimichi Koji vs Xiaomu. It has been half a month since the last big black ball incident. Hinata was undoubtedly grounded again. So, Xiaomu had no way to guide Hinata to improve her proficiency in the Samsara Eye. That day, Ui Kurane brought Xiaomu to the barbecue street to eat skewers. Barbecue has always been his favorite food, with the taste of his hometown. There is also a oral barbecue restaurant in Konoha village that is also very famous and has a booming business. I just don't know if it is related to Ichiraku Ramen. When Xiaomu and his friends arrived, it was even more crowded. Anniversary sale, families with a consumption of 1,000 yuan or more, children under 6 years old are free. No wonder it is so popular. It turns out that there is an event. Sure enough, no matter which world, there are always people who like to take advantage of small bargains. And Xiaomu has seen many such events in his previous life. At the moment, he pulled Ui Kurane's sleeve. "Sister, it's an event, this is the one, the taste is delicious. I can eat them out of money." He added silently in his heart. "If you don't take advantage of it, you bastard." Because of the awakening of new abilities, Xiaomu also found that he has been eating more and more recently. It was Xiaomu's turn to sit down soon. At this time, he found that the people sitting opposite him were familiar people, Akimichi Koji's family. Little Akimichi Koji is about the same age as Natsuki, a little fat boy. His father, Akimichi Choza, is a big fat man, and his mother is also a big fat man. "Hey, Ui Kurane, what a coincidence to meet you, little Natsuki." Akimichi Koji's parents took the lead in greeting. The Ui family, especially Ui Shinku, is very famous in Konoha, and they have a good relationship with them. It's a pity that the Ui family suffered a heavy blow during the Nine Tails Rebellion. "Chowza senpai, hello. Little Koji is fat again." Ui Kurane responded. Maybe other people would hate getting fat. But for the Akimichi clan, Being fat is the best compliment to them. After all, their clan's secret technique requires the consumption of fat and body weight. It is no exaggeration to say that maintaining a plump figure is the source of their strength. Of course, as a child, Koji is still quite concerned about his body shape, and he immediately muttered in his mouth full of food, "I'm not fat, I'm plump." Ha ha ha. The diners around laughed kindly. Compared to the politeness of the adults, the two little guys are not so polite, they only have food in their eyes. Grilled fish, grilled corn, kebabs. Soon, a pile of plates was piled up in front of the two. This situation made Koji Akimichi shift his sight, and then he found that the person opposite was actually a child. If it was an adult, he would not care too much. But among his peers, no one has been found who can eat better than little Koji. However, at this time, Xiaomu's eating speed is faster than him. How can you bear this? The dining table is another battlefield. I won't admit defeat, Koji said in a muffled voice, while stuffing food into his mouth. Stupid, you are doomed to fail. I have even eaten the meat mountain demon king. This little food is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Xiaomu curled his lips and casually threw out his middle school character. The whole table was silent, but the next moment it returned to its proper liveliness. Children's words are innocent, a child's joke. But, 1 minute later, 10 minutes later, half an hour later, the plates piled up like a mountain beside them deeply shocked the people around. What meat mountain demon king has he really eaten? Koji's father, Akimichi Choza, couldn't help asking Ui Kurane. Except for his child, he hasn't seen anyone who can eat so much. The problem is that even Koji burps frequently, and it is obvious that he can't eat anymore. He is still young, and his digestive system is not as developed as his father's. But Zixi Xiaomu still ate the barbecue calmly and quickly, and there seemed to be no pressure on her delicate little face. You are not fat, how can that little belly hold so much food? The Akimichi clan is famous for eating a lot, how can this little guy be so strong? The diners around were attracted one after another, and some even opened a bet on how much food Xiaomu could eat. And because of the free activity for children under 6 years old, the store owner was happy about the popularity of his store, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel sorry for his food. Will they really go bankrupt? Will they lower the age limit next time? Or, free for children under 3 years old? Xiaomu, are you still not full? Is that enough? Seeing that the whole audience was focused here, Zixi Hong, as the elder sister, was too shy after all, and couldn't help but secretly urge Xiaomu. It's still far from enough. The meat mountain is much bigger than this. Boss, give me twice as many plates as this. Xiaomu pointed to the plates piled up from the ground next to him, which were as high as a small mountain. Plop! Plop! The first sound was the store owner who couldn't sit still and fell to the ground. The second sound was that Akimichi Koji couldn't hold it anymore and the food in his mouth gushed out wildly. 008, Embarrassed Sunset Red. Finally, after the store owner made a bunch of promises and gave a stack of coupons, Xiaomu didn't continue to sweep. Otherwise, the food in this barbecue restaurant could really be swept away, and then his anniversary celebration couldn't go on. The depth perception eye under the eye mask is very strong. But it also requires huge energy and mental strength to activate and maintain it better, so most of the food he ate was actually absorbed by the depth perception eye. Of course, he didn't dare to eat so much, except for the fear of being too shocking. The main reason was Kurane Ui. She couldn't bear to see it and didn't dare to let Xiaomu eat anymore. Alas, it seems that I can't take my sister out to eat next time. Women are really troublesome. On the street, Xiaomu was held by Kurane Ui's left hand and said to the admiring little Dinkai next to her. Ui Kurane, who was talking to Dinkai's mother, couldn't help rolling her eyes, but didn't interrupt the child's irrelevant conversation. Yes, my parents are the same. They never let me eat too much. They said they were afraid that I would be full. Obviously, they ate more. It's obvious that they were afraid that I would grab food. Actually, I can still eat, hiccup. Shinkai, who was too proud to save face, didn't notice the ambiguity in Xiaomu's words, and quickly agreed. By the way, what's wrong with your left eye? Why do you wear an eye patch? Being defeated by his peers in appetite for the first time, Dinkai began to look at the little boy next to him. He noticed that he didn't take off the eye patch even when eating. Out of curiosity, he asked. It's going to happen. After this question, Xiri Hong knew that she was not going to win in a second. She knew how much her brother cared about his left eye. And her brother usually behaved normally, and could even be said to be a little adult, but if anyone touched his left eye, his second-year soul would burn violently. Sure enough, Xiaomu's mouth corner pulled out an evil arc, and he was full of energy. Interesting. Another mortal felt the powerful power hidden in my left eye. Xiaomu's pale golden right pupil suddenly became sharp. Staring at Xiao Dinkai, his voice seemed to come from the abyss. This is my eye of death, which seals a great demon god. The Meat Mountain Demon King is just a small pawn of his. If he is released, he will destroy the whole world. Bang! Yui Hong gave Xiaomu a hard blow on the head and roared. Stop it! Bastard! Who can ignore you with an eye patch on your left eye? If you talk nonsense again, I will take back your eye patch. After saying that, Kurane Yui noticed that the two little ones were shivering. She looked at Koji's parents and froze. Oh no, my ladylike image is ruined. As for the two shivering little ones, Xiaomu was pretending. Koji was real. He was frightened by Xiaomu's words first, and then by Kurane Yui's momentum. Being defeated head-on by Xiaomu in terms of appetite, he believed in Xiaomu. Sorry, my brother is a little bit middle school. Didn't scare you guys? Krina Yui pulled an awkward smile at the corner of her mouth and quickly apologized to the Akimichi family. Damn it, why am I the one who is embarrassed? Shouldn't it be Xiaomu? It's okay, kids. Everyone has this moment, but little Xiaomu is quite interesting. Koji's parents looked at the cute Natsuki and responded gently. This child is really adorable. They still like Koji to have more friends. Children are lively. Then they changed the subject and chatted with Yui Kurane again to ease her embarrassment. The barbecue street was still a long way from the exit. Is that big devil really sealed? Does he still have the Meat Mountain Devil? Koji asked in a low voice. He was more interested in the Meat Mountain Devil that Natsuki mentioned in the barbecue restaurant. After all, Natsuki ate a Meat Mountain Devil. If I want to surpass Natsuki, I have to eat at least one, right? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to anyone? But I don't know if the Meat Mountain Devil still exists. Next time you come to my house, let's go and see it together. Do I really have the death eyes that can destroy the world under my eye mask? Do I have to tell you about it? Natsuki didn't dare to say anything to provoke her sister, and sent Koji away. It's a deal, I have two good friends, can you bring them along? Sure. Great, I'll tell you a secret next time. There are too many people here, so it's hard to tell. Chokji's face was full of joy, and his little hand couldn't help pressing the Ultraman transformer in his arms. Back home, at the entrance, Yui Kurane took a deep breath. Took off her coat, put on pink sandals, and her 10 round feet moved happily. The next moment, she turned to face Natsuki, clenched her fists, and made a crisp sound. She exuded a terrifying demonic aura. Yui Natsuki. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiaomu quickly acted like a good boy. Haha, it's useless to act cute in front of me. Die. First round. Yui Kurane used electric sparks to attack. Little Xiaomu used the little roll to avoid it. Second round. Ui Kurane used crazy grabbing. Little Xiaomu used the lazy donkey roll to win another round. Third round. Don't run. If you run again, I won't cook for you tonight. Ui Kurane used the sound wave attack. The effect was significant. Little Xiaomu was stunned for a moment and froze for 1 second. Haha, who are you trying to scare? I can cook by myself. Little Xiaomu also used the sound wave attack to shorten the froze time by 0.5 seconds. This is the time to remove your blindfold. Despicable sister, come to cheat. Come to sneak attack. My 5-year-old friend, is this okay? Haha, your sister is always your sister. Why do you still have a blindfold? Aren't you tired? For the sake of world peace, what's the harm in being tired? Still talking nonsense, watch out. Stop it, my left eye really sealed the great demon. Bullshit, if you can seal the great demon, then I must have sealed the god of creation. Where is your ladylike image? If you keep doing this, I'm going to bite someone. I don't want it anymore. Ah, Xiaomu, where are you biting? The sound of playfulness resounded throughout the courtyard. 009, pig, deer, butterfly, little leek. Xiaomu, I'm going to go on a mission these 2 days. You stay at home and don't run around. The next day, early in the morning, Kurane hurriedly left a message and went out. She is currently a chunin. Konoha needs the contribution of this new force after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Besides, performing tasks can not only improve strength, but also earn a certain amount of remuneration to supplement the family expenses. Besides, if the world line does not change too much, Kurane should not be in any danger during the mission. Even in a few years, when this group of Konoha's little strong men become genin, Kurane can be promoted to jonin. Well, my sister is not here, and he can make his great invention again. The Ultraman puppet last time was very good. This time, I will make some puppets of other shapes in case of emergency. Koji. Is there really someone who eats more than you? Yes, he eats too much. I have never seen such a big eater. Today I will take you to meet him. Trouble, you are a glutton enough to make people suffer. I can't imagine what it's like for 2 big eaters to be together. Shut up, I'm not eating your rice. Look at Koji's appearance, I can imagine his size. Haha, then you're totally wrong. The new generation of Ino Shikajo, Koji, Shikamaru, Ino. Under Koji's guidance, they went to Natsuki's house together. Koji agreed to visit this new friend and bring 2 friends along. As for Ino, Shikamaru was just curious. Knock knock knock. In the small warehouse in the yard, Natsuki had just finished making a small puppet. There was a knock on the door outside. Natsuki, is Natsuki home? I'm Koji. I'm here, little guy, it's early. After opening the door, 3 little guys came into view. Hey, pig, deer, and butterfly are all here, the new generation of leeks is here. What are you busy with? Before Koji could finish, he was kicked aside by Ino with golden eyes. Hello, hello. My name is Yamanaka Ino, nice to meet you. As a beauty control, Ino was instantly fascinated by such a handsome and cute person for the first time. Hello, my name is Yui Natsuki, nice to meet you too. Natsuki smiled slightly, welcomed them into the yard, and walked towards his small warehouse. Hey, Koji, is this the friend you mentioned? The one who can eat more than you? Even Shikamaru was surprised. After all, in their impression, isn't being able to eat related to being fat and having a body shape? Well, this is because they haven't seen Hinata's appetite yet. Of course, that can't be compared with what Natsuki showed in the barbecue restaurant. Yet, you're scared, right? Not to mention you, even my dad can't believe it. Koji raised his head and said, as if he was the one who scared people. However, he was still very happy that his new friend was recognized by his old friend. Sure enough, the one who eats the most must be the most handsome. Ino kept staring at Xiaomyu. Koji was full of black lines. Why didn't you say that to me? I said the one who eats the most. Can you eat more than Xiaomyu? You. Okay, welcome to my secret base. Xiaomyu interrupted the bickering of his friends at the right time and opened the door of the warehouse. I saw a huge hexagram magic circle drawn in the middle of the field. The shelves around were filled with various props, models, and materials. Near the main entrance of the warehouse, there were 4 big things for children on the left and right. A small tank, a small plane, a small car, and a rocking car. Wow, so strong. Xiaomyu, what are these? Did you make all of them? That's amazing. Yes, but most of them are unfinished products, and they still lack driving force to complete. But the rocking car can be used. Xiaomyu pointed to the rocking car on the right and explained. What is this rocking car for? Well, a very fun toy, but it looks a bit stupid. What does it mean? How to play it? Can I try it? Koji came up curiously. Sure, sit on it. This kind of toy has never been seen in other places in Konoha. Koji sat on it with great interest. Then what? There is a switch on your right, just press it. Oh, I see. After groping for a while, Koji saw a raised button. The chubby little hand pressed it hard. The rocking car started to rock immediately, accompanied by pleasant music. Dad's dad is grandpa. Looking at this magical scene, Ino and Shikamaru widened their eyes. It seems, it's fun. He. Just when they were eager to try, Koji on the rocking car laughed happily. He shook his head and looked a little silly. No wonder Xiaomyu said that he looked a little stupid. Soon the song ended, and the rocking car stopped. Koji walked down with a lingering desire. It's fun, too fun. Do you want to play? No. Shikamaru took a step back in fear. Forget it. Next time. Ino responded hesitantly. She actually wanted to go up and play, but when she saw the foolish look of Koji just now, she immediately gave up the idea. She couldn't leave a bad impression on Xiaomyu-jun. Tisk, you don't know how to appreciate it. Koji curled his lips. The next moment, the 4 of them came to the magic circle. What is this for? It looks cool. This is used to seal the great demon god and summon creatures from other dimensions. That's how the Meat Mountain Demon King came out. Why, do you want to try it together? Xiaomyu turned around and introduced, and a strange light seemed to flash in his eyes. A cold current whistled towards Zhu Lu Dai and the other 3. 010, adding more members. A cold wind blew past, and the 3 shivered. Natsume's serious expression made them know that the next thing would not be simple. Really, is it really possible? Shinkai asked excitedly, but a little scared. Yes, but there is a high possibility of unknown dangers. But it doesn't matter, as long as you join our Dimension End Assembly Society, you will be protected. Xiaomyu said expressionlessly, and waved his arm, and another cold wind blew. Shikamaru's head was full of black lines. So cool. Ino's eyes lit up. I want to join. I must eat a portion of the Meat Mountain Demon King. I came here for this. Sure enough, it was still Koji who had a clear goal and firm belief. Very good. Your real name? Xiaomyu looked solemn. Ah. Your real name? Akiakimika Koji. Very good. Xiaomyu nodded and waved his arm casually. I am the Lord of the Dimension, the Great Demon God Sealer, and the founder of the Dimension End Assembly Society. My real name is Yui Natsumu, and I now grant Akimichi Koji the identity of a member of the Dimension End Assembly Society. This badge is for you. It is the identity symbol of our assembly club. Wear it close to your body in the future and don't lose it. After this set of words, Akimichi Koji was confused. Maybe the rocking car also contributed to it. Hi. The long string of words made Koji feel powerful. He straightened up involuntarily, responded loudly, and took the exquisite badge seriously. Very good, very energetic. Xiaomyu praised generously, and looked back at Shikamaru and the others. What about you? At this time, Shikamaru half opened his mouth. Seeing Xiaomyu looking at him, he trembled. Quickly shook his hands. Forget it, forget it. I'm not good at this. It looks too childish. How could I, Shikamaru, join such a strange club? I too, Ino blushed, and she felt the atmosphere was a bit shy. But thinking that Natsuki was the founder of this club, wouldn't she have more opportunities to get in touch with Natsuki after joining? For Natsuki, I'm not afraid of anything weird, I'll go all out. I'll join too. Okay, that's it. I almost forgot that the club can only add one person in a week. If you want to join, come back next time. Natsuki waved his hand and interrupted Ino's speech. After hesitating, how could Natsuki allow others to refuse? He added settings to his own club on the spot. This made Ino feel relieved, but also a little disappointed. What a complicated mood. What if they don't have the protection of the club when the ceremony is held and the dimensional creatures are summoned? Akimichi Koji was worried about his friend. Good guy, you're in the state so quickly. Xiaomyu secretly complained in his heart. It's okay. Each member can protect one person. It just happens that the two of us can protect them. That's great. Then let's start the ceremony. Xiaomyu stood up straight and solemnly chanted a long spell towards the magic circle. Chinese 300 Tang poems. Xiaozul Ludi and the other two were confused, but they felt that Xiaomyu's voice was full of charm. It seems that he was not reciting randomly. Come prepared. I summon you in the name of the Lord of the Dimension. Come. Traveler from another world. This last sentence cheered up Shikamaru and others. Because they understood. Just after a long while. Still no movement. How is it? Is it coming? Don't worry, it's coming soon. Another long while. Sure enough, it's just a game. Shikamaru shook his head, thinking to himself, but seeing the serious attitude of Koji and the others. He couldn't bear to interrupt them on the spot, so he just accompanied them in the performance. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the magic circle suddenly lit up. Crackling sounds came from all around. Here it comes. The models and toys on the shelves began to dance. A puppet even started to dance. Ah, puppet, the puppet is moving. Ino screamed. Shikamaru also opened his mouth wide. Isn't this a game? Is there really a traveler from another world? Xiaomyu saw that he had scared his friends a little, so he quickly cancelled the puppet manipulation technique. Fortunately, this is the world of Naruto, with many ninjutsu and various strange abilities. Children are also more receptive. As Xiaomyu cancelled the manipulation technique, the entire warehouse calmed down again. The magic circle was not lit, and the toys and puppets did not move. It seemed that everything just now was an illusion. Alas, it failed. I guess the traveler from another world this time is too weak. Seeing that there are so many of us, he dared not come. Xiaomyu shook his head with regret. Ah, did my scream just now scare it? Ino quickly covered her mouth and said apologetically, sorry, I was really too excited just now. No, the alien traveler will not be scared by a scream. Xiaomyu rubbed Ino's head and comforted her. Yet. Ino half closed her eyes comfortably, her little face flushed. Then, won't we be able to see the Meat Mountain Devil? Koji was a little unwilling, asked with a smile. Well, maybe next time. Okay, Natsuki-kun. Oh no, President. I'm really happy today. I've seen so many amazing things. I'll share a secret with you, too. I told you last time. Akimichi Koji mysteriously took something out of his arms. Okay, I'm looking forward to it too. Just call me Natsuki. The assembly club is a loving club that helps each other and protects peace. There's no need for too much etiquette. Yet. Thank you Natsuki-kun. Koji was even happier. After all, they were still kids and didn't like too many rules. Then he showed the object in his hand. Ding ding ding, look, what is this? Ultraman's transformation device. Remember? It's the Ultraman who made a big noise in the sky over Konoha a while ago. 011, it's this light. Justice. Courage. Hope. Isn't this the transformation device toy that I threw out when I was controlling the puppet? It was picked up by Koji Akimichi. Xiaomyu thought to himself, but of course he just agreed casually, interesting, I can feel a huge power hidden in it. Hehe, as expected, you can feel it too, Xiaomyu. Koji held the transformation device cautiously, don't tell anyone, many children picked it up, and they were all taken away by the ninjas in the village. They must want to transform secretly. I can't fall behind them. Did you transform? Shikamaru asked suddenly. Koji's excited face froze. Look, I haven't found the feeling yet, but I think I'm going to. I've shouted several times, and I'm getting more and more excited. Shikamaru looked at the transformation device in his hand and frowned. This seems to be a toy, right? Have you been deceived? We haven't heard of anyone who can transform into Ultraman recently. How can it be a toy? I can feel the powerful force inside. Even Xiaomyu has noticed it. As expected, Shikamaru, you are just a piece of wood. How can you sense it? Ultraman is his belief, and he won't tolerate others to refute it. As if to strengthen his confidence, Koji turned his head and asked Ino again. Ino said, looking at Xiaomyu's pretty face, and confirmed the feeling, I also felt it, a very powerful force. See, as expected, Shikamaru, you are just a piece of wood. Koji excitedly waved his fist. Shikamaru rolled his eyes speechlessly, not wanting to argue with Koji, the fool. However, Ultraman Zeta in the sky said that as long as you shout out transform loudly, you can become Ultraman. Why can't I turn it even if I shout it out loud? Koji scratched his head and looked at the transformation device and said. It seemed like he was talking to himself, but in fact he wanted to ask his friends for their opinions. After all, he had gotten the transformation device for a while and couldn't transform, so he was anxious. He firmly believed that he could transform. Because you didn't activate it. Natsuki smiled, not wanting to dampen Koji's enthusiasm. Do you remember what Ultraman Zeta said that day? Only those who uphold justice, hope, and courage in their hearts can activate it. Ask yourself, do you have these qualities? Koji heard this and widened his eyes, swoosh. So that's how it is. I'll go home and verify it right away. It's getting late. Thank you for your hospitality, Natsuki-kun. Thank you, Natsuki-kun. I'm so happy today. Come and play again next time. Ino, dear, and Butterfly said goodbye to Natsuki one after another. You said that Xiaomyu-kun, did he really almost summon a visitor from another world? On the way, Shikamaru dragged his chin and subconsciously reviewed the scene he encountered in the morning in his mind. Later, I observed carefully, and the magic circle seemed to have added some glowing scale powder. And those puppet toys, if you look closely, you can see that there are almost thin lines connecting the hands and feet to the roof. In addition, Xiaomyu's strange inventions. It is concluded that these are all controlled by him with mechanisms. There are no visitors from another world at all. However, it is also amazing that he can come up with so many things at such a young age. It is worth getting along with. Don't you think so? Shikamaru excitedly smashed his left palm with his right fist, making a final decision. As the think tank among the three, although he is always afraid of trouble, when encountering difficult problems, Shikamaru often helps everyone solve them. So, Koji and Ino have always cared about Shikamaru's opinions. Just this time. Natsuki-kun is so cute. What should I wear when we meet next time? Should I prepare a gift? I'm looking forward to it. Ino's face was pink, and she didn't care what Shikamaru said at all. Justice, hope, courage. I feel like I have them all. Uphold justice against bad things, hope to transform into Ultraman, and have the courage to fight the little milk dog of the Inuzuka family. Koji kept muttering to himself. Okay. All the teammates have fallen. Shikamaru covered his forehead helplessly. At this moment, an angry cry suddenly came from the front. I don't want your candy, I want a transformation device. Don't take my transformation device. I exchanged it with candy in a nice way, but you still don't want it. It's good to have candy. If you keep arguing, you won't even have candy. Everyone looked up. A ninja wearing an animal mask snatched a little boy's toy with his right hand and stuffed a handful of candy into him with his left hand. The toy was exactly the same as Koji's Ultraman transformation device. What are you doing? Are you robbing him in broad daylight? He said he doesn't want your candy anymore. Ino couldn't bear to watch and asked loudly. Hey? Where did this little brat come from? Get out of the way. This is a dangerous item and must be recycled. The ninja replied coldly, and suddenly a strong momentum came over. The little pigs, deer, and butterflies were frightened and took several steps back. Even the crying little boy stopped crying and only sobbed. Sure enough, children can't help being scared. The masked ninja sneered. Just as he was about to turn around and use the instant body technique to leave, he heard a childish shout from behind again. Stop! Please give him back the transformation device. That's his hope. The voice went from weak to strong, and the last two words hope even used all his strength. Justice, hope, courage. Yes, I have encountered this situation several times. But the vicious ninja always used various means to recover those transformation devices. But he never had the courage to stand up. That day, Ultraman Zeta saved the village by himself and stood out from the crowd. Does he need a coward? He doesn't need it. Had. The masked ninja glanced at the little fat boy who shouted loudly, and didn't want to pay attention to them anymore. What's the point of entangled with a child? But the next moment, his whole body froze. Because in his eyes, the little fat boy also took out a transformation device. Very good, one delivered to the door. I told you to give it back to him. Koji felt that his whole body was full of blood. Maybe it was to give himself courage, or maybe it was for some other reason. The best way to eliminate fear is transform. This voice, as if blessed by an unknown force, spread everywhere. Dazzling light shot out from the raised transformation device. At this moment, the whole village saw a beam of light rising into the sky. 012, I, the Giant of Light. Akim Ichichuji. The newly built Hokage building, the Hokage's office. The third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, looked at the pile of transformation devices on the table and asked, "What are the test results?" The Anbu standing respectfully on the opposite side responded, "We have recovered a total of 39 transformation devices. After testing it with people of 3 age groups, there was no reaction. During the period, we dismantled 3 and found that they were just ordinary children's toys. It's just that the colors are slightly more exquisite. Moreover, the roots of Danzo-sama are also collecting this thing. With the other lost ones, no one has been found to be able to successfully transform. Therefore, the conclusion is it a farce?" Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked his pipe on the table and said, "Take these toys away and destroy them. In addition, increase your efforts to find the person who is playing tricks on the entire Konoha, what Ultraman Zeta." "Hi!" The Anbu responded loudly and hurriedly. He could feel the anger of the third Hokage. Quickly packing up and collecting these toys, after a puff of smoke, they disappeared in front of the Hokage. Humph! Recently, more and more scoundrels have come to Konoha. Do you really think that my reputation as a ninja hero is over? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked to the window and looked at the prosperous Konoha. Konoha is prosperous because of my 99% efforts and the 1% influence of the teachers. No matter who it is, the Uchiha or the Hyuga clan, don't think of interfering. It's time to speed up. Transform. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Suddenly, a loud transformation sound like a prank. The third Hokage, who was smoking, almost choked half of his life. What's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped coughing, propped himself up on the windowsill, and looked out the window. A dazzling beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth came into view. The next second, he turned into a giant of light in the image of Ultraman. Is all this true? Oh no, my transformation devices! In the dazzling beam of light, a huge flame ignited on the surface of Akimichi Koji's body. The whole person was even taken up to the sky and disappeared in the vast flames. The bright flames formed a huge human figure. Like Susanoo opened by a kaleidoscope. But it was bigger than Susanoo, and its appearance was exactly the image of Ultraman. Am I really Ultraman? Koji, who was hiding in the chest of the Giant of Light, raised his hands a little unexpectedly. It turned out that he was able to do it as if he had expanded countless times. Looking at the crowd on the ground from above, they were like big bugs. Ultraman, Ultraman! Shikamaru and Ino opened their mouths, still unable to believe the huge figure in front of them. This was their best friend. They studied the transformation device together in the morning. Shikamaru even concluded that it was a toy. As a result, he immediately transformed into Ultraman. This is too shocking. Gurgle. The masked ninja swallowed hard. Facing the Giant of Light, heels under. The most important thing is that the miracle happened in front of him, and the impact on him was too great. Illusion, illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Ha ha ha, how could it be so coincidental? And the Zeta Ultraman who appeared in front was not so big. Under the terrifying momentum, the masked ninja looked crazy. But his professional ethics still made him the first to sound the alarm and summon his companions. He is a member of Danzo's root organization. In order to collect transformation devices, there are still many of his own people scattered around. Don't try to hide it from my eyes, let me break your fantasy. Earth escape, rock slab coffin. The masked ninja pressed his hands, and several huge rocks pressed towards the Giant of Light from all directions. You bad guy, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You come to provoke me first. A powerful voice came from the Giant of Light, and his left hand was seen upside down, protecting Shikamaru and others. His right hand swept away all the rocks that were coming from the surroundings like a brick. Yes, for people, huge rocks are as small as bricks in front of the Giant of Light. Stay away, watch me beat that bastard. Koji was full of energy and picked up Shikamaru and the little boy whose toys were stolen and put them in an open place far away. During this period, the masked ninja's earth escape attack could not cause any damage to his Ultraman. And his body was still hidden on the chest of the giant that was dozens of meters high. Okay, Koji, you have to be careful. Ino widened her eyes and couldn't help but remind him. Ha ha ha, it's okay, I'm Ultraman, the Giant of Light, and I'm full of power. Koji laughed in a muffled voice, shaking the mountains and rivers. No, I mean you should be careful and don't hurt other children. The Giant of Light turned around and froze. Then he whistled away. Boom! There was a tremor along the way. At this time, several more members of the root organization appeared around the masked ninja. What's going on with that giant? It doesn't look like an illusion. I don't know either. It was a fat boy who used a transformation device, but didn't someone try this transformation device before? No one succeeded. Really? Maybe the one in his hand is the real transformation device. This kind of power can't last long. Use more ninjutsu to consume his power. After subduing him, bring him to Danzo-sama for decision. Hi! Suddenly, several ninjas dispersed and quickly faced the giant of light. Wind escape, thousand faces wind. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Summoning technique, thick-skinned rock pig. Various ninjutsu poured out. Ha ha ha, it's fun. You bastards, you're bullying kids everywhere. I'm going to beat you up on behalf of Ultraman. Shinkai laughed loudly, and as he waved his arms, all kinds of ninjutsu were broken. The huge thick-skinned rock pig was caught in the air and played with like a little chicken. The rock pig, which was arrogant and fierce when it first appeared, was frightened and kept neighing. After a while, it turned into a puff of smoke and returned to the spirit world. Outside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very sad that he failed to save the batch of transformation devices. For the first time, he complained about the efficiency of the Anbu. I told you to destroy it, and you destroyed it immediately. Can't you wait for one more minute? It's all because of this Anbu member who is good at fire escape. Report. Hokage. Konoha is in crisis again, and Ultraman has appeared. This is another Anbu ninja coming from a distance. I see, I'm not blind yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded unhappily, and at the same time, called the Anbu members around him, everyone nearby, come with me to capture this Ultraman. By the way, do you know who this Ultraman is? It's from the Akimichi family, and the son of Akimichi Choza used a transformation device. Hokage, this Ultraman has infinite power, and it seems that he is not afraid of ninjutsu. Do you need to call the one from the Hyuga family? Maybe she can deal with this Ultraman. Idiot, not to mention that little Hinata can no longer use that kind of power, even if she can. Do you want to destroy Konoha? But you have enlightened me, go and call Akimichi Choza. Why waste power? Let his father deal with this Ultraman. What's wrong with Konoha recently? It's all those little brats making trouble. 013, new ability, Ultra Power. Ding! The true power of the Evil King's True Eye is activated. Akimichi Koji uses the transformation device to become Ultraman, the Giant of Light. Different from the real Ultraman in another plane, he cannot show all his powers. You have obtained the power of Ultra through the extraction of the Evil King's True Eye. Ultra Power. You can turn yourself into an Ultraman, or you can add Ultra Power to a puppet and turn it into a Giant of Light. Note, you can only make one puppet gain Ultra Power at the same time. A burst of system prompts made Xiaomu, who stayed at home and continued to make puppets, widen his eyes. Xiaomu thought that the pig, deer, and butterfly leaks would bring him new abilities. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. It was not long after he said goodbye. However, with this ability, in the future, his own Ultraman Zeta can finally come out legitimately. Something is wrong. After all, the puppet that came out in front of him used the gravity and repulsion brought by the Samsara Eye to fly in the air, helping Hinata to withstand the pressure and changing the trajectory of the Golden Wheel Samsara explosion. But he does not have any of Ultraman's abilities, and his body is pitifully small. In order to make the people of Konoha more impressed, he even sewed the words Ultraman on his back. It's really too low. Now, he has finally made up for this shortcoming. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Bang! Boom! The high wall that had just been erected was instantly kicked apart by Koji. Like playing whack-a-mole, he chased the root ninjas around everywhere. No, no. I can't hold on. We didn't use him up, but we used up our own physical strength and chakra first. We underestimated the opponent's strength. The root ninjas were panting and communicating quickly. There is no other way. I can only use the last method. What method? That is. Transform. The masked ninja recalled the transformation action of the little fat boy, raised the transformation device high, and roared with all his strength. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. No response. Under the gaze of his companions, the masked ninja explained awkwardly, "Maybe it's a problem of height." After that, he quickly formed seals with both hands, transformation technique. In the blink of an eye, he turned into the little fat boy, Akimichi Koji. Don't ask him why he didn't do it in one step and use the transformation technique to become Ultraman. First, he couldn't do it. That kind of body consumes too much chakra. Second, even if he did it, it would be just a facade and couldn't withstand the bombardment of ninjutsu. After turning into a fat boy, the masked ninja shouted again, "Transform! Okay, you bastard is hiding here. And you turned into my appearance. I'm going to beat you up." After sweeping away a few flies again, Koji was finally attracted by the voice of the masked ninja. Finding that the culprit was here, he immediately rushed towards him. The terrifying pressure like a mountain pressing down on his head made the masked ninja's hair stand on end, and big beads of sweat secreted from the pores of his body. Transform, transform, transform. At the critical moment of life and death, he couldn't run away. He could only withstand all the pressure and hope to transform and fight the enemy. Die! A punch that broke through the air. This angry punch directly caused an explosion. Ripples spread in the air. Koji! Stop! Buzz! Boom! The fist as big as a house stopped just above the masked ninja. The strong wind pressure instantly pushed the masked ninja to the ground like a toad. The airwave swept in all directions. Father! Akimichi Koji retracted his fist. It's really you, Koji? Are you going to tear down Konoha? Stop first, father will handle anything. Akimichi Koji ran up and shouted. Originally, the Anbu suddenly came to him and said that his son had turned into the Giant of Light. He didn't dare to believe it. Unexpectedly, after following them and shouting, the terrifying Giant of Light really stopped. Oh, I was so excited just now that I forgot to look around. I almost thought they were a pair of mice. The Giant of Light scratched his head, looking naive. All the people who saw this scene were stunned. Only then did they realize that this giant tens of meters tall was not a monster. It was transformed from a child. By the way, Dad! Look at how awesome I am, ha 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 ha, I am the Giant of Light now. After saying this, Koji also posed to show off his biceps. Plop! Plop! Several members of the route who had fought with Koji for half a day could not stand such a gap. The body was hit, and the spirit was hit again. One by one, they fainted on the ground with grief and anger. Also, this guy stole the transformation device of the children, and I couldn't bear it, so I beat him. I just yelled fiercely, and I didn't want to kill him. He said he didn't want to kill him, and the punches beat him half crippled. If it wasn't for Akimichi Chose's call to stop, it is estimated that only a pile of powder would be left at the scene. The crowd in the distance couldn't help but complain for him, but this mask didn't deserve sympathy. Okay, let's go home and eat first. Aren't you hungry? The food is ready at home. Akimichi Chose couldn't listen anymore, and quickly found an excuse to take his son home first. Oh, right, it's noon, I'm so hungry, it's all these guys. The Giant of Light touched his stomach. Shikamaru did feel hungry, and there was a red indicator light on his chest. He could feel his strength disappearing quickly. Let's go home together. Yet. Can you change back to your original form? I think you can. Then change back first, your steps are too shocking. I don't know how to change back, but it should be soon. Two figures, one big and one small, gradually walked away, leaving the crowd around them suddenly silent. The big one is the son, and the small one is the father. After a while, three more small figures followed. They were Shikamaru, Ino, and the little boy who took back the transformation device. Soon after, the people who were confused by the huge gap reacted and cleaned up the battlefield. Transform, 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 transform. The masked man who was beaten into a toad by the fist wind, the mask fell off, his eyes were dull. Even when he was carried on a stretcher, he still repeated this sentence. Perhaps, this sentence will accompany him for the rest of his life. P.S. Thank you for your reward today, 136091, S33888. Thank you for your monthly ticket from Huan Uechu, 155404, 136091. I am squeezing out all my spare time after work and working hard to update. Thank you. 014, 2 old men, 2 Uchiha. Battle situation. 8 people participated in the battle. 5 fainted, 2 paralyzed, 1 crazy. Battle results. The Giant of Light was unharmed. The Transformer, Akimichi Kochi, was called home by his father for dinner before the battle ended. Have we found activators for our 11 Transformers? No. What are the test results? 33 people participated in the test, and took turns to test for 24 hours. None of them activated, and 3 of them became stupid. Baga. In an underground secret room, Tuankin listened to the report of a root member and became furious. With a sweep of his hands, he overturned a table of documents. Report. Master Danzo. The Hokage has something important to discuss with you. No. Another new generation of Konoha has risen. Yes. The warmongering faction of the family has once again stopped fighting with a few people. They have turned neutral. Good news. Isn't that Giant of Light afraid of ninjutsu? Probably not, it's just that the attack power of those ninjas is too weak to break his defense. This defense is so strong, if we fight against it, is there a way to break it? I think so, I haven't tried it but I'm not sure, this is based on the premise that I have mastered new power. Itachi-san, after the 3 Magatama Sharingan, it can still evolve. Really? Brother Shisui, isn't the 3 Magatama already the top? The pupil power is already very strong. No, after the 3 Magatama, there is a qualitative change, called Manjiki. The pupil power is extremely strong, and it can even condense Susanoo to fight against the Giant of Light. Do you want to try it? Yes. In the dense forest far away from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui met again and conducted a secret training. After a while, a green translucent half-armored giant appeared in the dense forest. It was Shisui's Susanoo. Hit it with your strongest attack. Then brother Shisui, be careful. After a while, 360-degree shuriken burst out from the sky, accompanied by bursts of crows and fierce flames. Combined attack of illusion and fire escape. Another area of Konoha forest was flattened. And the green Susanoo was still intact. So strong. You are worthy of it, you can't find any flaws at all. Can my eyes do this? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but sigh. Yes, but it requires an opportunity. Itachi-san, I really hope you can never open the Manjiki. Shisui stared at Uchiha Itachi for a long time before responding with a little sadness. Why? The more I grow, the more I can feel my deep insufficiency. I have practiced shuriken and seal techniques to the extreme, but my strength is far from enough to protect others. Alas, because the price of this growth is too high, one day, maybe you will understand. No more, someone is coming, next time we will go to another old place. Okay. After the words fell, Shisui disappeared instantly. Uchiha Itachi took out a Tengu mask, put it on and disappeared. He is 11 years old and has just joined the Konoha Anbu. Recently, the Hokage has been a little overwhelmed by various things. I don't know how long Konoha can remain peaceful. No, Konoha has never been peaceful at all. Get lost. Thank you. We don't have any transformation devices here. Danzo, don't fool me. I'll just lend you 3. You must also want to know how to activate this transformation device, right? No. Have you ever returned something you borrowed? Ahem, don't mention it. Haven't I compensated you a lot? Besides, you don't need to worry about activating the transformation device. I will communicate with the Akimichi family myself. Sorry, the Akimichi family has always been a strong supporter of mine. Now they have refused to see anyone other than the Hokage. Hehe. What are you laughing at? Put away your dirty tricks. The Akimichi family is protected by our Enbu. Leave half of the street's industry to my Shimura clan in exchange for 3 transformation devices. That's too much. If the more than 30 I originally had weren't destroyed, would I need your help? I'll ask someone to collect them myself. Ha ha ha, it turns out you don't have any transformation devices. As for whether you can continue to collect them, you know the situation, there weren't many transformation devices scattered around. One street industry. If you want it, change it, if you don't want it, get out, I'm going to rest. You even raised the price for me, you bastard. Sarutobi, as an old friend. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Others may care about a single transformation of the Giant of Light, but what you want is to break through the research and mass production. If you succeed, hehe. Okay. One street is one street, but I want you to take out all the transformation devices, so we can study together and share the results. In the dark room, the 2 old men negotiated until late at night. 015, the practice of courage. In the following period of time, the Enbu kept moving. First, they gave certain benefits to make the Akimichi family agree that under the care of the elders, Akimichi Koji would share his experience of transformation with Konoha. However, no matter who tested it later, they still couldn't transform. Some people even suspected that only Koji's transformation device was real. The result was that after Koji was replaced with a transformation device, he could still transform. This made everyone puzzled, and the 3rd generation even pulled out a handful of beard, but couldn't figure out what went wrong. Danzo even hid in the dark room alone and secretly shouted for transformation. After coming out, the whole person looked even older. Finally, they secretly concluded that they did not have justice, and they hoped that the quality of hope and courage. This is undoubtedly very frustrating. Of course, it was announced to the public that other transformation devices were bad. And he praised little Koji very much. Before they could think of the next strategy, a large number of transformation devices appeared on the market again, which completely muddied the waters. Some were made by unscrupulous merchants, and some were made by Xiaomu himself, who sold them as toys to make some pocket money. And, Koji. Growing up comes at a price. Too young, but with great power, he can no longer run around the streets of Konoha. Alas, a moment of silence, another Konoha seedling was deprived of his freedom because of Xiaomu. Time flies, half a year later. Knock knock knock. Who is it? It's me. You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. I'm here. You're here after all. Yes, I'm here after all. Silence, followed by a deathly silence. The voice rose again. Heavenly King covering Earth Tiger. Treasure, the pagoda suppresses the river monster. Very good, the code is right. Squeak. The door opened with a bang. A cute little boy walked out. It was Xiaomu. Xiaomu-kun, where are we going to play today? Oh no, we are going to carry out the glorious operation and drive out the evil. Outside the door, Xiao Ino greeted him happily. Now Xiao Ino is also a member of the Dimension End Gathering Society. Xiao Ino is currently the master who took over Xiaomu's Chiyuni flag, and she already exudes a Chiyuni atmosphere that keeps strangers away. She can pick up what Xiaomyu can't say very well, and is a great disseminator of the club's ideas. This is the real use of leaks. As long as there are more leaks like Xiao Ino, there is no need to speak Chiyuni language to brush up abilities in the future. I just don't know whether Ino is not attentive or has bad luck, and she hasn't brushed up her abilities yet. As for Shikamaru, this guy fishes for 3 days and dries the net for 2 days. Not only has he not joined the club, but he only comes every 2 or 3 days. This guy is too smart. As for the transformation of Ultraman, it has always been the so-called Zeta Ultraman. Even if Shikamaru racked his brains, he couldn't imagine that the real mastermind was Xiaomyu, who was more than 5 years old. No glorious action, daytime wandering, today. Let's go practice, the practice of courage. Besides, the children in Konoha live in poverty. Let's add some color to their lives. As he spoke, Xiaomyu came out with a big backpack on his back. The recent scouting also lets Xiaomyu know where there are more people and children in Konoha. The most important thing is that it is too expensive to make puppets and study the drive of small tanks. My savings and pocket money are almost used up. And the pocket money my sister Yui Kurane got from the mission is not enough for Xiaomyu's expenses. So, let's sell some toys. On the main road leading to the Hokage Rock, a novel street stall appeared here. Xiaomyu-kun, are you really going to be here? Little Ino said shyly. After all, although this place is not as lively as those busy streets, there are still many pedestrians. She dared to show herself in front of Xiaomyu, but it did not mean that she could speak boldly in public. Well, relax, this is just a practice to improve courage. You know, our ancestors were able to go to the battlefield at our age. We are far behind them. Xiaomyu nodded and answered affirmatively. Hi. Xiaomyu, I will try my best. Ino looked at Xiaomyu's serious face and felt a sense of security. By the way, Xiaomyu, do you want me to shout something? I see other vendors are shouting. No need, someone will help us shout. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, a little boy wearing goggles and carrying a fuel barrel turned out from an alley. When he saw Ultraman on Xiaomyu's stall, his eyes lit up. That's right, this guy is Uzumaki Naruto. The main purpose is to collect leaks. Other things like selling toys and exercising courage are just excuses. It's also an excuse for those who are always watching Naruto. The recent scouting also lets Xiaomyu know Naruto's activities every morning. Sure enough, this guy showed up on time. Ultraman. It's Ultraman, is it the giant of light that appeared in the village a while ago? Naruto, who was about to add some color to the rustic Hokage rock, put down the dye bucket and asked curiously, these Ultraman models are exactly the same as the one that Koji transformed into. Yes, do you like it? Xiaomyu showed a gentle smile. I like it, but I don't have money. Naruto embarrassedly searched his pockets, he knew he was not welcome. So his whole body didn't even get too close to the stall, afraid of scaring away the 2 small stall owners. But he likes Ultraman too much. Recently, the hottest topic in the village is Ultraman. If he can become the giant of light, he will definitely be recognized by the village, right? It's free. I'll give you one. What did you say? Really, is it possible? Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide. Friends of the same age, don't even think about playing with him. Even when you get close to him, it's good enough if you don't throw stones at him. Now someone doesn't hate him and wants to give him his favorite Ultraman. For a moment, Naruto's eyes were full of light. No one could feel his joy at this moment. But there is a condition. Xiaomyu's voice came again, interrupting Naruto's fantasy. The whole person's expression froze, and tears were captured back in his eyes. Sure enough, are you teasing me again? Please return my touch, bastard. Thanks for the monthly ticket of Broken Ow, you and me, and the elephant. Thank you. 016, Ultraman Sale. What conditions? Just ask. There is nothing I, Naruto, can't do. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and shouted loudly. This condition is here, shout out loud according to this slogan. Xiaomyu handed Naruto a small card. Just, is it that simple? Naruto looked at the content of the card and asked a little puzzled. Xiaomyu raised a finger and shook it. This is not easy, you have to keep shouting. Until a large number of customers come. Took another look at the Ultraman model, it was the type he liked. Naruto raised his right fist and pointed his thumb at himself. Too simple, you better watch it. The next moment. Ultraman, big sale. Ultraman big sale. Want to transform into Ultraman? Want to know Ultraman's past? Get an Ultraman, and the Giant of Light will favor you. Naruto shouted out in a loud voice. Sure enough, it attracted countless eyes. But everyone saw that it was this often mischievous demon fox boy, and stopped to watch, not daring to approach. Very good, very good. Xiaomyu gave Naruto a thumbs up and praised generously. Sure enough, is this the courage training? It turns out that I am still far from it. No. I can't be compared, I also want to get praise from Xiaomyu-jun. Xiaomyu-jun hasn't praised me today. Looking at Naruto working hard, countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Ino's mind. This is training, I can do it. Hey! Took a deep breath. Ultraman, big sale. Ultraman big sale. Do you want to transform into Ultraman? Do you want to know Ultraman's past? Get an Ultraman, and the Giant of Light will favor you. The crisp girl's voice is more penetrating. She shouted with Naruto on the left and right of the stall. Originally, some people saw that this was the son of the demon fox and didn't want to pay attention to him. But the little girl also shouted, which immediately made people start to pay attention to the meaning and authenticity of the words. The attraction of Ultraman is really too great. If I can become Ultraman, I can beat the fox demon again, right? Moreover, some sharp-eyed children saw the proudly standing Ultra model on the stall at a glance. The most important thing is that the stall owner is not the dusty son of the fox demon, but a cute little boy with clean clothes. Mom, I want Ultraman. Dad, I want an Ultraman, so I can help you carry wood in the future. What a promising future. In your eyes, Dad can only carry wood? Little boss, give me two. Immediately, a group of people surrounded him. At this time, it can only be left to Xiaomyu, the stall owner, to deal with it. These toys are really good, and they are more realistic and beautiful than the Giant of Light when Dinkai transformed. There are even some transformation devices, although the style is a little different. Interesting, there is a comic about the Giant of Light. Is the protagonist the fat kid? This is amazing, boss, give me a copy too. Where are your parents? Why did you let your kids run out? Fortunately, this is Konoha. You would be in trouble in other places. He was caught. You are amazing. You know that life is not easy at such a young age. You rely on your skills to supplement your family income. Ah! You are here to gain experience, you don't need to supplement your family income. Then why are you selling it at such a high price of 3,000 taels? Can it be cheaper? 3,000 taels in the Naruto world is not as much as imagined. After all, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs nearly 100 taels. Sure enough, uncles and aunts everywhere are like this. When buying things, they like to chat with the boss. In an instant, the small stall was very lively. Some people saw that Xiaomyu was so cute and wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend. In the end, he was scolded by Xiao Ino and left. She was a member of the Yamanaka family. Her father Yamanaka Inoichi was also famous. If you annoy her, you will be caught and interrogated as a spy. Not long after, all the items were sold out. Done. A big harvest. You must be tired. Let's go and replenish our energy. Xiaomu patted his bulging waist bag. Yeah, Xiaomu brother is so awesome. Ino clapped her hands. He. And Naruto, with his cheek against the ultra model, smiled like a fool. This was earned by his hard work, so he cherished it very much. Although he only shouted a few words at the beginning, people came in an endless stream after Ino followed. Xiaomu had to deal with it alone. But it was the first time he saw people no longer afraid of him or cursing him. This feeling is really good. Although he was ignored the whole time, he was already very satisfied, which proved that he was one step closer to being accepted by people. It turns out that you don't need to do some mischievous actions to get people's attention. Hey, let's go. What are you still standing there for? Ah? Me? Where are you going? Aren't you afraid of me? Why, do you eat people? Should I be afraid of you? Don't ask so many questions. I'll take you to eat delicious food. Natsuki led the way. Ino followed closely behind. Naruto, watching the two hesitate for a while, suddenly jumped up. Hi! In the corner, two ninjas dressed as ordinary passers-by looked at the three people who were walking away. This demon fox boy can actually make friends? Is it really okay to let him be fooled away like this? Not really a friend, he was just used as a laborer by that clever eye patch kid. And the two leading kids, one is from the Ui family, and the other is from the Yamanaka family, they are all our own people. We just need to keep an eye on the demon fox boy and don't let him be abducted by strangers. That's right, then follow him. By the way, you bought several Ultramen just now. Haha, there are many kids at home. 017, watch carefully and learn well. End of the children's section. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Slurp. It's so delicious, it's the best food I've ever eaten. Naruto's face was full of happiness. Don't talk too much, just replenish your energy with onions. Ino looked at Naruto with dissatisfaction, her cheeks puffed up. Delicious. Sure enough, Natsuki always knows where is the best place to replenish energy. After a while, Naruto finished 3 bowls. Looking at his wolfing appearance, Ino silently pulled the stool a little further away, close to Natsuki. No. I can't eat as much as boys. Little Ino ate 2 bowls and couldn't eat any more. Unlike Naruto who had already started the 4th bowl. I wanted to try to beat this brat in terms of appetite. And Xiaomu, 8 bowls. Sure enough, Xiaomu is the strongest. Is it almost replenished? Xiaomu looked at Ino secretly patting her belly and smiled. Yeah, the dimensional energy is replenished to 120%. Then, the two looked at Naruto who had just finished the 4th bowl. Ah! I eat. Naruto just said half a sentence and suddenly saw little Ino frowning. What, did I say something wrong? He cherishes these 2 friends he just met. By the way, they just talked about something strange about energy. Swoosh! Replenishment is complete. The dimensional energy has reached 100%. Naruto stood up straight and shouted loudly. Inside the noodle shop, a group of diners cast their hot eyes. Small scene. Naruto even patted his chest. The more people pay attention, the happier he is. Sure enough, the 2 people opposite are the masters of manipulating the attention of the crowd. I must watch carefully and learn well. Naruto, he understands. Very good, you have initially felt the true meaning of the dimension. Ino nodded like a little adult, expressing his affirmation for the newcomer. Xiaomu-kun was willing to take him out to play, no, to take him to participate in actions, and even replenish dimensional energy. Then he is likely to become a member of the Dimension End Gathering Society. As the second magician, I must set a good example. I can't let Xiaomu-kun take care of everything, he is very tired. As for why I am the second magician, Xiaomu said that the first magician has someone. Sure enough, the Dimension End Gathering Society is extremely powerful, and there are people I don't know in it. I must work hard and become a member as soon as possible for the first magician. By the way, I forgot what this brat's name was. Thinking of this, Xiao Ino stood up and made various body language. I am the second magician of the Dimension End Gathering Society. Real name, Yamanaka Ino. The next moment, he grabbed a handful of cherry blossom petals from his pocket and scattered them. Suddenly, the petals flew. Plop! Plop! The diners next to him fell halfway. It has its own special effects, and the effect is compelling. This move was praised when he practiced at Xiaomu's house. Your real name? Hearing this, Naruto's jaw opened wide. This is too. I understand that they are also lacking partners and longing for friends. But seeing the diners lying on their backs at Ichiraku Ramen restaurant, Naruto, once again, realized it. Sure enough, when it comes to shocking others, I am far behind. Study hard. At that moment, Naruto waved his arms, his movements became more exaggerated, and he even wanted to do a backflip. Fortunately, there was not enough space for him to perform. I am. Damn it, I have no organization, and I don't have enough momentum. Alright. Xiaomu's old face turned red, and he couldn't stand it anymore. If he continued to spoof, he would be on the headlines of Konoha tomorrow. The most important thing is that he found that two people who bought his toys also came in to eat ramen. It was obviously to monitor Naruto. It would be unwise to recruit him into the organization at this time. Forget it, there are still plenty of opportunities anyway. After paying the bills for N people, after all, Xiaomu and Naruto were two big eaters. Under the gentle and smiling gaze of the boss uncle Ichiraku's daughter, Miss Ayam, the group left the ramen restaurant. I'll send the second magician home first. I'll call you next time there's action, yellow-headed boy. Xiaomu waved his hand, pulled Ino up and walked towards the Yamanaka family. The small footsteps seemed slow but were actually fast. Little Ino, being held by the hand, all the middle school atmosphere was taken back into her body. Her little face was flushed, and she would stare at Xiaomu's back from time to time, feeling so safe. As for the idea of training a newcomer, she had already thrown it to Java. Hey, you don't know my real name yet. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the ultra model in his hand, and a stream of warmth filled his whole body in his full stomach. Filled with the heart. Looking at the two people who were gradually going away, he hurriedly shouted. I am Konoha, Konoha's future Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. End of the children's chapter. P.S. Thank you WX680 for the monthly ticket. Thank you Hwazai008 for the monthly ticket. Thank you 2726499 for the monthly ticket. Thank you 172403 for the monthly ticket. Thank you for your flowers and comments. 018, set sail for the entrance test. Time is like the spring rain that moistens everything silently. It has been more than half a year. During this period, there were only a few glorious actions with Naruto. This guy was being watched too closely. If there is frequent contact, it will only lead to unnecessary suspicion. Xiaomu. What are you doing? Get up. Don't forget that the ninja school is about to start a new round of enrollment. I have already registered for you in advance. Today is the entrance test. If you don't get up, you will be late. Yui Kurane shouted outside Xiaomu's room. Okay, give me 5 more minutes. Boom. The door was smashed open. 1 minute, not even. You can stay in bed at other times, but not today. Yui Kurane stepped into the room with her hands on her waist like a female demon, then lifted the quilt and pulled little Xiaomu out with one hand. I didn't stay in bed, I was just busy too late last night. Xiaomu curled up in his pajamas, held by his sister's collar, hanging in the air. He felt a little comfortable in his sleep, and even swung slightly on the swing. What can you be busy for? I tell you. Behave well and don't make trouble. I am now a powerful chunin and have a good reputation. If you embarrass me, you will be in trouble when you come back. Yui Kurane warned fiercely while preparing a hot towel for Xiaomyu. Well, you are just a chunin, and you are famous. People who don't know you would think you are a Hokage. I will tell you, can I beat 10 of you? Xiaomyu washed quickly, and instinctively talked to Yui Kurane. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands were placed on Xiaomyu's ears. Oh? You dare to hit your sister, right? The breath was like orchid in his ear. Hee hee, joke, joke. Liven up the atmosphere. Hee hee. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Let go of Yui Kurane. Ninja School. Today is the day of the entrance examination. The place is already bustling with people early in the morning. A large group of 6 or 7-year-old children, accompanied by their parents, are waiting for the test to begin again. And I don't know where the news came from. Akimichi Koji, who can transform into Ultraman, and Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, are also enrolled this year. These two are now famous people in the village. As a result, this place is more crowded than in previous years. It will be several times more lively. However, now is a peaceful era, and I think the pass rate will not be too high. Unlike the war era, children can take the entrance examination at around 5 years old and graduate at 6 years old, lowering the standards to recruit soldiers in large quantities. Entrance examinations are difficult and easy. The famous Emperor Kai has failed to enter the school. Although the entrance examinations are slightly different every year, they are basically physical fitness tests and checking the talent for practicing chakra. Without good physical fitness, it is impossible to withstand the high-load operation of the body required for ninja combat. There are so many leaks. When he came to the ninja school and looked at the huge crowd, Xiaomyu couldn't help but sigh with shining eyes. You can vaguely see a few familiar faces in the crowd, such as Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Kaiba, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, etc. Little Sasuke was sent by his brother Uchiha Itachi. Both brothers are representatives of high appearance. In addition, Uchiha Itachi is a famous genius who graduated early. It caused the people around to exclaim, and some little fans even surrounded him to ask for autographs. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block the road. Compared to the gentle smile Uchiha Itachi showed, little Sasuke drove the crowd away with a look of dissatisfaction. Humph! My brother belongs to me alone. What a tsundere! Xiaomyu glanced again, but didn't find Akimichi Koji and Hyuga Hinata in the crowd. It seems that they, who are more famous, will not participate in this test. Asshole! Which kid is standing on my head? A middle-aged man with a strange high back hair shouted loudly. This high back hairstyle, I don't know what solidification was used, nearly half a meter high. It's like a black iron pillar on the head. Oh, sorry, sorry. I saw it wrong, I saw it wrong. Xiaomyu apologized hurriedly, and the next second he squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. Humph! The iron pillar show-off man snorted and adjusted his hairstyle. Suddenly I realized, right, why didn't I feel the weight of the child just now? I quickly took out a small mirror and looked up to check the integrity of my hairstyle. Hey, it's lucky I didn't get crushed. Hey? No, it seems like there's a collapse on the top. Damn it! Whose kid is this? 019, catch the shrimp. Observation completed, go in from the right, there is a test registration point. While others were not paying attention, Xiaomyu secretly floated in the air, stepped on the point, and waved to Xiri Hong outside the crowd. Others are lightly equipped, why do you let me carry a big package here? What's inside? Xiri Hong said dissatisfiedly, the surroundings were too crowded, and this big package could just be used to evacuate the crowd. Well, you'll know later. Don't open it yet, Let's go, register, the test seems to be about to start. Xiaomu waved his hand and led the way in front. Not long after the registration point, a ninja wearing a chunin vest led all the children who needed to take the entrance test in. The first test was very simple, just running around the playground for 20 laps. This was to observe the children's physical fitness. Without a strong body that surpasses ordinary people, you can't go far on the road of ninja. Not to mention the fighting on the battlefield. Even chakra is the product of the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. Neither is indispensable. Facing the rising sun, after a whistle, the children ran hard on the track. Their journey began from this moment. Thousands of troops crossed the single plank bridge. Only the best can become ninja students, and then fight all the way, support each other and compete, and finally become ninjas. For them, becoming a ninja can make a name for themselves, and the glory and honor promoted by Konoha will always be ninjas. As for the danger behind the glory, they can't see it now. Sasuke, how far can your eyes see? Among the crowd of onlookers, Uchiha Itachi stared at Sasuke without blinking. Watching him facing the rising sun, his face was full of confidence. Watching him gradually move from the middle of the children to the top of the pack with his cloak and halberd, there was also a faint joy in his heart. Proud of him. Is that the kid from the Uchiha family? Yes, what an enviable talent. They will take first place again this year. What about the children from the Akimichi and Hyuga families? Didn't they also enter the school this year? I came here to see them. The first place is always the Uchiha face, I'm tired of it. I don't know, maybe it's for the children, they just need to go through the motions, isn't it bullying for them to participate in the competition? That makes sense. The people around were talking, some were amazed at others, and some were cheering for their own children. Just ran a lap. The crowd had already distanced themselves from each other. The first echelon was obviously made up of the family members, and Naruto, who had a good physique, also slowly squeezed into this echelon. The rest of the civilians without special talents soon fell into the second and third echelons. Sasuke could clearly feel the surprised shouts of the crowd outside the venue. He was already far ahead and became the first. It was his first time to receive such an honor, and he felt a little proud. My brother is looking at me. If my brother can become the top student of the ninja school, so can he. After returning, my father will definitely praise him. He wants his father's recognition more than the spectators. Suddenly, the shouts of the crowd changed. Look! Whose child is that boy with the eye patch? So fast! Dark Horse! I just noticed that he just put on his shoes before the game, and he was the last one to start. What? This slide is interesting. Are you sure he's not showing off? Overtaking on the curve, overtaking on the curve. Uchiha was actually overtaken. Good man, even the carriage doesn't dare to run like this. What's going on? Is there someone behind him trying hard? Sensing the commotion in the audience and the increasing movement behind him, Sasuke couldn't help but turn his face and glanced behind him with the corner of his eye. I saw a cute little boy with an eye mask, chasing him quickly with his feet dancing like the wind. So fast! There was a curve ahead, and his position was the most advantageous, blocking this boy. Sasuke thought and did it, showing his dark mentality, trying to dodge and disrupt his rhythm. Who knew that the other party directly made a sliding drift-like action, bringing up a cloud of dust. He cleverly avoided his blocking position and overtook by the way. Catch EBI. In front, a wonderful, heart-stirring BGM came, humming. Cough cough cough. Dust flew, and Sasuke was full of dust. Who is this guy, bastard? He has the energy to sing even when he is ahead. It's Xiaomyu-jun. As expected, Xiaomyu-jun is the strongest. A fangirl's voice sounded behind him, and Sasuke glanced back. It's a girl with yellow hair. Is her name Xiaomyu? Ha ha ha, Xiaomyu-kun is awesome. I'm Naruto, can you see me? In the back, Naruto, who was very persistent and slowly squeezed into the first echelon from the second echelon, shouted. Another yellow-haired guy. Damn, he can still shout at such a loud volume while running fast. Are you so relaxed? Sasuke's eyes condensed, the competitors of this session are not simple. He focused his eyes again on the sound and shadow in front. What? In such a moment of distraction, the opponent has surpassed him by half a field. What is this concept, too fast? Also, what is this guy doing with his hands in his pockets? So relaxed? No. Who are you looking down on? Sasuke was really angry. If he lost like this, he didn't know how his father would look at him. That disappointed look. Ah! Sasuke finally ignored everything and tried his best to catch up. This kid. Uchiha Itachi covered his eyes when he saw this scene. This is only the third lap, and there are still 17 laps to go. Sasuke, you are exerting your strength so early, how can you maintain your energy later? Uchiha Itachi could not help but stare at the guy who disrupted his brother's rhythm. This kid really ran too fast. No, shouldn't the frequency of his feet be very fast at this speed? Why is the frequency of his feet so low? It's like the soles of his feet are stepping on pulleys. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket from Yuan. Thank you for the monthly ticket from 187,839. 020, Teacher Irika, whose mentality is about to collapse. What's going on? Did the eye patch kid grease his feet? He didn't run, did he? He slid. How did he do this? Can the entrance test be like this? It seems, it's not said that it's not allowed. But isn't it the default that you can only run? The crowd also gradually noticed that there was something wrong with Xiaomyu's running movements, and they started to talk about it again. This is too elegant. At this time, Xiaomyu had already surpassed the others by one lap. Under the horrified eyes of other friends, he put his hands behind his back and overtook them again. Outside the field, Ui Kurane was full of black lines. Asshole Xiaomyu, he started using his weird inventions again. Soon, the school's Chunin Irika couldn't stand it anymore. This was too much of a blow to the confidence of other students. Quickly cut into the field, with a smile on his face, and asked gently, "My classmate, are you wearing something to help you run?" "No, do you think I'm running? I'm skating, it's fun." "Teacher, do you want to come with us? Let's feel youth together and dance with youth." Xiaomyu also responded with a smile. "I have such a good attitude, you won't embarrass me, right? Come with me, and feel youth, teacher, I'm still young. I asked you this, shouldn't you consciously take back the running tools?" "Well, maybe this child doesn't understand what I mean." Irika complained in his heart, but of course he had to continue his work. He was a teacher and couldn't favor any child, not to mention there were so many people watching. Although the entrance test did not explicitly state that tools could not be used, and although tools were also a manifestation of strength on the battlefield of the ninja world. But at least now, at this moment, I have to give the child a relatively fair environment for the students. We must make him put down the props for running. Ahem, that, classmate. You can't borrow other props for the entrance test. You see, other students don't use them. Isn't it a bit unfair to them?" Irika said gently again, with a kind smile on his face. No one would have the heart to refuse this teacher, right? It's a pity that he met a god J. Ah? Can't I? I don't know. I didn't tell you before the test. But the unfairness you said is a little bit. Is it really that little bit? You have already surpassed them by 2 laps. And can you run? Oh no, skate slower, I don't think I can catch up. Irika was a little mentally collapsed and found that this guy was getting faster and faster. At this speed, let alone the children, even I can't catch up. Teacher, what you said makes sense. Then, why don't I give each student a pair of roller skates? It will be fair if everyone skates together. I just invented this thing. There are a lot of them. Xiaomu said with big eyes and innocent face. Indeed, Konoha has not discovered this thing yet. Of course, the students can't blame him if they have poor skills and it's harder than walking when they put them on. Irika was confused. So this thing is called roller skates, and it was invented by this kid. What a genius! Giving each person a pair and skating together is indeed fair. It makes so much sense that I can't refute it. No, the entrance test is to test the children's physical fitness. You look so relaxed. You can't test it even if you skate until the sun goes down, right? It seems that I can only use force. The next entrance test must list the prohibition of using props as the first prohibited item. Ahem, that, classmate. What you said is indeed correct, but in order to test physical fitness, the school stipulates that you can only run and cannot borrow props. Because it has always been a default thing, there is no explicit prohibition posted. Who would have known that I would meet someone like you who does not play by the rules, and most importantly, the thing you invented is really good. Irika added in his mind, still with a friendly smile on his face. You are so good at being a person, with high emotional intelligence, first praising and then criticizing, no wonder Irika has always been the children's favorite teacher. This is your fault, it's better to post these explicit rules, it will be bad if you meet a genius like me one day, right? Yes, it's the teacher's fault. Irika's mouth twitched. It's hard to be a teacher. For the first time, I feel like quitting. Okay, let's forget it for the sake of the teacher. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have let him down. Xiaomu stopped when he saw that it was going well. The roller skates he invented this time were very eye-catching here, which was equivalent to a free advertisement. By the way, he saved a lot of time for himself, which was very good. Xiaomu skated outside the court and changed into ordinary shoes in his backpack. So this is a roller skate, very nice and interesting, really a genius. Irika followed Xiaomu and praised him when he saw Xiaomu change his shoes. By the way, what's your name? Are you tired? Do you want some water? The teacher will pour you a glass. Natsuki, Natsuki. Not tired, the other students are more tired, I see they are running very hard. So it's Ui's family. Indeed, so if they stop later, they can also drink water. By the way, teacher, you are deliberately delaying time so that they can catch up, right? Irika's old face turned red, he was exposed. It's hard for the teacher, you have surpassed them by 3 laps. It's good not to let you run again from the first lap, but in order to give an explanation to others. It's not too much to delay you for a few words so that they can catch up. Actually, the teacher doesn't have to be embarrassed about this. I can let them run 5 laps. After all, we will be classmates in the future, and we can't bully them too hard. Irika was in tears, thank you so much, Xiaomu is really sensible. He gave the whole audience a warning at the beginning. Let me mourn for your future classmates. Also, why is it that Xiaomu seems to be wrong, but I still have to thank him? It's so hard to be a teacher. TT. Hokage, I just became a teacher. Is it too late for me to resign now? 021, don't let children lose at the starting line. In the end, Xiaomu bravely caught up after letting 5 laps go. Subtracting the 3 laps that were exceeded, he actually let 2 laps go. He also maintained a lot of physical strength. Finally, he hardly surpassed the second place in Yazuka Kaiba with an arm's length. Won the first place. As for Sasuke, he wasted too much energy because of his mental breakdown in the previous test. Although Xiaomu adjusted himself when he stopped running and gradually caught up, he still ranked only 3rd. The second test was even simpler. The children of the family all had chakra training methods and could refine chakra early. This test mainly tested the talents of civilians. The entrance test was over. Sasuke followed his brother to the school gate with his head down. He was very sad that he didn't get the first place. Although the opponent took advantage, failure was failure. It's okay, Sasuke. This is just the beginning. You have done very well. Uchiha Itachi encouraged his younger brother kindly. He didn't encourage his younger brother, but finding flaws and excuses in others. This is the pride of Uchiha. Suddenly, Naruto's unique cheerful voice came from the school gate. Wow, Xiaomyu-jun, I got the 10th place. I passed the entrance test successfully. Listening to his joy, people who don't know him would think he got the first place. However, this mentality is better than Sasuke. You're just in time, Naruto, come here, I'll give you a pair of roller skates. Xiaomyu waved his hand. There was a pile of shoes with wheels on the bottom next to him. Wow, Xiaomyu-jun is so amazing, you invented something new again. These shoes are so cool. By the way, there are so many here, do you want me to help you do something? Naruto hugged the shoes excitedly. Wearing this, he can run fast. Xiaomyu's style was obvious to all on the field just now. Smart. Just shout according to this card. Xiaomyu praised Naruto on the spot. So, classmates, come and get your gifts. Natsuki-kun, who got first place in the entrance exam of the ninja school, is distributing gifts to everyone. Konoha roller skates. Wear it, and you will be as fast as lightning and sweep the field. Wear it, and travel around the world, and it is no problem to travel 1,000 miles a day. The original price is only 6,888 taels, and now it is a friendly price. As long as the classmates who just ran with me on the field, now it is half sold and half given for only 3,666 taels. Naruto once again played the advantage of his loud voice. Sure enough, the free advertising of running on the field just now played a good role. Parents nearby also recognized this, the most bizarre first place in history. And this advertising slogan, shouted in their hearts, novel, directly hit the soul of the ants who take advantage. The original price is 6,888, and the friendly price is only 3,666. Don't let your children lose at the starting line. Bye. If your child has such a pair of shoes early, it is still unknown who will be the first place. Although the entrance exam is over now. Didn't pass. It doesn't matter, I'll continue next year, and the older one is useless. There's still a younger one at home. They all swarmed up and waved their money. I want a pair. I want 2 pairs. Mom, I want a pair too. Hey, this lady. Your child is 1.8 meters tall and has a beard. Are you sure he was in the same arena with us? Yes, he's just a little precocious. Swoosh, then it's 3,666 taels. The crowd was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Some honest classmates felt that they owed Xiaomyu a favor at such a preferential price, and finally no longer had too much resentment for him getting the first place by cheating. Xiaomyu would say, did the teachers in the ninja school give a few pairs to each person? And some families, after seeing Xiaomyu's performance, wanted to buy a pair even if they didn't have children taking the entrance exam. Not having children now doesn't mean there won't be children in the future. Does Sasuke need a pair? Uchiha Itachi looked at the interesting roller skates, noticed the desire in his brother's eyes, and asked with a smile. Humph. I don't want it, it's a trick. Sooner or later, I can surpass them with my own speed. Little Sasuke tilted his head and snorted coldly. He showed his disdain with his attitude. This seems to be invented by that kid. If you want to surpass the other party, it's best to understand the other party first. Humph, it sounds like it makes sense, so let's get a pair. After getting the roller skates, Sasuke secretly changed them in his clan's land that afternoon, wanting to enjoy the feeling of speeding immediately. As a result, his skills were not up to standard. He was too careless and wanted to speed immediately, but the more anxious he was, the harder he could learn, and he fell badly. After bumping and colliding for an afternoon, he didn't figure out where he lost. The scene was so popular that a large bag was sold out in a short while. The crowd finally dispersed. Xiaomu Ui Kurane, who was blocked outside just now, finally had the chance to squeeze in with drinks in both hands. Although his brother got the first place by cheating, the result was valid, so he was very happy for him. I didn't expect him to suddenly say that he was thirsty and wanted to drink watermelon drink after sending him away. He is reselling his little things here. As a sister, she is also a chunin, and can take tasks to earn money. Why does a young brother need to do these small businesses? Xiaomu Ui Kurane was so angry that her eyes turned red. Sister, look, so many silver. My invention is useful, and I can make money to supplement the family income. Xiaomu carried a backpack of silver, and the sun was high in the sky at noon, emitting a scorching glow. Promise me, the ninja world is too dangerous. When accepting tasks, don't choose those tasks with high rewards and high risks. We are not short of money. The drink fell to the ground at some point. Ui Kurane's eyes became even redder. 022, Irika, this class of students is hard to lead. Don't move. If you move again, I won't pay attention to you. The next morning, the lazy voice of her sister sounded in her ears. Xiaomu suddenly opened his eyes and smelled the fragrance. Yesterday, Ui Kurane was moved. Yu drank again. So he ran over and used himself as a pillow. Outside the window, the dazzling sunlight has already shone in. Oh no, today is the opening ceremony. I'm really going to be late this time. Xiaomu couldn't help shouting. What opening ceremony? I graduated a long time ago. Sister's eyes were half open and half closed, and her voice was tired after drinking. The next moment, she was also dazzled by the dazzling golden sun. Oh no, it's your opening ceremony. Asshole Xiaomu, why didn't you wake me up? Hey? Blame me, I told you not to drink, but you can't stop once you find an excuse. Xiri Hong was more anxious than Xiaomu. She jumped up and rushed out barefoot. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face, I'll go make a lunch box, it will be ready in 5 minutes. After a while of chaos, Xiaomu carried his school bag in his left hand and his lunch box in his right hand. He was stepping on hot wheels, oh no, roller skates. Whistling away. When I arrived at the ninja school, the gate was indeed closed. Natsuki did not slow down, and flew into the campus like a young swallow returning to the forest. At this time, the opening ceremony was almost over. On the playground, there were teams of new students. While everyone's attention was on the podium, Natsuki hurried to stand at the end of the team. On the podium, the third Hokage looked solemn and gave a lyrical speech. As long as there are leaves flying, fire will burn, the shadow of fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. Konoha's opening tradition is to promote the will of fire. The new students in the audience were full of admiration and their blood was boiling. Among them, standing in the front were Akimichi Koji and Hyuga Hinata. As for Hyuga Hinata coming to the ninja school, her father Hyuga Hayashi refused. Their own family has a set of ninja training system, not to mention that Hinata has evolved a more powerful eye and has unlimited potential. It is safer and more stable to cultivate her carefully in their own family. Unfortunately, the Konoha elders will never let him have his way. If Hinata is not allowed to study in the ninja school while she is still young, so that she can develop a bond with other friends and a sense of belonging to Konoha, will they really let her stay in the family and become a time bomb for Konoha? Just like a few years ago, he could not stop Konoha from compromising with Kumagakure and his younger brother Hyuga Hisashi from dying in his place. Now he cannot stop Hinata from going to school by his own will. Soon, the third Hokage finished his speech on the summit. The Chunin teachers came on stage one by one and divided the classes according to the list. As the first place in the entrance test, Xiaomyu was undoubtedly assigned to the same class as various second generations. Although there is no clear division between elite and ordinary classes. But people who are familiar with the backgrounds of these children know that this is obviously an elite class. Yui Natsuki, Hyuga Hinata, Akimichi Koji, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Inyazuka Kaiba, Abarame Shino. Looking at the various troublesome people on the list, Irika wanted to cry but had no tears. Hokage-sama, I have only been a teacher for a short time, I am afraid I am not qualified for this job. Yui Natsuki gave herself a difficult problem in the entrance test, and she also gave gifts to teachers and promoted products outside the school. It is said that the promotion methods of all Konoha merchants are now all learning from Natsuki. Obviously, she is a troublemaker. Hyuga Hinata almost split Konoha 2 years ago, and now the huge canyon is still outside Konoha. If I accidentally annoy her, will I be split in half? Fortunately, it shouldn't happen. There is no pain, just turning into powder. Akimichi Koji, it is said that he can transform into Ultraman, and several elite ninjas were seriously injured on the spot. One is said to be still crazy and stupid. And Naruto. Believe in yourself, Irika. You are the most suitable candidate, because you have all the qualities of an excellent teacher. Most importantly, you have a kind heart. The Hokage's eyes were full of kindness, encouragement, and belief in what he could do. Finally, Irika could not refuse. Alas, I don't know if I will live to see them graduate. P.S. Thank you Rem for the monthly ticket. Just got home and typed like crazy. Dear friends, if you feel it's okay, please vote and comment to make the data look better, thank you. There will be at least 2 more updates tonight. 023, Sasuke touches the ground with his face, and Ino says something shocking. The opening ceremony is over. All the freshmen were led to their respective classrooms by the teachers. Facing the new faces, the children were curious and nervous. These are the classmates who will be together for the next 6 years. The ninja world is full of unfairness. Some people are born brilliant and destined to be the center of attention. Xiaomyu was late and was at the end of the line. When he walked into the classroom, one after another, exclamations followed. Who is this? So handsome. I know, he is the one who got the first place in the entrance test. So cool, and so strong. Wow, he seems to be looking at me. Bullshit. He is obviously looking at me. Xiaomyu-kun. Come sit over here. Xiaomyu ignored the surprised and excited Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, and others. Instead, he found a window seat and sat down. The position behind. Nothing else, just because this is the standard. The protagonist position, number 0. Ahem, just because Hinata, the shy girl, is also sitting here. Sitting here, I can always remind her to practice the ability of the reincarnation eye and improve her proficiency. Don't forget, as long as her proficiency reaches 50%, I can get a complete reincarnation eye. By then, I can walk sideways in the ninja world, no problem, right? That's the reason. Xiaomyu-kun. Good morning. Looking at Xiaomyu sitting next to her, Hyuga Hinata's face was flushed, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Long time no see, my first magician. Xiaomyu put down her school bag with a smile on her face. Long no see. Hinata's voice became smaller and smaller, and white smoke began to come out of her head. This is too shy. So you are the first magician. You are indeed quite capable, but I, Ino, will not admit defeat. I will take your position sooner or later. At this time, little Ino also came over. She sat down behind Xiaomyu and Hinata. She said something that others could not understand. But Hinata understood it immediately. Yes, she was the first magician of the Dimension End Gathering Society appointed by Xiaomyu Jun. She also gained a pair of more powerful eyes because of this. It seems that this cheerful yellow-haired lady has also been recognized by Xiaomyu Jun. No, I will not admit defeat either. Then please give me more advice. The voice was still soft and tender, but it was firm. Great, so his name is Xiaomyu. I want to sit next to him, too. Suddenly, a group of beautiful girls also gathered around. The front row was immediately empty. Irika, standing on the podium, twitched his mouth slightly. Sure enough, let's not talk about others first. This Xiaomyu is a big trouble. Ahem, classmates, don't crowd together. There are still many empty seats in front. Sit in the front, and the friends you care about can see your performance more. That makes sense. After listening to the teacher's words, a group of kids sat back. A bunch of little brats. What a trouble. Shikamaru, who was sitting next to Koji, rolled his eyes. Then, classmates. If nothing goes wrong, we will study together for the next 6 years. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Umino Irika, your homeroom teacher, responsible for most of your theoretical teaching and practical teaching. After successfully attracting the attention of all the students, Irika wrote his name on the blackboard and guided the students to go on stage one by one to introduce themselves and get to know each other. I'll go first. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become a Hokage. There are many things I like, but my favorite is Ultraman. Naruto took the lead and spoke out his dream with high spirits. Snap, snap, snap. What a great dream! Naruto, you have to work harder. Irika took the lead in clapping, making the atmosphere more intense. Some of the more timid students also began to go on stage one after another. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I want to be the pride of the Uchiha clan. I also want to beat someone up if I have a chance. Little Sasuke raised his head slightly and squinted at Xiaomyu. Because of this guy, he went home and disappointed his father. His brother Uchiha Itachi could get first place. Not only did he not get first place, he didn't even get second place. Although his father didn't say anything, he saw deep disappointment in his eyes. And the pair of roller skates he bought made him fall all afternoon. Humph! Don't give me a chance, or I will definitely vent my anger. At this time, Xiaomyu noticed that half of Sasuke's face was swollen. No wonder, with Sasuke's appearance, it is impossible that he didn't cause a sensation among these little girls. So this guy, when practicing roller skating, used his face to break? He landed on his face first. Forget it, let's not bother with him. Xiaomyu gave a caring look from a distance. Sasuke almost awakened his Sharingan. I'm Akimichi Koji, I like barbecue, and my dream is to have endless barbecue. I also like Ultraman very much. Nara Shikamaru, I haven't thought of my dream yet because it's too troublesome, I'll tell you when I think of it. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I'm glad to meet you all. Thank you. Friends, one by one went up to the stage. Hinata also went up to make a simple self-introduction with Xiaomyu's nod of encouragement. She was so nervous that she even forgot her dream. Following closely was Ino. This girl was completely opposite to Hinata. She took a big step and walked onto the podium. She raised her head and chest, her mouth slightly curled up, and her cold eyes swept across the class. Cheer, classmates! You should feel honored to be my classmate of Natsuki-kun. For a moment, the whole place was silent. 024, Social Death? Cheer, classmates! You should feel honored to be my classmate of Natsuki-kun. Hey? Irika's face was full of gentleness. Smile froze. I never thought that a self-introduction could be like this. Because it can be foreseen that you will spend the next 6 years in peace. As long as we stand here, no evil can get close to you. Perhaps you will have some doubts, which is normal. Because your mortal eyes and immature minds cannot understand our strength now. Xiao Jingyi looked at the crowd staring at him in amazement and nodded. Very good, he didn't interrupt me when I was speaking. You are qualified to be my classmate and get our protection. And Xiao Mujun also gave me an encouraging look, which was full of praise and affirmation. Yes, I am the only one who follows Xiao Mu's steps. Even if some of them obviously cast puzzled eyes. But this just proves the limitations of their thinking and their inability to understand our behavior. As Xiao Mu said before, we will eventually stand on the endless dimension, and then they will understand that today's thoughts are so immature and superficial. Then continue. If you want your real name to resound throughout the endless dimension, start from now. I am the second magician of the End of Dimension Gathering Society, and I am the one who will call out the Great Servant. Please remember my real name carefully. I am Yamanaka Ino. Shoo. Shikamaru grabbed the table with his forehead. He, who has a mature and steady personality, only felt that the surface of his body was washed by electricity as if he had been hit by lightning. The blood in his heart rushed up, and his pulse beat strongly in his clenched fists, and he issued a general order. Absolutely, 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 no one can know that he and Ino are friends. Crack. A cookie was bitten hard by Koji. He was so excited that he even took out the transformation device he carried with him. The transformation device emitted a bright glow. He could understand how heroic Ino was, standing on the endless dimension. Even if he could transform into a giant of light, he couldn't say such a heroic word. He just wanted to transform immediately and cheer for the other party. Buzz. The textbooks on the desks in the audience suddenly floated in the air. Ino's words made Hinata recall the first time she met Natsuki. At that time, his words were also so powerful. It penetrated people's hearts. Have I lost a round in this regard? The ability of the reincarnation eye was activated unconsciously because of the surging heart. The blue eyes were crystal clear. Naruto understood. Full of regret, why did he go on stage to give a speech so early? Why haven't you learned this way of speaking? Missed a great opportunity to attract everyone's attention. Obviously, the two masters who attracted attention, Natsuki and Ino, have not appeared yet. It was sloppy. Naruto's constipated expression was mixed with endless admiration for Ino and Natsuki. The whole classroom seemed to be swept by a mental storm. Ah, Miru! Irika saw the changes in the field, the flying textbooks, the faintly glowing transformation device. He quickly stopped them. In his short teaching career, no, even in his entire life, he could not understand why some people's words had such power. The whole class almost exploded. I thought I just needed to pay more attention to Hinata and Koji, the two bombs, and at most pay attention to Natsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke. I didn't expect there was another bomb buried here. Hokage. Being a teacher is too difficult. Tribute to the predecessors. What does this mean? Why do I feel so ashamed for no reason? Is this the ability of the Yamanaka family to control the mind? Indeed, the Yamanaka family's unique spiritual secret technique is too strong. Although I don't know what happened, it feels so powerful. Just now, those textbooks were floating up. So majestic. Big sister. Greetings to the big sister. The students talked a lot, and finally a group of younger brothers stood up to seek shelter. Hey? Irika looked at this dramatic turn. He also began to doubt whether he was really controlled by Yamanaka Ino's mind, or other spiritual secrets. This class of students is too strong. TT. As a Chunin, I really have no sense of security. By the way, let's stabilize the situation and calm everyone down first. Everyone be quiet. Very good. Yamanaka's self-introduction is very spirited. Irika pulled a hint of awkward smile at the corner of his mouth. Must. In a few words, Ino was very satisfied with having so many followers. Then let's see which ones are smart enough to strengthen the Dimension End Assembly Society. Then is there anything else to say? If not, well, that's all. If you say too much, the students' little heads won't be able to accept it. Irika's face twitched, thinking, you still know they can't accept it. Actually, this is what Xiaomyu-jun taught him. Every time he wanted him to say more so that he could learn more deeply, he would say, that's enough, if you say too much, your little head won't be able to accept it. Then, please invite the next person. 025, the lively little classroom. Then, please invite the next person. Irika, after wiping the sweat from his forehead, he quickly sent Ino down. The next person to stand up was Natsuki. The delicate and handsome little face caused a scream. Tisk. Looking at Natsuki, who passed by him and walked to the front of the stage. Sasuke turned his face away unhappily, with the back of his head facing people. His right hand couldn't help but touch his injured and swollen cheek. Damn it! On the day of the entrance examination, at the school gate. With his brother. He also caused a sensation, if he hadn't learned roller skating and fell and got injured. Will it make you stand out like this? Sasuke, don't worry, you are the most handsome. Beside him, Harano Sakura comforted him at the right time. She noticed Sasuke at the school gate and knew that Sasuke was a handsome boy. No one noticed this treasure at this time, so don't blame yourself for taking the initiative. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Sakura was laughing wildly in her heart. Humph. Sasuke turned his head away proudly, feeling a little better. Sure enough, there are still people who understand me. Then he stared fiercely at his lifelong enemy who was already standing on the stage. The next moment, he was slightly stunned. It seemed that even if he was not injured, he could not compare with him in terms of appearance. At this time, Xiaomyu stood straight on the podium, his face was as white as jade, without a single flaw. The light golden right pupil was shining, and the left eye with an eye mask added a bit of heroic and domineering to his young body. From beginning to end, he was filled with a confident smile. Even a person with inferiority and depression would be easily infected and regain confidence and longing for life. What kind of temperament is this? The whole class was silent, staring at Xiaomyu's actions without blinking. Good, so handsome. Harano Sakura couldn't help but say what everyone was thinking. It was careless. Why didn't I notice that Xiaomyu was more handsome just now? You just said Sasuke is the most handsome, and now you say Xiaomyu is so handsome. Then who is handsome? Behind him, Uzumaki Naruto asked dissatisfiedly. Suddenly, countless eyes were cast at him from behind. He agreed with Xiaomyu's evaluation. But for some reason, he felt uncomfortable when he heard Sakura's praise for this arrogant Sasuke. Asshole! It's none of your business. Anyway, they are both the most handsome. Many times better than you, an ugly bastard. Sakura was angry. Naruto's words made her lose face. It was as if it was a public execution. It was not good to say who was more handsome. In her heart, she preferred Xiaomyu, but she had just said Sasuke was the most handsome. Wouldn't it be a slap in her face to say it again? She had to reply ambiguously. After saying that, she felt that she was still not satisfied. She turned around and punched Naruto in anger. Wow! Naruto screamed, and his body, which was half squatting on the chair, was immediately beaten out. From then on, Sakura hated Naruto for 6 years. So, just when Xiaomyu's smile was getting deeper and deeper, he was about to introduce himself. Hashido Masai. Wait a minute. Irika suddenly stretched out his right hand with 5 fingers spread out. He stopped Xiaomyu from speaking. My heart couldn't bear it. This guy had caused chaos in the class before he even opened his mouth. What would happen if he opened his mouth? The most important thing was that he remembered that Ino mentioned Xiaomu in her first sentence, and even put his name first. Good guy, you didn't trick Xiao Ino into this, did you? The sweat on Irika's forehead had turned into a waterfall of sweat. He quickly spoke to divert everyone's attention. I'm sure the students are tired of hearing him introduce himself all the time. This time, let the teacher introduce him. I'm sure you all recognize who this is? That's right, he's Natsuki, who got first place in the entrance exam. Full name is Ui Natsuki. He's from the Ui family. Okay, let's end this self-introduction with warm applause. Welcome Natsuki back to your seat. Smart. With this guidance, he can transition to the next stage smoothly. Natsuki won't make a mistake again. I still have a talent for being a teacher. A thumbs up to the Hokage who has a sharp eye. Here Irika was secretly happy for his smartness, but after waiting for a long time, no applause rang out. What's going on? Didn't he listen to the teacher? Teacher, can you stop interrupting? I want to hear Xiaomu's voice. Yes, teacher. Xiaomu hasn't even said what her dream is. Yes. I don't know what Xiaomu likes, but does she like me wearing a skirt? If she does. You little fat boy wearing a skirt, can you stop disgusting me? Xiaomu likes cute girls like me, and the neighbors all say I'm cute. Who are you talking about who is fat? Bastard, you think I won't hit you just because the teacher is here, right? Gauden and Kamita next door. I've beaten them to tears many times. The waterfall of sweat on Irika's forehead has turned into Amazon River sweat. People who don't know the truth would think he used water escape on his head. He is close to collapse. Stop, everyone stop. The loud scolding couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the students, and some of them even started fighting. Irika had no choice but to turn his gaze back to Xiaomu and asked pitifully. Ahem, Xiaomu, how about saying a few words? Don't say too much, just 2 words will do. Xiaomu looked at the already Boilington's classroom, nodded, and slowly raised a finger. It's strange that the classroom, which was as noisy as a vegetable market, suddenly became silent, and everyone looked at Xiaomu eagerly. Even Sasuke, the representative of the opposition, wanted to hear what this guy wanted to say. I have something to say, please listen carefully. Boom. Teacher Irika finally couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. 026, 2 failed practices. The first day of the ninja school ended with all kinds of noise. As the culprit who ignited the whole place and made the children revel, Xiaomu was punished by Irika to be on duty on the first day. Zatsum said it was unfair. He didn't do much, and even introduced himself for less than a sentence. The other troubles were spontaneous behaviors of the students. If being handsome is also a mistake, then I have nothing to say. This sentence made Irika, who had finally recovered his breath, lie down again. Alas, there was no way. Xiaomu had to take up the responsibility of duty. During this period, he declined the enthusiasm of his classmates to help. He only cleaned the room with his desk mate Hinata. The light of the setting sun sprinkled on the classroom that was gradually empty. At this time, only Xiaomu and Hinata were left in the classroom. A floating broom was sweeping the floor lightly. You don't have enough control now. You can coordinate the control with both hands. Let the gravity and repulsion of the object be completely deflected. Fix the top of the broom with your right hand, and swing it left and right with your left hand to make it sweep. Xiaomu taught patiently. This is the most basic ability of the Samsara Eye. It is also the ability that Hinata can use at present. You can easily get rid of gravity and fly in the air. Hinata had already mastered this skill instinctively when her Samsara Eye had just awakened. One step further is to be able to manipulate objects and change the force on them. After mastering it, she can swing people around in the air with a wave of her hand. So difficult. Hinata's forehead was sweating. The broom was suspended in the air and trembled a few times. It raised a few grains of dust and swept away the loneliness. The next second, the control force of the left and right hands was unbalanced. Crack! The broom broke into 2 pieces. I am sorry, Natsuki-kun. 2M so stupid. Hinata said frustratedly, her 2 little hands tugging at the corners of her clothes anxiously. It was like a cute baby who had done something wrong and was waiting to be scolded. It's okay, you're already very good. Haven't you seen that others can't do it at all? Xiaomu found an excuse that Hinata couldn't refute and comforted her. Besides, there are plenty of brooms. If one breaks, just replace it. But let me finish cleaning the classroom before that, so that it won't be too late. After saying that, he waved his hand, and several other brooms in the corner all danced. Like dancing elves, they quickly cleaned the entire classroom. Good, very good. Hinata looked at this operation with shining eyes. Hinata was not surprised at all that Xiaomu also knew gravitation and repulsion. After all, strictly speaking, her ability to use the reincarnation eye was given by Xiaomu. Done. Then continue. Yet. This time, Xiaomu taught step by step. Relax and concentrate on controlling. This is not as difficult as you think. Remember not to move your right hand after it is fixed. Got it? Hinata's soft little hands were as soft as boneless, and it was very comfortable to hold. Just when I said that others should concentrate on controlling, I was distracted first. Crack! Crack! This time it was even worse, the broom broke into 3 sections. What happened? Is my teaching getting worse and worse? Xiaomu looked down. Hinata's face was red, even to the roots of her ears. White smoke began to come out of her little head. So cute. No. Oh my god, I forgot about Hinata's weird attribute. Xiaomu quickly let go. It seems that I have to slowly cultivate her character in the future, otherwise how can she be so shy? I can't do anything. It's okay, just follow my method and slowly get proficient. We'll go home after practicing for a while. Okay, thank you Xiaomu. So, the sound of wood breaking sounded again. At the same time, Yamanaka Ino didn't go home either. She took a few younger brothers and sisters who had just been received today and drew a magic circle with chalk behind the teaching building. At home, she didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But in school, where there would not be too many outside eyes. He. Ino took out a small card. Xiaomu said that as long as she followed the instructions on the card, she would sooner or later see the true meaning of the end of the dimension. Big sister, what are you doing? It seems very powerful, is it some powerful ninjutsu? The younger brothers looked at the magic circle on the floor, and then looked at the mysterious Ino, and couldn't help asking. SHH. Don't make noise. Just keep your eyes open and watch. Ino interrupted the younger brothers and sisters' questions. With a solemn expression, he clasped his hands together and placed them in front of his chest. The incomprehensible spell slowly floated out. Your body is under my command, my fate is attached to your sword. Those who respond to my call, those who follow this will and truth, respond to me. I am the one who accomplishes all the good deeds in the world, and I am the one who gathers all the evils in the world. Come through the wheel of suppression, guardian of the scales. The glory of the setting sun gradually faded. A heavy atmosphere slowly rose. The friends held their breath and did not blink. It turned out that the big sister had really been protecting them. Was she going to summon a guardian? This seemed to be a spell similar to that of a shrine maiden. It was a world they could not see. I had only heard that there were shrine maidens in the ninja world. Theatrical version of the shrine maidenshin in the demon country. I did not expect that the big sister would also do it. After a while, the surroundings were still quiet. How is it? Did it succeed? I don't know, don't ask me, feel it with your heart. I'm hungry and want to go home for dinner. Just when everyone could not help asking. Voila! A broom broke out of the window of the teaching building, flying straight in front of them. Crack! Broken into several sections. The friends widened their eyes. You looked at me, I looked at you. The setting sun had already ended, and a cold wind blew. Ghost! The crowd dispersed instantly. It seems to have failed again. Ino scratched his head and ignored the younger brothers who ran away. The truth has always been in the hands of a few people. Xiaomu put on the school bag, and left hopping. The 67th summoning ceremony failed. Come again next time. A moment later, Hinata and Xiaomu also parted at the school gate and were taken back by the family guards. The last few teachers also left. The whole campus was completely silent. Only this magic circle drawn with ordinary chalk was left, slowly and frequency flashing a faint light. 027, 100,000 Ryo and the Will of Fire Konoha Ninja Legend. Xiaomu. On your first day on duty, you broke 8 of the 10 brooms and lost 1. You also broke a window. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will let you see how strong the Chunin teacher is. Accompanied by Irika's roar. A new day at the ninja school has begun. As a young teacher, Irika is still very responsible. Before all the students arrived, he arrived at the ninja school early to prepare for class and check the hygiene of the class. As a result, he saw this scene that made him angry. Although the floor was swept clean, there was a pile of rotten wood in the corner where cleaning utensils were placed, with only one intact one standing alone. What happened? Where is Xiaomu? Bastard, he hasn't arrived at school yet. Sorry. Teacher, I damaged those, don't blame Xiaomu-kun. Hinata came to school early. Boys may not be so meticulous. But when girls go home, they remember that they destroyed public supplies during training. So they came to school early with apology. It turned out to be little Hinata. How did it become like this? Don't take other people's mistakes on yourself. Irika was not angry when he saw the cute and obedient Hinata. I still had to worry about not speaking too harshly and scaring her to tears. No, Hinata damaged the things when she was training. Hinata shook her head, then took out an envelope and handed it to Irika with both hands. This is an apology from my father, I hope the teacher will accept it. I thought of the few people that the Hokage asked him to pay special attention to. This time, Irika believed it. The data showed that Hinata did awaken an incredible ability when she was very young. Looking at the sincere and watery blue eyes, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, above the white eyes? What an amazing eyes! Then shook his head, no need, just know the owner, the losses will be solved by the teacher. Please accept it, teacher. There was a pair of determined eyes on the little face. Is this the spirit and persistence of the Konoha clan? It turned out to be so, teacher will accept it. Irika also took it seriously with both hands, worthy of the Hyuga family. Others may only see one meaning, but Irika saw 3. First, a sincere apology. Second, to teach the children that if it is their own fault, they must admit it and make up for the losses caused. Third, to warn others. Even Hinata's trivial matter is taken so seriously by the Hyuga clan. If someone dares to really bully her, then... Irika returned to the office with a lot of thoughts and opened the envelope. 100,000 Ryo. It turns out there is another meaning. Rising day by day. Students arrived in the classroom one after another. Here she comes. The big sister is here. She's fine. Outside the door, a classmate who was on the lookout suddenly ran into the classroom and shouted. Several students who escaped last night were frightened. The friends who were going home quickly got up and ran out. Standing in 2 rows outside the door. The children in the classroom looked at these lively treasures in confusion. just when Xiao Jingyi jumped and came to the door of the classroom happily. "Hello, big sister." The voice was loud and uniform. "Great, you cowards. You have the nerve to call me big sister." "Big sister, I was hungry yesterday, and I didn't mean to run away. My mother called me home for dinner." "Is your mother the loudspeaker of Konoha?" She shouted from the head of the village to the end of the village and spread to the school. "Big sister, don't pay attention to him, he is lying. What I said is the truth. I just had a stomachache yesterday, I just ran to the toilet, and when I came back, everyone ran away. I didn't want to run, I saw them running, so I ran away. By the way, didn't big sister encounter anything last night?" The friends talked about shirking responsibility. Yesterday, Ino was scared away by a broom that suddenly flew over. It was wrong to leave Ino alone. But today, Ino was able to come to school safely. It proves that she is indeed a capable person. Thinking about the floating textbook when she introduced herself in class. Wow! It can be concluded that Ino is indeed a magician. It is similar to those mysterious Maiko in the ninja world, or even more mysterious. After all, no one has heard of it before. "Big sister. I want to learn magic too." This is the voice of everyone. Get lost, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. "Humph, you dare to look down on me, the second magician. Now you know you are wrong, right? With me here, no ghosts dare to get close, and you were scared away by a piece of wood. It's too embarrassing for our club. This kind of person will never be accepted by Xiaomu. I'll leave you alone for a few days." Little Ino walked into the classroom with her head held high. What happened? Why did little Ino conquer these little brothers in one day? Shikamaru was puzzled. Maybe he couldn't keep up with their train of thought? I don't know, maybe little Ino will soon transform into Ultraman. Koji didn't know why, he just knew that he could transform into Ultraman inexplicably. Someone as courageous as Ino must be able to do it. A moment later, the bell rang. Irika walked into the classroom with a big book under his arm. After a quick glance, he made sure that everyone was present and opened the book. "Classmates, class. This is a theoretical class. We will learn about the history of Konoha and the origin of ninjas. Before that, let me ask you a question, what is a ninja?" The teacher threw out a question that has been discussed in the ninja world at the beginning of the class. The students were immediately excited and talked about their understanding and even imagination of ninjas. Ninjas should be those who can change and move around. Ninjas should be those who can use powerful ninjutsu. No, ninjas should be able to endure. Last time when I was queuing to use the toilet, I almost leaked. Then I met a ninja adult, and he said to me, "Kid, you go first, I can still endure." No, ninjas are youth. Do you remember Kamita who I beat up? Last week he had an ugly haircut, and I said why it looked like a watermelon head. Then a watermelon head ninja walked by. He said, "This is youth. Sooner or later he can become an outstanding ninja." Seeing that the students' interest was aroused, Irika smiled and explained. "Students, you are all right. But the teacher wants to add one point, in addition to a certain amount of strength, ninjas also need a strong heart and an unyielding will. Please turn to the first page of the Will of Fire Konoha Ninja Biography." The children opened the thick book one after another, and the first thing they saw was a few big words. The strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. 028, Shisui died, Sasuke's little flame. At this time in the Hokage building, the Konoha F4 elders were holding a secret meeting in the quiet room. The Uchiha clan's handling problem. Since the Nine Tails rebellion, everyone saw the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes. They have become more ostracized against the Uchiha clan. They always think about eliminating this cancer, which is the only thing that may affect their rule and the stability of the village. Danzo, Hiruzen, Uchiha is no longer necessary. What are you still worried about? Are you afraid that other villages will take the opportunity to start a war? Not to mention that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has slowly grown. Even the new generation of Konoha has appeared, Hyuga Hinata and Akimichi Koji, who can directly go to the battlefield and intimidate one side. We can give it a try and completely eliminate the Uchiha. Mito Kato-en, yes, the Uchiha has lost power in Konoha. After so many years as the Konoha guard, the people have already been boiling with resentment. Now is the best time to take action. The third Hokage shook his head and decisively rejected everyone's request. It's not the time yet. We still lack an opportunity and an important candidate. You know how strong the Uchiha are. Not to mention that the person who can control the Nine Tails and hides behind the scenes has not been found out yet. Even the new generation of Uchiha is not easy to underestimate. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi and other geniuses are emerging endlessly. In recent years, due to the rise of geniuses from the Hyuga family and the Akimichi family, the Uchiha war faction has been much more low-key, and even the originally planned coup has been postponed again and again. Add fuel to the fire slowly and let them burn. In addition, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi's ideological work cannot be slackened for a moment. Hearing this, Danzo laughed sarcastically. How long do you have to wait? You are too indecisive. As for that instant body Shisui, let me be the bad guy for once. What do you want to do? I tell you, you'd better not pay attention to Shisui. Otherwise, the third Hokage severely reprimanded, but his eyes were hidden in the hat that was put on again. Hee hee. Danzo sneered and slammed the door. Before I knew it, more than 3 months had passed since the start of school. The situation in Konoha has been a bit delicate recently. From time to time, there were riots in various places, or shops were stolen, and pedestrians were robbed. This made the members of the Uchiha Guard, who were responsible for Konoha's security, extremely angry. When they stepped up their efforts to investigate, they had several conflicts with the villagers because of their bad attitude. It was against this background the Uchiha clan frequently held clan meetings. The war faction and the radical faction rose again. A few days later, Uchiha Shisui, a genius who was famous in the ninja world and belonged to both Konoha and Uchiha, and was known as Instant Body Shisui, died unexpectedly. As soon as this news came out, it instantly set off a huge wave in the Uchiha clan. Then it shocked the entire Konoha. Brother, accompany me to practice shuriken. If I had my brother's throwing skills, I would be able to easily deal with that guy. In the Uchiha clan territory, Sasuke called Uchiha Itachi, who was about to leave. Recently, the study in the ninja school has been going well, and most of them are theoretical courses. Some of the occasional practical courses are also ninja tool throwing, which is my specialty. I easily got the second place. Damn, I was suppressed by that Xiaomu again. This guy is just a bull, with great strength. Actually, he used some repulsion, and every time he threw, he blew up the target, and his accuracy may not be as good as his. Hearing his brother's request, Uchiha Itachi smiled and waved to Sasuke. Sasuke ran over happily. Bang! Before he got close, 2 fingers pressed against his forehead. Next time, okay. Next time for sure. It's like this again, Sasuke looked at his brother angrily and gradually went away. Just when he was bored and wanted to practice by himself, a tall figure walked out of the room. It was Oda-san. Come on, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku touched his youngest son's head, but his eyes were fixed on the back of his eldest son who was walking away. Hi! Sasuke jumped up happily. After a while, they came to the Uchiha Go Fireball Special Training Lake. Do you know what the pattern on the back of your clothes is? Yes, it's a round fan, and it's also our clan emblem. Yes, a round fan, which can fan the wind and fuel the fire. The Sharingan made us famous in the ninja world, but the fire escape is the foundation of our clan. Today, I'll teach you the fire escape. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have a hint of something. He was stunned for a while after he finished speaking. Then he began to make hand seals. In order for Sasuke to remember, he did not make the hand seals very quickly. When the whole hand seal was completed, a huge fireball was ejected from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. The scorching flames made the originally calm lake boil. A large amount of water vapor spiraled up into the sky. So powerful! In addition to the flames, Sasuke's eyes already showed the scene of Xiaomyu being defeated by him. He couldn't wait to make hand seals and spit out. Fire style, great fireball technique. Puff! A small flame emerged with difficulty. After a gust of wind, he passed away in an instant. Alas, as expected, not as good as Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku sighed softly. Caused 10,000 critical damage to Sasuke. Thanks to the little match girl, I am a bookworm, Ji, for the monthly ticket. Thanks to the reward from Tianzhong Ranjao. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for flowers and comments. I went out for something. At 12:53 in the morning, in the south without heating, I also have to update to thank you all. I will continue to update tomorrow morning. 029, Actual Combat Assessment, Naruto with an invisible blood bar. The next day, Uchiha Sasuke came to school with swollen cheeks. He had just learned fire release yesterday, and he was very happy. But his father's slight sigh turned into frustration. Yes, he was far worse than his brother, who could learn the great fireball technique after watching it once. He was unwilling to admit defeat, and his cheeks were swollen, but he still didn't succeed. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Harano Sakura asked worriedly when she saw Sasuke's appearance. Alas, Sasuke's appearance is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Compared with Natsuki, he is completely defeated. No thorns, it's none of your business. Sasuke shook his hand irritably, and his words were windy, a little lost the standard. Sakura is good in other aspects, but she has no expression, always inadvertently exposes people's scars. But compared to the other one. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with Sasuke, you look like a toad. No, I'm dying of laughter, puhaha. Naruto in the back seat laughed and slapped the table. You bastard! You're looking for death. Sasuke was angry, turned around and crossed the table, pounced on Naruto, ready to beat out all the depression from yesterday. You two, you have a good relationship. This is the scene that Xiaomyu saw when he just entered the classroom. At this time, Sasuke rode on Naruto, opened his bows left and right, and hit him several times. The completely defeated Naruto had thick skin and flesh, and he resisted the pressure and hit him from time to time. No matter how Sakura persuaded him, he didn't let go. But after hearing Xiaomyu's words, the two looked at each other. Ugh! They vomited at each other and quickly let go of their hands and feet. At this time, Naruto's cheeks were also swollen, like a toad. And Sasuke had dark circles under his eyes on top of the original ones. After a while, the class bell rang. Irika walked in, glanced at the attendants and said, "Students, gather at the training ground." As for Naruto and Sasuke, these two people would have this situation every other day, and he was used to it. At first, I was worried whether they would be injured, so I applied medicine to them. Later, I found that these two people had amazing recovery ability, especially Naruto. Before the ointment was brought, he was already intact. It's better not to waste it, save some for other children. On the training ground. In the past few months, most of you have taken theoretical courses, and your thinking has changed a lot. Physical skills, shuriken throwing, and basic parrying have also been trained to a certain extent. But there has been no actual combat practice. Today, we will take a small test to comprehensively test your recent learning results. As soon as Irika finished speaking, someone raised a question. Teacher, are there any restrictions on the battle practice? There are no big restrictions. This is to let you fight in real life and feel the fighting atmosphere of ninjas in advance. This will clarify your next learning direction. Of course, there are no ninja tools. You must use the wooden props provided by the school, and you cannot use iron tools. The teacher will take care of other safety issues. If you are afraid of even a little bump, there is no need to be a ninja. Any other questions? If not, let's start. Also, teacher, isn't it Mr. Shimada's outdoor physical education class today? Why didn't Mr. Shimada come? Oh, I forgot to say. Your teacher Shimada caught a cold yesterday and asked for a day off today. Damn, Mr. Shimada caught a cold 3 times this month and had a fever twice. Soon, Irika stopped the students' complaints and took out a form. Called the students up one by one. The actual combat assessment officially began. Although there has been no actual combat so far. But everyone knows who is at the top of the class. Xiaomu ranked first in overall strength. Only scored 98 points in each written test. Ninja tool throwing technique, always accurately exploded the target, making it impossible for the teacher to determine how many rings the opponent hit. 95 points. Other comprehensive scores are also above 95. Sakura ranked first in theory, and she must score 100 points in each written test. Others are slightly inferior. Sasuke is also very good in all aspects. The overall score is around 92. If it weren't for Xiaomu, he would be the first. So the order of this assessment puts these more attractive and more anticipated students at the back. First, those with poor overall strength, then the strong ones. In order to avoid a good start and a bad end, which will make the friends behind lose their enthusiasm. Soon, several rounds of actual combat were over. Sure enough, they are still children, especially civilian children who have not received much special training. Basically, they all use a set of cuckold punches and wrestling to solve the battle. Next match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Tokaze Daimon. Irika shouted. Teacher, I have an opinion. My opponent is too weak. Can we change to Sasuke? I want to beat him into a pig's head. After hearing the list of opponents, Naruto quickly jumped out and refused. Before Irika could respond, the despised Daimon classmate had already rushed to the stage, his expression furious. You bastard, you are the bottom of the exam with 0 points in all subjects, and you dare to say that I am too weak. Come on up, I want to beat you up. The list is ready and cannot be changed. Irika also shook his head and refused. Damn it, then I have to deal with you first. After running to the stage, the two formed a seal of opposition. Naruto was aggressive and took the lead, punching out with a right hook. Tokaze Daimon -0. Before he could reach the person, Daimon had already grabbed his neck and threw him out. Uzumaki Naruto -30. It's nothing, Naruto is a head shorter than Daimon, and even his arms are not as long as his. Shorty, where is your arrogance just now? Daimon stretched his neck and laughed. Damn, it's just the beginning now. Naruto gritted his teeth, put his 4 claws on the ground, and rushed up again. Bang! Shoo! Boom! -50. -20. -30. Naruto's health dropped rapidly, but he never touched the gate. Realizing that he might lose, he finally used his usual fighting style against Sasuke. He faced the fist without dodging. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto -100. Very good, Daimon-san hit a critical hit this time. While Naruto was blocking the punch, he finally touched the gate. Dofeng Daimon -20. At this moment, both of them were hurt, and their health bars finally showed up. Dofeng Daimon, 280/300. Uzumaki Naruto, 9870/10,000. 030, hey ha! Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Sure enough, the physical differences between the two sides were too big. In the end, at the cost of Naruto's head being covered with wounds, he won this round miserably. After Iruka encouraged the two as usual, the test continued. The students took turns to fight, and the battle became more exciting with the addition of elite students. The atmosphere gradually became stronger, with loud cheers and shouts from the back. Next game, Yamanaka Ino vs Kohara Kurama. Come on, big sister. Big sister will win. With the cheers of the younger brothers. Kokoro walked into the arena with flowers all the way and special effects. Iruka's face was full of black lines. This middle school girl was full of confidence in herself, and I didn't know how strong she was. This is also what most students want to know. Who knew that just after taking the seal of opposition, the opponent announced his surrender? H. Sorry, I surrender, I'm allergic to pollen. What is this? Conquering the enemy without fighting? Iruka had no choice but to announce that Ino won. Next, Abarame Shino vs Inyazuka Kaiba. Shikamaru vs Sakura. Koji vs Hinata. The left side is completely defeated. The right side is completely victorious. Shino's little bugs cannot form effective combat power. Shikamaru surrenders directly. Koji is thrown out of the field by Hinata's repulsion at the beginning. I thought that so many children of powerful families must be a fierce battle, but it ended in a hurry. Everyone shouted that it was not enough. Just then, the last game came. Final game, Ui Natsuki vs Uchiha Sasuke. This time, the students' interest was raised again. Ace versus ace. Both of them have comprehensive strength far exceeding others. It is rare that there is no obvious weakness. The strength they usually show is something that many senior students cannot do. Natsuki-kun, come on. Sasuke, come on. Natsuki, don't be polite, give Sasuke a good beating. This was shouted by Naruto. The two did not pay much attention to the noisy crowd, but came to the field. Humph. Finally I have a chance to fight you in a fair fight. I will tell you what a true genius is. Sasuke raised his head and activated the taunting mode at the beginning. Tisk tisk, idiot, you have no self-awareness at all. You have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. Xiaomu tisk tisk. In terms of taunting and attracting hatred, Sasuke lost another round. Yo. Cool. Come on, both of you. The two people with swords drawn pushed the atmosphere of the whole venue to the top, greatly attracting attention. Outside the field, Iruka silently wiped his sweat, widened his eyes, and did not dare to relax at all, always feeling that these two guys were going to make trouble. Naruto realized it again. No wonder he always didn't get enough attention. Look at what these two said on the stage, they created enough contradictions and gimmicks before the fight started. Think about the scene when he went on stage, and the difference was obvious. Xiaomu is really a rhythm master who attracts the attention of the masses. The battle begins. The teacher gave the order. The two of them did not make much noise but did nothing. They threw out kunao and shurikens all over the sky. Da-da-da. Since they were all wooden student-level hidden weapons, they made a series of da-da sounds after the collision. They fell like raindrops. So strong, we can't dodge just this one shuriken. The students looked at the hidden weapon attack like a rain of flowers in horror. If they were replaced with real weapons. If they couldn't dodge, wouldn't they be stabbed like a hornet's nest? Pa. 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 After throwing all the wooden hidden weapons in one breath, the two of them came into direct contact with each other, fighting with fists and feet. Their limbs fought each other several times in an instant. What a strong force! Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly, and these few hits almost made him lose his balance. Feeling the power and numbness from his arms. He knew that he couldn't win easily in terms of physical skills, so he could only keep a distance and look for opportunities. With a kick of his feet, he shot backwards. Who knew that he was fast, but Xiaomu was even faster. Want to get away? How easy is that? Wolf Fang Wind Fist. A loud shout came, and Xiaomyu's fist turned into a dense fist shadow and rushed over. After Sasuke caught a few punches, his posture was completely broken, and the door was opened. Then he was hit hard and flew out, rolling on the ground for several meters. So strong, I didn't expect Xiaomyu-kun to be so strong in physical skills besides ninja tool throwing. Shikamaru's eyes were solemn. You know, Sasuke's physical skills are not weak, few other people present can be sure to beat him, but judging from the situation, he is still far behind Xiaomyu. Yet, especially that Feng Feng fist, it is probably the family boxing of the Xie family, right? But isn't the Xie family famous for illusion? Koji scratched his head, feeling that he couldn't catch the fist with his speed. In fact, it was not an orthodox boxing method, but a quick punch that Xiaomyu casually called out and relied on his physical speed to throw. So Xiaomyu wins this competition. Wait. I haven't lost yet. Sasuke climbed up tremblingly. Stopped Irika from announcing the result. I still have a trick, and it will definitely work this time. As long as he can use the fire escape, he will definitely win. Si, Wei, Shen. Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes were sharp, and his hands were in seals. What is this? Is it a ninjutsu? And it doesn't look like a basic three-body technique. No way, Sasuke-kun can use ninjutsu so quickly. The classmates couldn't believe it. Both sides of this battle brought them enough surprises. Be careful, Xiaomyu-kun. Hinata reminded anxiously. She secretly used the Byakugan and clearly saw that Sasuke's chakra was indeed gathering crazily. He was really using ninjutsu. Xiaomyu-kun is in trouble. No one can resist the power of ninjutsu at this stage. Shikamaru frowned. He also felt that Sasuke was probably not just firing blanks. Don't worry, I also know ninjutsu. Xiaomyu said something lightly, which surprised others. I wanted to be low-key, but I didn't expect that I would be looked down upon. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Everyone was madly complaining in their hearts. Who looked down on you? You have always been the most handsome guy in the audience. Irika was full of black lines. If you call yourself low-key, then no one can be called high-profile. Only Hinata knew that what Xiaomyu said was true. At least, only she knew the ability of the Samsara Eye. Hey ha! Xiaomyu didn't make any hand seals at all, and just put his hands together. A huge pressure swept the whole place from Xiaomyu. Sasuke in front was affected by his words, causing the speed of making hand seals to slow down by several beats. But at this time, the hand seals were also completed. It's over. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. 031, awakening, life is always ups and downs. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. Puff. Sasuke blew out a swaying little flame from his mouth. And Xiaomyu shouted out a sigh of loneliness, and a breeze blew. This breeze slowly blew to Sasuke's side. So the only orange on the field was blown out. This. The whole field was silent. Everyone didn't know what to say. It seems that you have been brewing for a long time, with such rich expressions and movements, but in the end, 2 duds came out. Especially Xiaomyu, such a famous ninjutsu, but in the end, it didn't even produce a flame. That is to say, how can they use ninjutsu normally at their age? Shikamaru was a little doubtful about life, and his analysis was frequently wrong in things related to Xiaomyu. I understand. Everyone's eyes were cast on Naruto, who shouted this sentence. They are the masters of performance. Whether they have used ninjutsu or not, they have already attracted enough attention. And why does Sasuke, the arrogant guy, suddenly have such a talent for performance? It is obvious that he was caught in Xiaomyu-jun's illusion without knowing it. After all, he comes from the Ui family. Didn't you say that the Ui family is very good at illusion? Naruto analyzed it very well. Swoosh. Everyone nodded, but when did Naruto, this idiot, have such a brain? Xiaomyu-jun is so strong that no one noticed when he used illusion. Fuck you, Kaizen. Sasuke shouted angrily, I just didn't release it. This time, the glory of Uchiha is at stake. Sasuke's eyes were red, and he was close to the critical point of awakening the Sharingan. Frustrated again and again, he even lost the face of the Uchiha clan in public. Is the gap between me and my brother so big? No. I am Sasuke, I am also Uchiha. Hey! A huge momentum surged from Sasuke, and all the chakra in his body was mobilized. This time, even Xiaomyu felt the surging pressure. Finally, he was serious. Very good, my voice was not loud enough just now, and I failed. This time I have to be serious. While harassing with words, Xiaomyu was thinking about how to get rid of Sasuke without exposing his ability of the reincarnation eye and the power of Ultra. Let's continue to use this move to cover it up. If he really releases the fire escape, I will take advantage of the chaos to use repulsion to hit the hidden weapons on the ground and end the battle. If he doesn't release it, then I can just solve it with physical skills. The idea has been made. Xiaomyu also clasped his hands together and shouted, Hey ha! Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. This time, Sasuke used up all his chakra and strength, and his seals were smooth and fast as lightning. The fire of anger, the fire of punishment. Ninjutsu, Super Thunderbolt Fireball. This time, Xiaomyu's voice was like a loud bell, spreading throughout the ninja school and spreading to the entire Konoha village. Buzz. The whole sky darkened. Ding. The power of the evil king's true eyes is activated. You have gained a new ability ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Boom. The huge fireball burst out, and along the way, all the wooden ninja tools on the ground were all on fire. The air was distorted by the scorching. Oh no! Xiaomyu is in danger. Everyone was shocked by Sasuke's fire escape. Iruka ran towards Xiaomyu even faster, wanting to save him. Just the next moment, a more intense flame ignited in front of Xiaomyu. As if it came from an endless abyss, or from another dimension. The flames of lightning and fire instantly engulfed Sasuke's fireball. A sizzling sound that made everyone's scalp numb was heard in the air. Oh no! Sasuke is in danger. Iruka's forward steps suddenly stopped, and he instinctively wanted to save Sasuke in another direction. Result. Crack. Ah! No one noticed that the screams of a poor teacher with a twisted waist were drowned in the huge flames. At this time, Xiaomyu also found that the second-year ninjutsu he was shouting had actually come true. He quickly forced the direction to deflect the direction of the fireball. It hit the sky to the right of Sasuke. Boom boom! A big hole was smashed in the multi-story ninja school experimental building. Endless flames burned the wall, and the electric currents made a terrifying sizzling sound. If someone was there, they would probably be paralyzed by the electric current. On the spot, I was burned by the flames and stimulated by the lightning at the same time. Enjoy the pleasure of both fire and thunder. Fortunately, there was no one in the experimental building at ordinary times. The super fireball continued to move forward. It exploded fiercely in the air, completely illuminating the entire Konoha. The whole place was silent. Rumble. Only the residual power of the explosion continued to come. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, unable to close them. Crack, bang. The burned wall of the experimental building collapsed completely. Wow! Whoever says this is an illusion again, I will beat him. The previous assessments made people lose their enthusiasm. The last game was full of twists and turns, too dazzling. What a bastard performance, master, we thought the two on the field were juggling to liven up the atmosphere. It turned out that we were fooled by them, and they had such strength. I understood again," Naruto said with a trembling voice. He was also frightened by the power of Xiaomu's attack. All the students around looked at each other. They surrounded him silently and raised their fists. "You have realized it again. What have you realized again, you bastard? I'll let you realize it." Bang, bang, bang. "Ah, I was wrong, I will never understand again." Sasuke ignored the people's funny tricks to ease the shock in their hearts and verify the current reality. He stared at the sky blankly. His heart was up and down several times. He was depressed because of his father's disappointment, angry because of his own incompetence, and happy because he successfully sent out a fireball. But now the joy did not last for a few seconds, and he was shocked by Xiaomu's ninjutsu. "Don't worry, your life has just begun, and there will be ups and downs later." A sigh of comfort from Xiaomu came from the other side. Sasuke did not look down at the surroundings, but continued to look at the gradually silent sky for a long time. There seemed to be tears in his eyes, and an unspeakable feeling surged in his heart, a little painful, a little astringent, and a little moist. "I lost." The whole body fell to the ground numbly. In his eyes, a Megatama Sharingan slowly rotated. 032, Yamanaka Inoichi is the king of face-changing. Have you heard? The kid from the Ui family developed a very powerful ninjutsu and blew up the experimental building of the ninja school. Who is it? The Ui family has been completely ruined since the Nine Tails Rebellion. It is said that there are only 2 people left in the entire family. Who else could it be? There is only one person still studying in the ninja school, named Uchiha or something. It seems that he is the nephew of the famous Ui Shinku, and now lives with his daughter Ui Kurane. Anyway, they are from the same family. Oh, it's him. Was he the one who caused the movement over Konoha this morning? It's amazing. He has such strength while still in the ninja school. What a genius. Have you heard? The kid from the Ui family blew up the ninja school. What? Where did you hear that? Didn't they blow up the Hokage rock? You are all wrong. The kid from the Ui family blew up Konoha. The power of that ninjutsu is too great. Outrageous. Is the place where I am standing now the underworld Konoha? Can you do something to the living world? Well, anyway, the Ui family has a successor that afternoon, the whole Konoha was talking about it. After all, everyone saw the powerful explosion in the sky above Konoha. This gave people something to talk about after dinner, so the rumors became more and more outrageous. Yamanaka Ino's house. At the end of the morning assessment, such a big accident happened, and half of the school laboratory building was blown up. Irika's waist was also twisted, becoming the most seriously injured person in the accident. So the whole school was on holiday in the afternoon. At this time, bored Xiao Ino was secretly drawing her magic circle at home. She was ready to continue the summoning ceremony. Xiao Mujun was getting stronger and stronger, and she was already several dimensions behind him. She had to catch up with him in time. Xiao Ino clasped her hands together and recited the summoning spell again. Your body is under my command, and my destiny is attached to your sword. What are you doing? Suddenly, the voice of a middle-aged man interrupted the little Ino's chanting. Ino hurriedly stopped the ceremony, opened her eyes, and saw that it was indeed her father Yamakatsu Inoichi. 2am. Ino, I heard recently that you behaved very strangely in school. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yamakatsu Inoichi frowned, his face full of disappointment. You are such a sensible child, it is impossible for you to make these things by yourself. Tell me, who taught you? No one taught me, realized it myself. I want to hear the truth. This is the truth. Okay, then who taught you this pattern on the ground? It's pretty beautiful. Hehe, think so too. This was taught by the great lord of the dimension, Natsuki-kun. I thought it was very cool and mysterious at first sight. I have to say that you have a good eye, Dad. Little Ino, when she heard her father no longer blame her but praised her magic circle, her tail immediately rose to the sky. She told him everything. Haha, she is still a child, and everything was exposed when she asked in a different way. Yamanaka Ino sneered. His expression became stern again. So his name is Xiaomyu, right? Very good, he made my daughter like this, I will skin him alive. Little Ino blinked, not knowing why her father changed so much. It is said that women's faces are fickle, but I didn't expect that her father is the master of face changing. However, the next moment, Ino came to her senses and realized that she was confused by her father's words and gave Xiaomyu away. No wonder many people in the village are afraid of their father. Oh, don't make things difficult for Xiaomyu, he is a good person. In the morning, he used a very powerful ninjutsu. In order not to hurt his classmates, he hit the ninjutsu into the sky. Xiao Jingyi persuaded anxiously. Awesome ninjutsu, Xiaomyu. Is this Xiaomyu's full name Ui Xiaomyu? The one who blew up the whole ninja school and caused you to have a holiday. Yamanaka Hai stopped and turned back to ask. Yes. But he didn't blow up the whole. Xiao Jingyi nodded. Very good, forget it this time, after all, they are just children's tricks. You can communicate more with this Xiaomyu, I have a hunch that Konoha will belong to your generation sooner or later. Yamanaka Inoichi interrupted Xiao Ino again, nodded, smiled gently, and then strode away. Xiao Ino looked confused, she didn't understand the world of adults. However, she secretly gave Yamanaka Inoichi a nickname. Face-changing king. The same thing happened in the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hayashi, I heard that Ui Natsuki from your school developed a very powerful ninjutsu. Blow up the Hokage building. Hyuga Hinata nodded and shook her head, yes, it's really amazing. But they didn't blow up the Hokage building, they just blew up the school's experimental building during the assessment competition. Oh, I said, how could they suddenly go and blow up the Hokage building? He heard many versions on his way home just now. The people who were sent out to investigate have not returned yet. And he selectively believed the version of blowing up the Hokage building. Hinata Hayashi frowned and then relaxed, it's a waste of joy. It was smashed by you once. If it is blown up by others again, I don't think the old man of the third generation will have the face to be Hokage. However, it's also good to destroy the genin school. Ha ha ha, as long as I can make things difficult for that old man, I'm happy. You should pay more attention to this Xiaomyu in school. Hi. P.S. Thanks to 188-326, Lucaris, Lu Dai, you are occupied and other big guys for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Lu Dai for urging me to update, I will get this ticket today. Thanks to 172-037, 3553 for their rewards. Thanks to all the big guys for their flowers and comments. Your support is the driving force for us to keep typing. 033, Kind Mother, Rekindled Flame. Uchiha Clan Land, Clan Leader Uchiha Fuyu's family. Little Sasuke has been in a low mood since he came back from school. He has been bored in his room for the whole afternoon. How about I go and see? In the living room, Uchiha Meichin said to Fugaku. Humph, as an Uchiha, this is just one blow. Let him stay alone. Uchiha Fugaku said expressionlessly. It depends on who he is facing. I heard that in this assessment, his opponent released a ninjutsu that directly flattened the school and the back mountain. You saw the big commotion in the sky, how did Sasuke win? Little Sasuke is already very good. His overall performance has always been ranked second in the class. And in this assessment, I heard that he released a huge fireball. Uchiha Mikan patiently talked about the advantages of little Sasuke. Don't be like those ordinary people, spreading rumors. It's not that exaggerated. The little guy from the Ui family only knocked down the experimental building of the ninja school. That's amazing. He's a monster. Could you do that when you were this age? You were just a wooden boy back then, not as good as our little Sasuke. Enough, you should go in and see the child. That's too much, exposing the old secrets. I was indeed a bit dull when I was young, but fortunately my strength grew explosively later. Uchiha Fugaku blushed and waved his hand, interrupting Mikato's mumbling. Alas, when a woman has a child, she gives away most of her love. Uchiha Mikato happily responded and ran to knock on little Sasuke's door. What are you doing, little Sasuke? I heard that you successfully released a great fireball this morning. That's great. Squeak. Oh Ka-san, Mom, can you please stop talking about what happened this morning? Sasuke opened the door weakly. What's wrong? You look so listless. This is not like you normally. Although she knew what was going on, Mikato would not say it directly. Let the child speak out for himself to better relieve the psychological pressure. I competed with someone this morning, and the result? Forget it, don't mention it. Oh Ka-san, are some geniuses really impossible to surpass? Sasuke was very tired. His brother was like this, and so was Natsuki. He had always taken his brother as his role model, but found that he could not catch up no matter how hard he tried. It was not easy to find an interesting peer. My brother couldn't compare, so it should be easy to surpass him. As a result, the great fireball that he had worked so hard to learn was a joke in front of the other party. Can you understand this kind of blow? No, as long as you work hard, you will catch up one day. In fact, little Sasuke is also a genius. Uchiha Mikato touched her son's head and encouraged him with a smile. Oh Kazan, don't comfort me. How can a true genius lose to others? Like my brother and father, they were the strongest among their peers from the beginning. Little Sasuke curled his lips. You are wrong. Your father was very clumsy when he was young. Not to mention his peers. Even Hyuga Hayashi, who is a few years younger than him, and Namikaze Minato are much better than him. But now, Namikaze Minato aside, Hyuga Hayashi is definitely not as good as your father. Uchiha Mikato seemed to think of the fun things in his childhood, and the light of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He became happier and happier as he talked, and kept revealing some of Uchiha Fugaku's childhood scandals. Really? Don't lie to me. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Every child likes to hear stories about their parents, and Sasuke also became interested when talking about this. Only a father who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, hiding outside the door, has a frown on his face. Why are you talking about me when you comfort the child? There are actually many geniuses in our village who are exceptionally outstanding when they are young. But they gradually become ordinary people when they grow up. Some people even graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, became a chunin at the age of 6, and a jonin at the age of 12. But later, their strength stagnated for a long time and they never had a brilliant record again. So, some people may be able to lead for a period of time because of their good foundation, but they may not be able to lead the whole way. There are too many geniuses who are overtaken by the latecomers. Only those who persevere and strive to catch up can run the whole course better. By then, you look back and see that many people who once ran in front of you have been left far behind by you without knowing it. Uchiha Mikato persuaded slowly, her eyes full of maternal brilliance. Thank you, Kazan. I understand. Sasuke nodded, and the flame of struggle rekindled in his eyes. I will practice now, and I will never let him run ahead all the time. Sasuke did what he said and said goodbye to his mother immediately. He ran to the Uchiha Fireball Training Lake with passion. The fireball technique has been completely mastered. But it is still far behind Xiaomu's super invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Moreover, Sasuke looked at his one Magatama Sharingan reflected in the lake. He clearly remembered the battle scene. Xiaomu's ninjutsu didn't even need hand seals. Just shout loudly. If he can do it, I can do it too. An Uchiha is an expert in controlling fire. As long as he can master this technique, he is confident that he will surpass Xiaomu in all aspects of use. So let's get started. First of all, hey ha! Sasuke clapped his hands, his expression solemn. Ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. After a moment. Ah! Except for a few crows that were scared away, there was no movement at all. Sure enough, such a powerful ninjutsu is not so easy to succeed. Even Xiaomu, who developed this technique, shouted twice. Moreover, he succeeded in making it, and the shout was unusually loud. Very spirited. Very good, that's it. Sasuke felt that he had mastered the key points. This time, he was very thoughtful for a while. Hey ha! Little Sasuke clapped his hands hard, opened his mouth to the extreme, and the sound of HA was dragged out for a long time. Ninjutsu, super invincible thunderbolt fireball. Very spirited. The sound spread far away, from the lake to the entire Uchiha clan. In the woods by the lake, the two parents who were peeking at Sasuke's movements were full of black lines. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at his wife. Is this the result of your counseling? Humph! Isn't it very energetic? Much better than before. Uchiha Mikoto retorted dissatisfiedly, and gently pinched the soft flesh on her husband's waist with her slender fingers. You must have put too much pressure on the child. Don't do this in the future. 034, Hokage visits. Evening, Zahi's house. The dining table was filled with a sumptuous dinner. Come, Xiaomu, this cod fillet is your favorite. Zahihong picked up a piece of fish and put it in Xiaomu's bowl. Thank you, sister. I can do it myself. By the way, sister's cooking skills are getting better and better. The food she cooked before was either too salty or too bland, or was directly fried and burnt. Now the heat is just right, retaining the sweetness and smoothness of the cod. It tastes melt in the mouth and is endlessly memorable. Xiaomu commented while eating the fish fillet. You are so sweet, eat it quickly. After saying that, Yuihong also put a piece into her mouth. Well, it is really delicious. The soft and smooth cod deeply stimulates the taste buds, bringing an incomparable wonderful enjoyment to the tip of the tongue. Then she looked at Xiaomu from time to time. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my face? You are not staring at the dishes, but looking at me. Xiaomu also picked up a 3-color meatball for her sister, which she loved. Hehe, don't you have anything to tell me today? What is there to say? Isn't life like this? I heard that you used a new ninjutsu today and blew up the ninja school, right? Ah? You knew it so soon. It spread all over Konoha in the afternoon. They said, when did you secretly develop ninjutsu? Don't you know that it is very dangerous? How many seniors have lost their limbs in order to develop ninjutsu? Don't you know? You want to learn ninjutsu, won't your sister teach you? Facing Yui Kurene's concerned questioning. Xiaomu is a little embarrassed to answer. Should I tell her that it is not dangerous at all, that it is just the second-year ability activated by my evil king's true eye? Then I have to explain to her what the evil king's true eye is, which is troublesome. Luck, it's purely luck, there is actually no danger. Knock knock knock. Yui Kurene glared, and was about to take the opportunity to educate her brother. There was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Who is it? You're bothering me so late. I'll go check. Xiaomu quickly made up an excuse to escape his sister's gaze. When he came to the courtyard and opened the door, he saw an old man in casual clothes. Behind him, there were several masked figures following him. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Grandpa Hokage. Xiaomu's eyes widened like a textbook, like a child worshipping an idol. Haha, little Xiaomyu. You've grown taller again. I thought you were a smart guy on the day of the opening ceremony. The third Hokage greeted him amiably. Tisk, I was late for the opening ceremony. I arrived at school when it was almost over. You didn't even notice me. Of course, these were what he thought in his heart and he couldn't say them out loud. Instead, he welcomed the Hokage into the house with the same smile. Hokage-sama. Walking into the living room, Kurane Yui had already cleared the dishes. As early as Xiaomyu's first call, she knew who was coming. She cleaned the table with emotion. At this time, she also greeted with a smile. For the Konoha ninja, the Hokage's visit is still a very happy thing. Kurane Yui, no need to be polite. When your father was still alive, I often came here as a guest. You were just like Xiaomyu at that time, a little kid. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. There is no Hokage here today, only old friends of the Yui family. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he looked at the clean home. Yes, Grandpa Hokage, what my father liked to talk about most at that time was your deeds. The Yui family used to be regarded as a Hokage faction, and they conscientiously carried out the tasks assigned by the successive Hokage. Otherwise, the Nine Tails Rebellion would not have seen all the members go into battle and suffered heavy losses. Unfortunately, since the old generation of Yui Shinku and his team were defeated, the Yui family has lost contact with the Hokage family. Recently, the Hokage's son, Sarutobi Asuma, seems to be interested in me. But when I am not on a mission, I just want to take good care of my younger brother and don't want to think about other things in the short term. As for the sudden visit of the Hokage, it must not be for these little things, as nothing has been done yet. As for continuing the friendship with my father, to be honest, although my father is a famous elite jonin in Konoha, his identity is more of a capable assistant to the Hokage. Now I am only a chunin, and there is no possibility of getting attention. Then there is only one reason, that is my younger brother. Countless thoughts flashed through Yui Kurane's mind in an instant, and girls are more delicate. Sure enough, after a few humble words and a chat about family matters, the Hokage obviously brought the topic to his younger brother Xiaomyu. Ask about his daily life. I also heard about the assessment of the ninja school today. I guess Xiaomyu usually trains very hard? He can develop ninjutsu at such a young age. His future is limitless. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked casually. Indeed, Xiaomyu studies very hard, and sometimes he even practices before sleeping. I am also surprised that he can get the first place in the assessment this time. But when it comes to developing ninjutsu, I still don't believe it. Yui Kurane responded quickly. Little Xiaomyu did develop an incredible ninjutsu, and even blew up the experimental building of the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at Xiaomyu, smiling and praising. What? Xiaomyu blew up the experimental building? Wasn't it the Uchiha family's fireball? How much money will it cost to compensate? Yui Kurane stood up with an exaggerated expression as if she had just heard the news. Under the influence of her brother, her acting skills became more and more exaggerated. She grabbed Xiaomyu's shoulders, who was pretending to be a good baby, with both hands and shook him hard. Xiaomyu, how can you do this? What if you hurt someone? Besides, our family is so poor, how can we afford to pay for a building? Sister, stop shaking. I know I was wrong. Rua. Xiaomyu, with circles in his eyes, fell beside the table. A white soul could be vaguely seen floating out of his mouth. What happened? Xiaomyu, don't die. Yui Kurane, with tears in her eyes, hugged Xiaomyu. Turning around, she said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with apology. Hokage, my brother is not feeling well. I'm going to take him to see a doctor now. I'll visit him another day. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You guys are acting too fake. I'm not here to talk about compensation this time. The village will solve the school problem. Oh, you should have said it earlier. When the two siblings heard what the Hokage said, they immediately returned to their original state and sat quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so upset that he forgot what to say next. That where were we talking about just now? People get confused when they get old. Hee. Speaking of Sasuke's fireball that blew up the school's experimental building. Yes, Uchiha's fire escape is too strong. An hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen said goodbye to the two siblings with a smile. Walked out of the Ui family. Several figures came at him. Hokage, is this little Xiaomyu really a genius? Do you want us to experiment with that ninjutsu? The third Hokage's eyes widened when he heard this, and he slapped his forehead. Oh no, I was interrupted by the two siblings, and I took a big detour and talked about the major famous families in Konoha and encouraged Xiaomyu's future. Forgot the main business. 035, offer Ultraman as a sacrifice. Finally, the third Hokage found another time to visit the Ui family. This time, he made his intention clear, without any hypocritical politeness. He just wanted to borrow the newly developed ninjutsu of Xiaomyu. It is said that this ninjutsu only requires a clap of both hands. He shouted, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Then he could release a dual attribute attack of lightning and fire with destructive power no less than that of S-level ninjutsu. Although the name is indeed a bit namikaze minato. The fourth generation Hokage is also a genius in naming. For example, Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles, Scorch Release, Lightning Wind Black Arrow 0 style, etc. But as long as this ninjutsu is practical, it's fine. As a result, under Xiaomyu's seemingly naive request, the third generation promised a lot of benefits before he got the right to borrow this ninjutsu. Among them, he let Xiaomyu borrow the Forbidden Scroll once. The third generation Hokage did not think that Xiaomyu could learn the difficult forbidden technique in it by borrowing it once. Unfortunately, Xiaomyu had a cheat. On the spot, he memorized the most concerned Flying Thunder God training method in his mind, and prepared to find a time later to test whether he could learn it with the Evil King's True Eye. Similarly, without the blessing of his Evil King's True Eye, Xiaomyu did not think that they could learn this second-year ninjutsu. So far, those who have been blessed by his Evil King's True Eye and gained abilities are all people who have joined the Dimensional End Assembly Society and obtained the club badge made by Xiaomyu himself. Others, no matter how many second-year words they shouted, could not activate their abilities. Sure enough, not long after, the third generation brought a group of Anbu to Xiaomyu again. Are you sure that you can release this ninjutsu by clapping your hands and shouting? Sure and sure. Anyway, that's how I used it. Xiaomyu nodded, his expression was as real as it could be. It doesn't make sense, there are so many people, how come no one has learned it? The key is that they can't even activate their chakra. You step out and let Natsum-san take a good look. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the three Anbu wearing animal masks to step out. The three of them clapped their hands and opened their mouths wide. Ha cough cough cough. Hokage-sama, the three of them are no good, their voices are hoarse. At this time, another Anbu member beside him whispered in the Hokage's ear. Then you come and demonstrate it with all your strength on the spot. Hey! The Anbu walked to the front, clapped his hands hard, and shouted. Ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. After a while, there was still no reaction. Facing the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Natsum shook his head, no, not energetic enough. Let me demonstrate it. He clapped his hands and said, Ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Buzz. A huge blue-red fireball roared out. Boom. The huge explosion directly shocked everyone, including the Hokage. The small hill in front of him disappeared completely, leaving only the crackling thunder and fire still burning fiercely. This time everyone was speechless. It turned out that their own practice was not enough. After bidding farewell to Xiaomyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again mobilized a large number of clansmen and Anbu to practice this simple and powerful attack ninjutsu. As a result, a large number of people lost their voices, and no one succeeded. From the experience gained from Hinata and Koji, the reincarnation Eye and Ultraman are also existences that cannot be learned by others. So, Konoha began to gradually have the legend of immortals bestowing magic and doting on children. Just like this, another 3 months passed. Today it is Xiaomyu's turn to be on duty again. Very good, getting more and more skilled. Hinata, work harder, you will be able to complete this stage of training soon. I saw a broom standing alone on the ground without anyone holding it. Then, it slowly and tremblingly swept the ground. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they would definitely think they saw a ghost. Thank you, Xiaomyu-kun, I really feel much more comfortable. Hinata wiped the sweat from her forehead and said excitedly. After practicing for so long, it finally paid off. It's no longer like before, breaking the broom into several sections with one move. After a while, the two stopped practicing and left the ninja school. When approaching the school gate, Xiaomyu seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to glance behind the teaching building. What's wrong? Xiaomyu-kun. Hinata, who was always paying attention to Xiaomyu, asked. Nothing, let's go. Xiaomyu shook his head. He just felt that there seemed to be a strange energy reaction over there, and then it disappeared. Failed again. At this time, behind the teaching building, next to a magic circle drawn with chalk, Yamanaka Ino frowned. Big sister, I'm hungry, I'm going home to eat first. It seems that this magic circle is fake. It has been so long, and nothing has been summoned. Big sister, you may have been deceived by others. The friends said goodbye to Ino and left the campus. Finally, only Naruto was left. He really realized that he wanted to learn how to attract the attention of the crowd from rhythm masters such as Xiaomyu and Ino. Xiaomyu was too busy and had no time to pay attention to him. He had to follow Ino first. Why don't we go back first? I'm hungry too. No, so many failures before were because there were no sacrifices in the magic circle. Or the sacrifices were not enough. As sacrifices, the most common ones were flowers brought from their own flower shops. Ino ignored Naruto and was still thinking hard. And Xiaomyu said that if you really want the magic circle to work, it is best to put some valuable sacrifices. Although he can say anything. But now it seems that flowers are not valuable enough, or perhaps they don't have enough weight in his heart. By the way, Naruto, what is your favorite thing? Little Ino turned her head and asked Naruto. I said it at the beginning of the school year, my favorite is this. Naruto took out a toy he carried with him from his small school bag. Ding ding ding. It's the Ultraman you gave me when we first met. Very good, lend it to me. Ino's eyes lit up, and she immediately felt that this thing should be good. Ya, what do you want to do? This is my treasure. Take it, stop talking nonsense. You have followed for so long, don't you just want to see a miracle? If the miracle doesn't appear, you won't lose anything, I will return it to you then. Yes, that's right. Naruto reluctantly handed the Ultraman model to Ino. He always felt something was wrong. After taking it, Ino placed it directly in the center of the magic circle. Then, with a solemn expression, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and blurted out the spell he had memorized. Your body is under my command, my fate is attached to your sword. Those who respond to my call and follow this will and truth, respond to me. I am the one who accomplishes all the good deeds in the world, and I am the one who gathers all the evils in the world. Cross the wheel of suppression and appear, the guardian of the scales. The voice became more and more ethereal and louder, as if it came from the endless dimension and was about to be transmitted to the endless dimension. It spread far and wide in the campus where dusk was just coming. The magic circle drawn with ordinary chalk suddenly lit up. The brilliant light instantly illuminated everything around. Naruto opened his mouth wide and finally knew where the uneasiness in his heart came from. Ino didn't say that if a miracle happened, would his Ultraman be gone? The stubborn Naruto still thought of his Ultraman baby first. Ino ignored Naruto and stared at the magic circle without blinking. A figure gradually emerged in the magic circle. "Who is calling me?" The voice was full of endless majesty, as if it had crossed countless time and dimensions, and exploded the entire Konoha. Konoha is too difficult. Asking for flowers and votes. The king of Chiyunibiu is here. Can anyone guess who he is? Thanks to new characters, years like songs, 136,617, dead schoolgirls and other big monthly tickets. Thanks to 198,822 for so many urgings. A few more chapters will be updated tomorrow. Please don't vote for more urgings. Please forgive me. If you vote again, there will be no more manuscripts to be put on the shelf. TT. Please give me some flowers and votes to let the data pile up in Konoha. The children are the masters of the house and take charge of Konoha 00. 036, the king of Chiyunibiu, Gilgamesh. What a glory! In the magic circle, under the dazzling light, a figure in golden armor slowly walked out. The golden earrings hanging on the ears fluttered in the wind. His face was exquisite and flawless, like a knife and an axe, taking the essence of the creation of heaven and earth. Handsome. Just one word. It was as if he was handsome itself. At this moment, his eyes, as dazzling as rubies, were filled with the aura of looking down on the world. You are the ones calling me. Gilgamesh, the oldest hero king, frowned slightly. He looked down at the two little guys in front of him. Good flash Jing, Ino. You really succeeded. The idiot Naruto was so surprised that his mouth opened wide, and his upper and lower jaws frequently hit each other. He couldn't see where the Ultraman model was, and finally noticed that an incredible person came out of the magic circle. Ino's mysterious operation was actually true. She did it. A great transformation. He was still a person who looked majestic and domineering, with extraordinary aura. In his impression, even the most admired third-generation Hokage grandfather was not worthy of carrying his shoes. No, not bad. Little Ino's eyes were shining with gold, and he nodded vigorously. He originally thought that Xiaomu was the most perfect and exquisite person in the world. I didn't expect another one to appear now. However, Xiaomu is still young, and his appearance has not fully developed yet, and there is still potential to be improved. But this one is too handsome. Oh, it's me, the second magician. Moreover, she could sense that since she summoned this golden guy, she seemed to have received some kind of power feedback. This power was completely transformed into the purest chakra, causing her chakra volume to surge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even her body and meridians were strengthened a lot. Ahem, it was me, the second magician of the Dimensional End Gathering Society, who summoned you. My real name, Yamanaka Ino. Can you tell me your real name? Little Ino closed his right hand and coughed to cover up his excitement. So strong, Ino can be fearless in the face of danger. Sure enough, she is the one I should learn from. Naruto tried to calm down and wanted to reveal his name. 3M the future. Unfortunately, he was directly affected by the opponent's momentum, and his heart was beating fast, so he couldn't even finish his words. Originally, he wanted to say the name of Hokage to boost his momentum. After all, in Naruto's cognition, Hokage is already the strongest and most imposing title. Assembly Society? Second, it seems that there are more than one interesting little guy like you, right? The fact that you have the honor to call me also means that your organization has some extraordinary qualities. Originally, a mere mortal is not qualified to know my name. But since you are just a child, and your temperament is very much to my taste, I will tell you my real name. Listen carefully. I am the oldest hero king, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh stood like a pine tree, with his head held high. But his eyes were slightly lowered, looking into the other person's eyes. There is no way, the little guy opposite is too short. During this period, he completely ignored Naruto, who was speechless and stuttering. At this time, Naruto was just a funny guy, and he didn't have the courage and ability to talk back as the protagonist of Naruto at the beginning of the plot. It turns out to be the oldest hero king. Ino didn't know what the hero king was, but she always felt that he was very powerful. It shouldn't be worse than the Hokage, right? Wow, I summoned such a strong person. Let's see if Shikamaru and the others dare to laugh at me in the future. Just when I was about to invite him to my house first, I saw this golden flash, his eyes condensed, as if he noticed something, and interrupted his words. Well? A group of moles are gathering around, I'm going to take care of them. Wait for me here. After saying this, Gilgamesh turned into a golden light, soared into the sky, and shot away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the highest point of the entire ninja school, the top floor of the teaching building. At this time, because of the previous movement, a large number of Konoha ninjas have entered the ninja school. The first to arrive this time was none other than Konoha's pot king, Shimura Danzo. According to recent experience, every time there is a sound that resounds throughout Konoha, a miracle that subverts people's imagination will come. But every time someone else gets there first, this time, I have to seize the opportunity firmly. If it is the legend of the bullshit immortal bestowing magic and doting on young children, and it is really caused by a child, take the child away and slice it for research. No one can stop me this time. But after arriving at the ninja school, the first thing that caught my eye was the show-off man with golden ornaments all over his body on the roof. What a mistake, it's not a child. Who are you? You offend me, Konoha, like this. Do you think I am a nobody in Konoha? Danzo frowned and was the first to challenge this guy. No matter which faction you belong to, when you come to Konoha, you must coil up like a dragon and lie down like a tiger. Because I am Shadow Danzo. Who allowed you to raise your head, you ant lying on the ground? You are not qualified to see me. Ants should be like ants, just lie on the ground with your head down and die. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Gilgamesh crossed his arms and said in a condescending tone. There was a coldness in his eyes, and a domineering aura swept across the world in an instant. All the Konoha ninjas present froze. Standing on their territory, saying such words. In Konoha, in the land of fire, and even in the ninja world, I have never seen such an arrogant person. P.S. I didn't expect so many people to have guessed the line of just one sentence in the last chapter. It seems that the name of the king of middle school, Gilgamesh, has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Chaos Mighty Hero. Thanks to the reward of Every Day is Monday 8. Thanks to all the big guys for the flower evaluation. I won't do anything effeminate Gilgamesh, the domineering middle school Gilgamesh is the king. 037, are you here to please me? Boy, what kind of place do you think this is that allows you to be so presumptuous? Let me see if your strength is as sharp as your tongue. Danzo was furious and quickly formed seals with his hands. Hiss. At the same time, he took a big breath of air. His chest swelled up like a balloon. Wind escape, vacuum great ball. Boom. Danzo fired a powerful air cannon, which hit the golden glittering on the roof. The strong wind pressure blew away the fallen leaves around. Ha 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 ha, Zaxiu. Are you trying to please me with your funny appearance? If so, then you did succeed. Gilgamesh laughed loudly and raised his right hand. Golden ripples appeared in the void behind him. One after another, the treasures with endless sharpness appeared. Buzz. The next moment, 3 treasures burst out from these void turrets like cannonballs. Boom. 2 treasures collided with the vacuum jade and exploded in the air. The third one came straight at Danzo. Nanny! Danzo's eyes widened with anger and his body exploded backward. Bang! A big hole was hit on the ground where he was standing. Seeing the destructive power that was obviously not an illusion, everyone was surprised. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Look at that relaxed look and the golden ripples in the sky. I'm afraid that every attack he makes next will have such power. This ninjutsu that creates weapons out of thin air is probably the most difficult space-time ninjutsu. The Konoha ninjas stared at the enemy on the roof with serious faces. They are good at analysis and are trying to analyze the enemy's abilities with the knowledge they know. This difficult ninjutsu must require a lot of chakra. Everyone spread out and come together. Pay attention to coordinating defense and wear out his chakra. Danzo waved his hand and everyone rushed to attack again. Wind escape, suppress. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Water escape, water shark bullet technique. On the ground, ninjutsu bombarded one after another. Interesting, there are more than one ants with special talents. However, this level of attack is not even a warm-up. Gilgamesh stretched his neck lazily, swinging his right hand. The treasures that fell like raindrops tore apart the dense bombardment of ninjutsu. But the golden ripples behind him were also exhausted. Very good. He has no chakra. Everyone nanny. Some ninjas were the first to notice the changes behind Jin Shan Shan, and just exclaimed happily. The next second, golden ripples appeared again. In an instant, his face turned from sunny to cloudy, as ugly as it could be. Ha ha ha, miscellaneous cultivators. Your shocked expressions are really pleasing to the eye. You have performed such a good show for me, you can really be proud of this world. As a thank you, I can let you die decently. This time, let me see how good your defense is. As he spoke, treasures from all over the sky blasted down. Defense. Defense. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Water escape, water array wall. Summoning, Ramen. All kinds of defensive ninjutsu poured out. On the huge playground, there were rows of earth walls and thick city walls. The entire terrain was changed in an instant. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The first row of defense was smashed into powder in the blink of an eye. The second row of defense stood up again. Yes, you have used the mole's professional skills vividly. Let me see how fast you can dig a hole. The voice that looked down on everything came from the sky again. Baga. This is war. So strong, is this really an attack launched by one person? Hold on, someone of ours has gone around. Dozens of ninjas hid behind the earth wall, feeling the constant roar and earthquake coming from the front. Their faces gradually turned grey and black like the dusk of the evening. The enemy was powerful, and the key was that they were foul-mouthed. Even if they could endure it, the invincible ninjas could not bear it. They swore in their hearts that they would crush him to ashes after catching him. Now they could only temporarily put their hopes on their companions who had touched the roof. As long as this guy couldn't fly, he would be blasted off the floor. They swore that what would greet him would be hell. Yoshi, a few moles actually touched here. Golden Shan Shan, who was happily smashing the ground, noticed that dozens of enemies actually touched up from behind. Humph! Your death is coming. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. A huge water dragon and a huge fire dragon strangled Jin Shan Shan from both sides. Boom! Amidst the violent roar, the entire roof of the teaching building was blown up. The high-temperature steam brought by the incompatibility of water and fire spread out, and the damage range expanded instantly. But the Hero King had already jumped into the sky. Avoided this attack. On the ground, all the ninjas raised their heads and stared at Jin Shan Shan. Even, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl up a little. Fall down, fall down. Let you see what hell is. What is Konoha's first ninja village? Everyone's mind was deeply longing. Unfortunately, an indifferent voice. It came into their ears again. Vimana. A huge golden ripple appeared in the void again. A beautiful and noble golden throne just held the golden sparkling. Vimana, Gilgamesh's throne, made of gold and emeralds, a glorious ship that can fly in the sky. The Hero King was seen lazily leaning on the throne, with his right hand supporting his forehead and his elbow resting on the armrest of the throne. Looking down, the ninjas with different expressions laughed and said, "What are you looking forward to?" "Looking forward to the king falling to the ground like you moles. I have to say that your innocent expressions once again pleased the king." On the ground, all the ninjas felt as if they had swallowed a fly alive. Although the losses on their side were not great at present, but everyone felt that they had lost a war in their hearts. If they had a choice, they would rather fight the Fourth Ninja World War than face this guy. 038. Extract ability and borrow the treasure of the King of Heroes. What's going on? Who is making trouble in Konoha? I don't know. There is only one enemy at present, and he should not be from Konoha. He is wearing expensive golden armor. In addition to defending against physical attacks, he seems to have good energy defense capabilities. In addition, Danzo has already taken people there and suffered a great loss. Captain, should we go over to support him immediately? The Konoha Guard, the Captain-in-Chief Uchiha Fugaku, is leading the team to investigate the scene of the incident. After hearing this, he paused, and then said loudly, "The enemy must not have come only one person. Check the suspicious people around carefully for me, and slowly surround the ninja school." Hi! All the team members obeyed the order. The marching speed immediately slowed down. At the same time, Xiaomu, who had already returned home, also received feedback on the ability of the Evil King's True Eye. Ding! The true ability of the Evil King's True Eye is activated. Yamanaka Ino summoned the heroic spirit, the oldest Hero King, Gilgamesh, through the magic circle. By extracting the Evil King's True Eye, you have a 100% chance of successfully summoning a heroic spirit. By extracting the Evil King's True Eye, you can borrow any usable treasure of the Hero King Gilgamesh once every 24 hours. Note, the treasure you borrowed temporarily, the Hero King will temporarily unavailable. Ding! It is detected that the strongest noble phantasm that Gilgamesh, who has just arrived, can use and is using is Vimana Tianxiang's Throne of the King. Do you want to borrow it? The current Vimana cannot activate the ancient nuclear warhead. One message after another came. Natsuki was overjoyed. This time, the little Leak Ino classmate was very powerful. He actually summoned Gilgamesh, who is almost invincible among the heroic spirits of the Type Moon World Holy Grail War. The ability that was fed back to Natsuki was also extremely powerful. Not to mention that he could also summon a powerful heroic spirit. It is an extremely powerful ability to borrow a golden noble phantasm once every 24 hours. For example, Special Noble Phantasm for People, King's Treasure. Noble Phantasm for Worlds, Star of the Creation of Heaven and Earth. Special Noble Phantasm for People, Star of Omniscience and Omnipotence. Noble Phantasm for Cities, King's Cannon. All of them are powerful or very practical. And after borrowing, the Hero King will temporarily be unable to use this treasure. Just imagine, when the Hero King takes out the anti-world treasure, the star of the creation of heaven and earth. He wants to kill everyone in 1 second. What a scene it is when it is suddenly borrowed by me. However, the current Hero King has just arrived, and many powerful treasures cannot be used yet. In my impression, that Vimana is very impressive and fun, why not borrow it first? Then use it to summon the heroic spirit? After thinking about it, Xiaomu felt that it was indeed feasible, and finally confirmed in the sea of consciousness that the treasure he needed to borrow was Vimana Tianxiang's King's Throne. How to fight this? This guy can actually fly. What are you afraid of? We also have ninjas who can stay in the air. We also have summoned beasts that can fly. We must not let this guy continue to be arrogant. In this case, be careful of his dense attacks. It is too difficult for ninjas to move in the air and they can be easily knocked down. On the ground, Konoha's ninjas and Danzo's root ninjas talked about it and discussed countermeasures again. Oh, it seems that the moles are very short of air power. This is no wonder. They always focus on digging holes in the ground. How can they fly into the boundless sky? Forget it, let's end the farce here. This king has had enough fun and is a little tired. I won't hold back on you this time. Gilgamesh sat high on the throne. He yawned and waved his hand to dismiss the ministers as he did in the past. The sky was lit up with dense golden ripples again. Larger than ever before, the sky was lit up with stars, and it illuminated the darkened night sky. Just when Jin Shanshan was about to annihilate this group of ninjas in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the Vimana under his seat disappeared. What happened? Who stole my treasure? Jin Shanshan's calm expression changed drastically for the first time. Unexpectedly, he fell from the sky. The countless treasures of the void cannon also lost their accuracy and fell randomly. Instantly, they bombarded the ninjas' ninjutsu. In the billowing smoke and dust, the entire ninja school gradually turned into ruins. And Jin Shanshan, stepping on the treasures that continued to be summoned as petals, quickly landed in the distance. The floating Vimana was taken away unexpectedly and was interfered by ninjutsu. Even with the help of the treasure's buffer, the hero king still fell a little embarrassedly on a block far away from the ninja school. Asshole, don't let me find out who the thief is, otherwise. Gilgamesh cursed angrily, looked up, and saw another team of ninjas. A team of ninjas with blood-colored jade pupils. Uchiha Fugaku didn't expect that he would find excuses to let the team members pass slowly, so that the hateful Danzo would suffer more losses. But the surprise came too unexpectedly. The enemy actually fell from the sky and fell directly in front of them. 039, are you my master? Enemy attack. The members of the security team quickly surrounded from the surroundings and faced the guy who had just shown his power in the sky. No one dared to be careless. These elites instantly opened their eyes that made them famous Sharingan. What era is this? Why are there so many miscellaneous practitioners with special talents? Gilgamesh frowned, feeling the pressure coming from all directions, and finally began to notice the difference in this place. Whether it is the era he lives in or the modern city that just participated in the Fourth Holy Grail War. There are no such dense spellcasters. However, you think you can keep me like this, it's too naive. Circles of golden ripples quietly opened again. No, sir. We don't have any bad intentions. Uchiha Fugaku stopped the team members around him from approaching and said in a low voice. Thinking that they have been under constant pressure from unknown forces and creating conflicts recently, their purpose is self-evident. The living space within the clan is getting smaller and smaller. If they don't seek mutations, it will only bring destruction. And in the recent frequent clan meetings, all the clan members have basically decided to launch a coup. Then at this time, Konoha's enemies are their friends. At least don't become enemies. In the courtyard of Ziri's house. Is this the throne of Vimana Tengxiang? It's really magnificent. Using the borrowing method once every 24 hours, Xiaomu directly borrowed the golden Vimana. This is also the reason why the other party's Vimana suddenly disappeared and fell from the sky. Only by observing this treasure up close can you find that it is extremely luxurious. It is made of gold and emeralds. The overall shape is a bit like a weird large fighter, and the seat is a domineering pure gold throne. This thing can ignore the laws of physics and fly at high speed. It has powerful attack power, equipped with various treasure systems and even equipped with excellent weapons such as ancient nuclear warheads. No, we must send it away. So many people just saw that this is Gilgamesh's vehicle. If someone finds out that it's hidden in my yard, it will be hard to explain. By the way, we still have a 100% chance to summon a heroic spirit. Why don't we sacrifice this and see how strong a heroic spirit we can summon? Anyway, after sacrificing this treasure, it won't really disappear, but will return to Gilgamesh's treasure house. Not sure, maybe. Outside, at the school, the sound of the melee became louder and louder. I guess the ninja school was destroyed again this time? It looks like another holiday is coming. I can't wait any longer. Outside the yard, people are frequently running. Xiaomu quickly drew a simple magic circle around this Vimana. The next moment, he recalled the spell to summon heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War, which was the spell he wrote on the small card for Ino. But his own heroic spirits are 100% summoned, so there's no need to be so honest, right? Let's see what happens if we change the lines. Xiaomu took a deep breath and recited the spell he had temporarily modified. Listen to me. I am the Lord of the Dimension, the sealer of the Demon God, and the founder of the Dimension End Assembly Society. Now recruiting workers. I will give you magic power, oh no, it's chakra, and you work for me. If you can hear me and have no objection, just squeak and respond to my call. Let me make it clear first, those who work hard and are obedient may receive my reward, or they may not. It depends on my mood, that's it. Then, Xiaomu put his hands in his pockets and pretended to be nonchalant and waited. A quarter of an hour later, just when Xiaomu thought he was too chaotic and could not summon, a dazzling light burst out on the magic circle. At this time, the Type Moon World, the Fourth Holy Grail War. Altria, the king of slow hair, just used X curry stick. Destroyed the evil sea demon summoned by Caster. Source, Fate Zero, 2011 edition, Episode 15. When the heroic spirits finally breathed a sigh of relief, a voice that seemed to come from the endless dimension and the endless void resounded throughout the sky. Listen to me. I am the Lord of the Dimension, the Demon Sealer, and the founder of the Dimension End Gathering Society. Now recruiting workers. What is this voice? Are you kidding? Come again. The heroic spirits were shocked. Because just now, as the master, Tosaka Tokiomi summoned a father, referring to Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh was humbly asking for help in getting rid of the sea demon with the Sword of Separation, a heroic spirit summoning spell appeared in the sky, recited by Ino, and Gilgamesh was summoned away. I didn't expect that this voice from the void would appear again. But what the hell is this summoning spell? Ha ha ha, workers, work for him. Too arrogant, who came up with this summoning spell? How could it succeed? The master of the King of Conquerors, Waver, laughed loudly. He spoke the thoughts of everyone present. Sure enough, no one responded to this voice. No, the King of Heroes was summoned without a response just now. This unknown existence is very strong, and summoning is mandatory. The King of Conquerors Alexander frowned and recalled the scene of the last moment. Could it be this time too? Weber said in disbelief. He didn't want his heroic spirit, the King of Conquerors, to be inexplicably summoned away. Sure enough, the next moment, a dazzling light appeared on the exhausted King Altria. Quick, look at King Arthur. The light became brighter and brighter, turning into a beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, and fiercely penetrated into the void. The next moment, Artoria had disappeared in the Type Moon World. Artoria felt that she had traveled through a long time and space. She had arrived in the Naruto world while she was dizzy. She opened her eyes and saw a little boy with a small eye mask, who looked very cute. After traveling through time and space, her memory was a little confused. Artoria instinctively said, "Are you my master?" 040, King Arthur, Artoria. She was like an aristocratic girl in the medieval court, with skin as white as snow and golden hair draped over her shoulders. A pair of emerald green eyes. Wearing a blue dress with white edges, and a bright silver armor with blue patterns on the outside. The whole person looks dignified and beautiful, and a little heroic. Just a little petite, she stopped growing after pulling out the sword in the stone at the age of 15. Servant Saber obeys the call. Master, please give instructions. Altria said seriously. The next moment, after her head became a little clear, her solemn expression froze. You are the master who summoned me. What a joke, that kind of recruitment words, recruiting workers to work for you. I will never respond to such a call. The king of Daimao was a little angry. Then how did you get summoned if you didn't respond to the call? Xiaomu looked at the queen of Daimao sideways, raised a finger and shook it in response. I don't know either. Damn it, how could I be called here suddenly? I have to go back to participate in the Holy Grail War. Altria said, turning around and walking into the magic circle. After half a quarter of an hour, there was no movement in the magic circle. Do you have a way to send me back? Altria's head was swollen, and she almost forgot that she was summoned here, and she had no ability to cross the boundary at all. Maybe, maybe not, it depends on my mood. Xiaomu replied, and the strict King Arthur couldn't help but roll his eyes. Forget it, master, please give instructions. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. I can't go back to that time and space in a short time to snatch the Holy Grail that is also important to her. Then why not stay and see what the master of this time and space wants to do? After completing his goal, he may be able to go back. Of course, if the heroic spirit dies, he can also go back, but if he dies, she doesn't know if she can continue to go back to participate in the Holy Grail War. At least, this master can snatch the control of the heroic spirit, and is the strongest master she has ever met. And he's still a little kid. The task is probably not easy. Nothing urgent, just clean up the courtyard first. What a joke, how could I, King Arthur, do such a thing? After a while, the whole courtyard was clean. Little brats are the most annoying. King Daimao leaned on the broom with his right hand, wiped the dust on his forehead with his left hand, and muttered unhappily. The next moment, a loud noise came from nearby. Dense golden ripples appeared in the sky, and there were many shouts and killings. This is... Did Archer, who suddenly disappeared before, also come to this time and space? Altria looked at the familiar scene in the sky in surprise, and then said, Master, there are enemies outside, I'll go and drive him away. After that, she jumped out of the courtyard in an instant. With this momentum, there are still many enemies nearby. Although the strength of the master is not clear, he is a child after all. It would be bad if he was attacked. So, he added. Hide first. The miscellaneous cultivators here are really annoying. Let me see how long you can last with your little tricks. Golden Flash stood on the roof, waving his hands and launching intensive attacks, so that the ninjas who were chasing him could not show their heads again. Sir, you can break through and evacuate from our side. Uchiha Fugaku jumped onto the roof and pretended to attack. Hey? What do you mean? Do you think that I can't deal with these miscellaneous cultivators? Also, who allowed you to come up and stand with me? Such a disrespectful fool deserves death. Golden Flash's words made Uchiha Fugaku's face darken. Where did this guy come from? Too arrogant. If it were any other Uchiha, he might have fought to his death on the spot. But, as everyone knows, Uchiha Fugaku is the King Gujian of Yu in the Naruto world. Until his death, he never revealed his ability of Mangeki Sharingan in front of outsiders. Just Gojian succeeded, but he failed. There are many strong men in this village, and many of them have not arrived yet. Your Excellency might as well lie low for a while, and then let the whole world see your kingly power. For the sake of the clan, Uchiha did not want to fight to the death with this guy. Just bear with it for a while, and send a few words lightly to show goodwill. As for whether this guy lives or dies in the end, he can't care. At the moment, after dodging a sudden attack of the treasure, he took advantage of the bombardment of another one, broke through the tiles, and fell off the roof. Good acting. In the eyes of outsiders, the head of the Uchiha clan fought bravely and risked his life, but he was not capable enough and was blasted into the house by the golden weapon that shot down. After hearing that there were many such people in this village, Jin Shanshan also felt a little tricky. After all, they have just arrived, and traveling through time and space brings too many restrictions. Many treasures cannot be used now. The most important thing is that I have no idea where this place is. Maybe I really need to prepare well. Although Jin Shanshan is proud and complacent, it does not mean that he is a fool. So he took a look and remembered these red-eyed monsters that might be useful in the future. The figure flew away. 041, cure the disease of the whole clan plan. Saber. I didn't expect you to come here too. There are many wild dogs here. Are you interested in killing them with me? Jin Shanshan looked at King Arthur, who suddenly blocked his way, and said with a little surprise. Archer, stop your steps. I won't let you get close to this block before I understand your purpose of coming here. Altria held the sword with both hands and stared at Jin Shanshan with a serious look. Further ahead is the location of Master Xiaomu. Foolish woman, don't think that I admire you and you can stop me. Get out of my way. I'm sorry. Very good, you also annoyed me. Without saying any more nonsense, the mad dog behind was chasing closely. A quick battle is the kingly way. In the blink of an eye, a series of attacks transformed from treasures bombarded down. The king of Daimao moved left and right, and while using swordsmanship to block, he kept trying to get close to Jin Shanshan to give him a fatal blow. What's going on? Another strange person has appeared. She seems to be holding an invisible weapon in her hand. So strong, few people can achieve this level of swordsmanship. They seem to be enemies. What should we do? Take them down together, or wait until they finish fighting? The ninjas who arrived one after another were talking about it, and they were a little confused. Oh no, how come so many people noticed it? Altria also noticed that more and more natives appeared around. As a heroic spirit, in the Holy Grail War, basically every battle is at night. It is to prevent too much worldly attention. However, if you are accidentally noticed by others, you need to kill them. Killing witnesses is the rule of magicians, and magicians generally exist as masters, so it has gradually become the rule of heroic spirits. It's just that the masters of this time and space don't seem to be magicians, and these humans who surrounded them don't look like ordinary mortals. Come back, Altria. Don't hurt the people in the village for now, they are not enemies. Suddenly, the voice of the little master sounded in his mind. It made King Dai stunned. How did he know my real name? Also, is this sense of coercion a command spell? The next second, King Dai disappeared in front of everyone as if it disappeared with the wind. At the same time, Gilgamesh also received a similar order. It was the little girl named Yamanaka Ino who summoned him, who was frightened by the fierce battle along the way. I have been near the ninja school, praying that there will be no casualties. It's just that Gilgamesh has not been restrained much all the time, and I don't know why it has also triggered a strong restraint like the command spell just now. Humph! You saved your life, crazy dogs. You won't be so lucky next time. Gilgamesh stood on the high roof, looked down fiercely, pulled full of hatred, and left handsomely. The whole person gradually turned into scattered gold and disappeared on the spot. Golden Flash is the only heroic spirit who can act independently without obeying the master, unless the master uses a powerful command spell to force him to act. In the Holy Grail War, he even induced Kotomine Kaire to kill his own master, Tosaka Tokyomi. What's going on? These guys appear and disappear inexplicably. Did these guys hide their bodies? No, they really disappeared. Hateful, the one wearing golden armor is too hateful. Next time, I must catch him and peel his skin. Are you sure you don't covet his armor? The Konoha ninjas were indignant. Danzo slowly stepped out from the back. As an old cunning man, he did not continue to rush to the front line after the first contact and found that the opponent was not simple, but commanded the root members to bite this guy hard. Now seeing this difficult opponent, he can really disappear in the public eye, which makes him hide a huge uneasiness in his heart. Recall all ninjas on missions outside within 3 months. Thoroughly check the entire Konoha. After finding this golden pika, kill without mercy. If you can't find it, then take the opportunity to treat a certain clan. Recently, Konoha has become increasingly unstable. And all the Uchiha clan have hereditary mental illness. A little stimulation will cause mental disorder to extremes. Looking at the history of the development of the ninja world, it is basically this clan that is responsible. According to the teacher, the research of the second generation Hokage shows that if it is pure Uchiha blood, the chance of disease is 70%. But if only one of the parents is of Uchiha blood, then the incidence rate is less than 10%. This is a group of lunatics who don't know when they will go crazy. Those who are seriously ill will completely fall into darkness and become thugs. It is an important safety hazard for Konoha. We must obey the will of the second generation and eradicate them. Recently, we have received intelligence that the Uchiha is indeed preparing to launch a revolution. It's time to thoroughly implement the cure the disease for the whole clan plan. Danzo had a blank expression on his face, but his heart was full of worries for Konoha. If it weren't for the procrastinating and indecisive third Hokage, he would have eliminated this hidden danger long ago. Now, the third Hokage has completely compromised, and the genius Uchiha Itachi has completely become their undercover. The premise is to leave his brother behind. Let him be the executioner at that time. If he is just pretending to be nice, we will get rid of him together. Besides, without the Uchiha of pure blood, the genetic diseases of their descendants can also be well controlled. Teacher, you didn't appoint me as the third Hokage, which is really your biggest mistake. Danzo looked up at the rock of successive Hokages and couldn't help sighing in his heart. 042, Mixed Doubles. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Because the ninja school was destroyed, the school was on holiday for another 3 weeks. During this period, the ninja school was rushed by Konoha Earth Release Ninja and a large number of construction workers who worked overtime. The main teaching building was completed, and other buildings were also built. The school also resumed classes. The Zahi family, in the courtyard. 2 figures holding wooden swords moved quickly, hitting each other from time to time. It was Xiaomyu and King Dama. As he grew up and became more powerful, Xiaomyu's control over the death eye in his left eye became longer and longer. In the past, when he opened his eyes with the eye mask, he would feel the infinite pressure of the world coming and had to close them immediately. Now he can hold on for a few minutes. As he grows older and stronger, the duration will become longer and longer, and in the end, it may exceed the pressure of the world invasion and open without limit. But for the magic eye that can see the death line of all things, Xiaomyu feels that there is a lack of a more direct means of attack to cut off the opponent's death line. That is swordsmanship. And King Dama is a master of swordsmanship. Swish-da-da-day. The wooden sword draws a track. The two of them move quickly like butterflies, while the wooden sword attacks and blocks from all angles. Dug. Finally, Xiaomyu's wooden sword was knocked away and the end was declared. You have a good talent. Altria put down the wooden sword and commented pertinently, however, the mainstream of your world is ninjutsu, and it is very powerful. Why do you want to learn swordsmanship, master? After coming to this world for more than 20 days, she gradually realized that the highest fighting force in this world is a group of people called ninjas. It is a completely different world from the world she originally lived in. Xiaomyu waved his right hand and the wooden sword fell a few meters away. It flew back to his hand in an instant, which made the king of Daimao's eyes bright. The people in this world have all kinds of abilities. It's better to have more skills, and I don't require you to become a master of swordsmanship. You just need to be able to use the weapon flexibly and attack the point you want to attack. Xiaomu smiled slightly. Would I tell you that this can be used with my own trump card? The world of ninjas who are good at analysis and detection. Often, the more trump cards someone has and the more mysterious their abilities are, the safer they are. The most famous thing is that when the Akatsuki organization first appeared, each of them had outstanding abilities, and was mysterious and powerful. But when their abilities were analyzed step by others, they were slowly found to be restrained and dealt with, and thus they fell one by one and fell from the altar. When others finally analyzed one of their abilities after much hardship, when they thought that this was 100% of their strength and wanted to close the net and take it down, they used the power of another field and took out 20% of their comprehensive strength to break the dilemma in one fell swoop. This scene is so interesting. Time passed quickly, and the time to go to school came unknowingly. Your body is under my command, and my destiny is attached to your sword. Respond to my call. Next to the teaching building, while it was still early, Naruto sneakily brought Harano Sakura to a magic circle. Read the spell loudly. Bang! As a result, before he finished reading, he was punched out by Sakura. Stop it, you bastard! Why do you bring me here every day to chant this nonsense? And it doesn't work at all. I was so stupid to believe you, you idiot! Sakura was furious, and veins popped out on her forehead in a well shape. If it weren't for her pupils, it would really make people worry whether she would awaken her Byakugan. Ah, Sakura, believe me, this can really summon a strong man from another world. Naruto fell flat on his face, but Ino could succeed. He should be able to do it too. However, the guy summoned by Ino made such a big fuss in Konoha. Except for Xiaomu, neither of them dared to share the matter of Golden Flash with others. Naruto also hesitated for a long time, and wanted to show off in front of Sakura thoroughly, so he brought her here. And he just wanted to summon a new strong man from another world by himself to shock Sakura. Maybe Sakura would see it. God knows how shocked she was when she saw Ino succeed. Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense around me, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Sakura said fiercely and returned to the classroom. Sure enough, Naruto, a guy who likes to play pranks, can't be trusted. At first, I was deceived by his sincere face, and I even recited these second-year lines with him out of softness. Fortunately, no one else saw it, if they did. Ah! Harano Sakura couldn't imagine that scene. Back to the classroom. Just seeing little Ino, he jumped and walked in a very good mood. What's wrong? Who bullied our classmate Sakura? Ino looked at Sakura's angry face and asked kindly. At this time, because of Xiaomu's butterfly effect, Ino did not have an unusual good impression of Sasuke. As a result, the relationship between the two did not break down because of jealousy, and they were still good friends. Humph! Who else? It's your new little brother, the stupid Naruto. He started to act crazy like you, drawing a magic circle and talking nonsense. Sure enough, the second year of middle school is contagious. From today on, I will stay away from you. Little Ino, if you don't become normal, our friendship is over. Sakura pouted, snorted coldly, and threw away the child's temper. Just at this time, Naruto came in with a big bump on his head. Uzumaki Naruto. Ino turned her head, her eyes emitting strange light, and a demonic aura was burning fiercely. Ino, Sister Ino. Did I do something wrong? Naruto was stunned. What do you think? Magic circle. The next moment, as Naruto begged for mercy, several more bumps appeared on his head. Yes, the magic circle was agreed upon and could not be told to anyone else. After a while, Teacher Irika walked in, looked at Naruto, who had another bump, and shook his head. Classmates, let's go to class. In the last class, we talked about the third Hokage who was appointed at the end of World War I. This time, we will start to talk about how the third Hokage led our Konoha to win the Second and Third World Wars in the ninja world and move towards prosperity step by step. While talking, Irika was thinking about how to delay the class as much as possible. There is a task from above. This class must be detained today until the signal command is received. 043, Fugaku's Mangekyo, Jin Shan Shan is out of control. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of the Ninja World War and the fighting of ninjas? A group of people gathered together to form a village. Then all kinds of people appeared around. More and more companions appeared. Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, please protect this village in the name of Uchiha. Look carefully with your eyes, Itachi. The shallowness and overestimation of this clan. The third Hokage, from today on, you are the captain of the Anbu. Uchiha Fugaku, with the assistance of the Anbu, you will definitely be able to complete the bloodless revolution. Itachi, you are my son, please. Save the clan. The village, the clan, the ninja. One person, one sentence after another emerged deeply in Uchiha Itachi's mind. At this time, he slowly walked towards the Hokage building. His steps were heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he had never realized that this road was so difficult to walk. Shimura Danzo, I hope you make a choice. Stand on the side of Uchiha and launch a coup with your family, and then be wiped out. Or stand on the side of Konoha. Before the coup, only your brother will be left to help us annihilate the Uchiha clan. The Hokage building was surrounded by ninjas from the Anbu and the root. The air was filled with a strong sense of killing, and there was complete silence. Everyone was quietly watching this figure who closed his eyes and walked slowly. Tonight is the moment when the Uchiha clan decided to launch a coup. The war has arrived as expected and is about to break out. Sasuke, brother, play with me. Brother, practice shuriken with me. Don't cry, Sasuke, no matter what happens, brother will definitely protect you. I understand, the feeling of not wanting to lose the people you cherish. Above the Byakugan, the giant of light, the gold armor and the blue armor, the mysterious man Afai Uchiha has no chance of winning. Ninjas are nameless people who support peace in the dark. I would like to become the crow of the night and guide the young eagle to the dawn. He decided to sacrifice his reputation, identity, and even family affection to support peace. In his closed eyes, there seemed to be some crystal drops. In front of the Hokage building, Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kado-en, Utanen Koharu. I choose Konoha. Uchiha Itachi said slowly, his expression became more and more determined as he spoke. The next moment, the densely packed masked ninjas followed Uchiha Itachi and shot away. Uchiha Clan Land. In the clan meeting hall, there were more than a dozen Uchiha Jonins, all of whom were powerful figures at the level of captains of various teams. Clan leader, the team led by Uchiha Kurama has already set out to capture the Jinchuriki at the ninja school. The other teams have gathered in the big square, with 312 people, and will launch the attack as soon as the moon rises. At that time, other ninjas who are dissatisfied with the Hokage will also take the opportunity to attack. Uchiha Yuto, deputy chief of the guard team, said the radical pro-war faction. Okay, you go to the square to command first, don't keep everyone waiting for too long, and attack the Hokage building immediately when the time comes. I will lead the team myself later. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and gave orders. Hi. Uchiha Yuto walked out with half of the pro-war management team. The hall. Uchiha Sangan, you lead a troop to protect women, children, and the elderly who are not capable of fighting, and get out of the wall dug behind Konoha. Remember, this matter is of great importance. If the reform fails, these will be the last sparks of Uchiha. Uchiha Sangan is a representative of the conservatives, and he is a few years older than Uchiha Fugakuki. Patriarch, then you. I will not leave. If even I leave, then this reform will definitely fail. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Besides, Konoha will not let me leave. If I stay, you will have a glimmer of hope to escape. I have not seen my eldest son Uchiha Itachi until now. Uchiha Fugaku already knows his choice. At the same time, he has lost hope of the success of the reform, and only wants him to fight to the death with those war factions who are too excited to see the situation, and leave a future for Uchiha. Soon, only Uchiha Fugaku is left in the Parliament Hall. It seems that you have no confidence in your change. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The golden light gathered into a human figure and appeared at the door of the gathering hall. It was the hero king Gilgamesh. During the more than 20 days of disappearance, Jin Shanshan gradually understood this world. A lot of information was provided by the Uchiha clan who expressed goodwill from the beginning. Another reason why they dared to launch a change at this time was because Jin Shanshan also expressed a certain goodwill. In his words, this is a new world. If they are willing to become his subjects and help him explore this world, he will be interested in helping them. Of course, the premise is that he can get rid of the heroic spirit form. And just in time, Uchiha Fugaku said he could. Yes, Konoha is the first ninja village in the ninja world, and its foundation is beyond imagination. And there are many geniuses recently. The only thing we can do is to attack the third Hokage and Danzo faction, so that other ninja clans can have a chance to stand on the same side. Hero King, I beg you again, if we lose, can you protect my remaining clansmen? Uchiha Fugaku looked calm, as if he had already put his life and death aside, and the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his pupils quietly opened. For this, I will fulfill my promise and let you really come to this world. After speaking, Cosmic Wave Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, turning into a kaleidoscope that even Jin Shanshan felt a little cold. My left eye means Amaterasu of destruction, and my right eye is indeed the opposite of rebirth. Amaterasu's ability seems to be fixed and inherited, and all 3 of them, father and son, can do it. Originally, it was thought that the ability of the right eye could only materialize some conscious souls, which was a useless ability. I didn't expect it to be used in this place. Break and then stand. Phoenix Nirvana. Does this imply the future of Uchiha? Under the power of the Mangekyo, countless points of light in the surrounding space converged towards Gilgamesh. At this moment, Jin Shanshan felt that the connection with a little girl was completely broken. The whole body was no longer made up of chakra. A new force and a sense of entity filled up. It's really an interesting world. 044, Irika's standard awkward smile. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. Magic, this place is not the technique. Earth escape, return of the earth and land. This is the ninja school. The team led by Uchiha Kurama was intercepted outside the school. The roar of the battle was clearly transmitted into the school. And now, there is only one classroom in the whole school with lights on, and that is the class where Naruto, Sasuke, and others are. Teacher, why is it so noisy outside? It seems someone is fighting. The students felt a little uneasy when they heard the roars. It's okay, those are senior students doing actual combat exercises. They have a night assessment today. Irika wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained quickly. At the same time, he was also muttering in his heart, what the hell are the top leaders doing, and they actually asked him to keep the students? But now it seems that someone is going to harm the students, and he can't let the students go out. So it's the actual combat exercises of the seniors? They are so powerful. The school really spent a lot of money. I saw a building was knocked down by the seniors. Wow, so powerful, is it the senior who is about to graduate? Look, it's on fire. The experimental building was just built and it burned again. Except for a few Shikamaru level students, most of the students are still innocent and good children. They all look out the window and shout excitedly. Irika withdrew an awkward smile from his mouth. Oh, after all, our Konoha is the first ninja village. Education has always been the top priority. When you are about to graduate, you can also have such an internship. Really? Can I also blow up the school? My classmate, your idea is very dangerous. Besides, you are a civilian, it's good enough to learn the 3 body techniques, and you still want to learn some ninjutsu to blow up the school. Irika didn't dare to let the children make trouble anymore, and had to divert their attention quickly. Yes, just like this. So, students, let's play a game and show talents. Which student is willing to come up and show off his skills? In order to relieve the pressure of the students, divert their attention, and complete the tasks assigned by the village at the same time, it is not bad to hold an event to liven up the atmosphere. Irika couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Sure enough, he was born to be a teacher. Hello, teacher, I am a 6th grade student. We are still short of wooden kunao for our actual combat exercises. Can you lend us some? Suddenly a crisp voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a senior girl with long black hair, greeting slightly restrained outside the door. Okay, we still have a lot of practice props here. So, students, wait a moment. After Irika finished speaking, he walked out of the classroom. He led the girl to the equipment room, and when he came to a corner, Irika, who walked a step ahead, instantly pulled out his kunao and put it on the girl's neck. Tell me, who are you and what is your purpose? The actual combat practice for seniors is just what I said casually. They went home early after school. Well, you are worthy of being a teacher. You are really vigilant. But, teacher, I have no ill intentions. I am here to protect Sasuke. The little girl with long black hair looked at Irika with a smile, and the double Megatama Sharingan in her pupils was slowly rotating. Uchiha. Irika was stunned, and then asked, What's the matter? I have Sasuke. Teacher, I am not your opponent, he is. The little girl interrupted Irika's question and pointed to the classroom next to him. I saw a man slowly walking out of the shadow of the classroom over there. A man with a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Captain Uchiha Kurama, who was in charge of this mission. Plop. Even the cautious Irika was no match for the elite Jonin of Uchiha. He fell into illusion and passed out instantly. Izumi, take Sasuke back to the clan. I'll go catch the Jinchuriki. I don't know why the defense here is so weak, but there are several super geniuses with strange abilities among the students. Our goal is to defeat the Hokage faction. Try not to alert the enemy and attract the firepower of other powerful families. Uchiha Kurama ordered, and at the same time used the transformation technique to become Irika's appearance. Hi. Uchiha Izumi nodded. The two returned to the door of the genius classroom. Uchiha Kurama, transformed into Irika, rubbed his face and squeezed out a standard awkward smile of Irika. Yes, this hard-working class has gradually changed Irika's smile. Even though he was facing the enemy just now, before he fainted, he couldn't help but squeeze out such a smile. Instantly, he was learned by the observant Uchiha. Pushed the classroom door gently. Uchiha Kurama stepped in. Snap! A blackboard eraser suddenly came towards him and was instinctively knocked away by Uchiha Kurama. Who knew that the real attack without murderous intent came from the head? Voila! Bang! A bucket of powder covered it down and covered Uchiha Kurama's head fiercely. Only the chin and mouth were exposed. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely a few times. He became more and more like Irika. Ha ha ha, welcome Irika teacher. This is my Uzumaki Naruto's talent show. The bear kid in the ninja school is so annoying. An uncontrollable murderous aura almost burst out. Uchiha Kurama, for the first time, felt sincere admiration for the teachers of the ninja school. 045, is it too late for me to fall asleep now? Haha, very energetic. Uchiha Kurama took off the small iron bucket covering his head, looked at Naruto standing on the podium at this time, and praised him with a fake smile. Since everyone is so active, it would be unreasonable for the teacher not to show off his skills. I originally wanted to find an excuse to take you out politely, but I didn't expect that the result would be a loss of dignity. Since you are so naughty, don't blame me. Of course, before that, it is better to let Sasuke leave first. Uchiha Sasuke, step out, someone from your family is coming, go home first. Uchiha Kurama, who transformed into Iruka, said to Sasuke. Oh, okay. Is it my brother? Uchiha Sasuke stood up happily. Sasuke always felt a little familiar with the senior girl who came to borrow props just now. At this moment, I remembered that it was my brother's classmate, Uchiha Izumi. Although I don't know why she pretended to be a senior student, she wouldn't hurt him. Sure enough, when he walked out of the classroom, it was Uchiha Izumi who came to meet him. Sister Izumi. Sasuke, something happened to the family, come back with me to the clan. Ah? What happened? I don't know much either, I was just called back not long ago, let's go back first. Okay, let's go. The two ran downstairs quickly. During this time, a voice was heard faintly in the classroom. Nirvana Jing Shijutsu. Pieces of feathers like phantoms floated out of the classroom window and disappeared before they landed. C. As a descendant of the powerful Uchiha clan, Sasuke could still recognize that this was an illusion that could make a large area of people fall asleep. Why did Iruka teacher cast an illusion? Sasuke asked in confusion. Maybe the teacher is demonstrating ninjutsu to the students. Uchiha Izumi answered randomly, but his eyes were carefully staring at the surroundings. There were still team members outside the school fighting with Konoha's Anbu. She had to pay attention to possible attacks at all times. Suddenly, when she walked past the model room, a whole piece of window glass shattered. A large group of figures rushed out. Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank slightly. It was a wooden puppet used to let students identify acupuncture points, understand the structure of the human body, and practice fixed point strikes. How did these wooden puppets come alive? 1 minute ago, in the classroom of the genius class. Just now, while Sasuke was away, he released the Nirvana Jingshi technique on the pretext of performing talents. Uchiha Kurama, who had knocked down a large number of students, was slightly stunned. He saw that there were still several students who were supposed to be asleep. And he knew all these people. They were all geniuses that this genius class needed to pay attention to. Hinata Hyuga, Koji Akimichi, Natsuki Ui, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Strange, the first three were all super geniuses with records. Why could the last two resist his illusion? It was because of these super geniuses that he still hadn't solved the transformation technique. Because, I already knew that you are not teacher Iruka. So I avoided the falling feathers. I still recognize this kind of illusion that makes people sleepy. Shikamaru Nara, who was good at observing words and expressions, stood up and said as if he had the ability to read minds, and kicked Koji Akimichi at the same time. Oh? When did you find out? Uchiha Kurama, who still hadn't untransformed, frowned, unable to figure out where he had given himself away. You imitated the expression well. Just 1 or 2 sentences wouldn't reveal that I was not familiar with this class so quickly, right? I tried not to call out names or delay time. The first step was to let Sasuke leave, and the second step was to let myself perform the art show and take the opportunity to release the illusion. Well, I found out now. I was just suspicious just now, but now I'm sure. I didn't expect that you would admit it yourself when I asked you a question. Shikamaru's words froze Uchiha Kurama's expression. Are all the people in your class like this? As a jonin, I was actually teased by a ninja student. Although the Uchiha clan launched a coup today, which kept him in an excited state. Although his attention was always on the Jinchuriki and those super geniuses with abnormal abilities. But he couldn't hide the fact that he was tricked by a child. If this gets out, will he still have the famous name of Kurama-kun? Isn't it good to fall asleep quietly? Why do you have to die? Uchiha Kurama completely unlocked the transformation technique, and the three Magatama Sharingan suddenly opened. Do you really think that you can keep me by relying on the so-called super geniuses around you whose abilities are sometimes good and sometimes bad? Hearing this, Shikamaru secretly kicked his desk mate, Koji, under the table. Can you stop kicking? My feet are swollen from you, but I didn't fall asleep. Chokji, are you a pig? What I mean is, transform quickly and defeat him. Well, I changed my school bag today, and the transformation device fell into my old school bag at home. Akimichi Koji responded with a sad face. Nara Shikamaru was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head like a machine and asked Uchiha Kurama, is it too late for me to fall asleep now? What do you think? Uchiha Kurama sneered. Why are you learning to act like an adult at such a young age? I've long been annoyed by your father, Nara Shikaku, who looks like a Konoha staff officer. He drew out his ninja sword and was about to kill the guy who embarrassed him with one blow. The broom in the corner suddenly stood up, and the next moment, it swept towards Uchiha Kurama fiercely. Swish! A few flashes of sword light flashed, and the broom broke into several sections. Kurama looked closely and saw Hinata struggling to control the nearby broom in the corner. And Natsuki next to him clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Super Invincible Thunderbolt! Uchiha Kurama's pupils shrank slightly, and he remembered the Thunder and Fire dual attribute ninjutsu that blew up the ninja school. Without time to think, he picked up the sleeping Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto with his right hand, and flashed from the podium to the aisle in an instant. Then he jumped directly out of the 4-story classroom. Hey, are you stupid? There are so many classmates here, how can I really use that kind of large-scale ninjutsu? The words coming from upstairs made Uchiha Kurama's feet go soft and he knelt on the ground. His face was extremely ugly. He was fooled again. At the same time, Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke, who were walking up the stairs, jumped down from the second floor. Countless wooden men flew out from the model room on the second floor. That was another ability of Xiaomu's reincarnation eye, which was far better than the one operated by Beiji, controlling puppets. 046, I will defeat you. Using the huge synthetic reincarnation on the moon eye, Otsutsuki Tonari can control puppets over a distance of more than 300,000 kilometers. Directly control puppets on the moon and capture Hyuga Hanabi. And the combat capabilities of these puppets are very good, and each can emit energy rays. Although Xiaomu is far from being able to reach the level of the huge reincarnation eye. But it is still easy to control the distance to radiate the entire Konoha village and even the surrounding areas. And the number that can be controlled is far more than the Red Sand Scorpion's 100 machines operation, and no chakra line is required. But in terms of quality, it is currently impossible to release energy rays for each one like Otsutsuki Tonari. Because of the local materials, each puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion is not equipped with complex weapons and poisons. But it is indeed more than enough to stop this Jonin from taking away the Jinchuriki. All the wooden puppets, with their eyes shining with eerie blue, rushed towards the Uchiha. Lord Kurama, the wooden puppets are alive! Uchiha Izumi shouted loudly. She was only a genin at the moment and had not yet taken the Chunin exam. She usually helped the daimyo's wife with small things like raising cats and weeding. Even though she was an Uchiha with the Sharingan, she had seen more than other ordinary ninjas. She was completely frightened when she suddenly saw more than 100 wooden puppets come alive around her. Sasuke, what's wrong with the wooden puppets in your school? Can you make them stop? Uchiha Izumi, who was running for his life, did not forget the mission goal and pulled Sasuke to run with him. I don't know. Usually these wooden puppets are just like wood. How can they move? Today is really weird. Sasuke shouted out of breath. I can only leave it to Senior Kurama to deal with. Uchiha Izumi, seeing that a group of wooden men could actually fly in the air, ran even more happily with Sasuke. He quickly slipped behind Kurama-kun, who was kneeling on the ground. Lord Kurama, what's wrong with you? Are you preparing a powerful ninjutsu to destroy them in one fell swoop? Uchiha Izumi asked hopefully. No, I just jumped down from the 4th floor and got a cramp in my leg. Can you pull me up? 5 seconds later, Uchiha Kurama finally stood up again. He moved his limbs, and his aura as a senior ninja returned again. Humph, just some toys, who do you want to scare? I'll get rid of them right away. Kurama-kun stood tall with his head held high, his tone full of disdain. I just lost face in front of my subordinates, it's time to get some back on these wooden men. This scale is indeed in line with my status as a senior ninja. Looking at the scattered and surrounding wooden puppets. Shadow Clone Technique. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Kurama quickly formed seals with both hands and released a shadow clone. He released a combination ninjutsu with the shadow clone. The wind helps the fire, and the fire is strong. The huge flames rose in the wind and turned into a huge red dragon head. Blasted towards the puppet group. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wooden men turned into ashes, and the front was empty. It's amazing, so powerful. Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke, their eyes shining, exclaimed sincerely. It's worthy of being an elite jonin of Uchiha. Humph. Trivial tricks. This time, Kurama finally raised the corner of his mouth and smiled confidently. That what's wrong with Sasuke? Oh no, there are firemen rushing over. Run! With such a big commotion, Naruto, who was in a coma due to the illusion, also woke up. What he saw when he opened his eyes was a terrifying scene. A group of wooden puppets were floating in the sky, blown to the ground by the strong wind. The ground was a sea of fire, and more than 10 firemen seemed to rush out of hell, taking mechanical steps. Senior, the wooden men seemed to have evolved into firemen. Sasuke also reminded him in time. Although 2/3 of the wooden men were destroyed in an instant, more than 10 of them were not broken up, and they could still rush towards them with flames. Humph! Then break them up again. Comrade Kurama-kun put his hands together and made a seal again. Unfortunately, this time the wooden men seemed to realize that their quality was too poor. They actually leaped into the air one by one and gathered together, and the wooden man debris on the ground also quickly swept up. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge wooden puppet. Humph! It's just a toy made of rotten wood. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Die! Boom! The fire dragon head was still on the way to get the wind style buff when it was blown up by a huge fist. The scattered flames rolled up and were absorbed by the giant. The giant puppet was completely transformed into a fire giant. Hellfire! From Azeroth. The fire giant was covered with wind and fire, and roared to the sky. It rushed towards Uchiha Kurama. Nani! Kurama-kun, with an ugly face as if he had eaten shit, turned his head and said, "You guys go quickly, this thing is too weird, I may not be able to break it in a short time." "No, senior, I want to fight with you, I can also use fire style. As long as the flame is strong enough, we can destroy them in one fell swoop. Second pillar, step forward, not afraid of strong enemies. Then I will stay too, I am good at physical skills and fire escape." Uchiha Izumi's face was solemn. "Although I don't know what you are doing, but I will also protect the ninja school." Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest and picked up a stick from the ground. The three of them looked at him speechlessly. "Captain, we are here too. The Anbu outside has been dealt with. If you want to touch my captain, step over our bodies first." 7 figures flew down, everyone was injured, but their eyes were firm. It was the other members of the Kurama team who came to the ninja school to perform the mission. Kurama-jun felt sand in his eyes. Suddenly, his chest was filled with infinite fighting spirit. With these brothers around me, my life is enough. I will defeat you. Kurama-jun turned around and shouted. He seemed to be the embodiment of justice at this moment. He was full of imposing aura, and his chakra was surging. By the way, why hasn't the fire giant been knocked down yet? The fire giant waved his fist, slowly smashing down in the air at a snail's pace. A minute had passed before he knew it, and he still hadn't knocked it down. Oh, are you finally done with the sentimentality? The fire giant controlled by Xiaomyu saw that everyone finally came to their senses and noticed him. He scratched his head, and the flames shot out. Then hurry up, if you wait any longer, I will be burned to death. The fire giant said in a muffled voice, and raised his fist that had just stopped swinging again. All the Uchiha people were full of black lines, and their first feeling was that the fire giant opposite was probably a fool. After a while, they overturned this idea. Realized that they were the fools. 047, 4 times, do you know how I got here? Their mission goal is to capture the Jinkra key. What's the point of wasting time with this fire giant? Suddenly, Uchiha Kurama was about to tell everyone not to fight and to evacuate immediately. Unfortunately, this time the fire giant was so fast that it scattered everyone with one blow. Boom! The Uchiha were steaming all over, and smoke and dust rolled out. At this time, Naruto had been caught by a wooden puppet and flew to the teaching building like a puppy. Damn it, Uchiha Izumi took Sasuke back to the clan first. Others entangle the fire giant. I'll go catch that yellow-haired kid. Kurama-kun shouted loudly, and the figure took the lead in passing through the fire wall and ran back to the teaching building. Hey! Everyone took out the qualities of a ninja and acted separately. Others entangled the fire giant composed of wooden puppets, and Uchiha Izumi also took little Sasuke and shot away. What's going on? Why did Sasuke's clan want to arrest me? Who is the good guy? Can anyone tell me? Naruto, who was lifted up in the air, swung his limbs like a dog, but his arms and legs were too short to break free. At this time, Kurama, who had been using the instant body technique, had caught up with him, and a flash of knife flashed. The wooden puppet was split in half. Naruto fell to the ground again. Brother, let's talk it over. I didn't steal your rice, why are you arresting me? Little Naruto rolled and crawled into the teaching building. Humph, blame it on your bad birth. Uchiha Kurama was too lazy to talk nonsense, and took 2 steps at a time to capture him. At this moment, a cold light came. Ding! Kurama raised his hand and knocked down the flying hidden weapon. Humph! If you want to bully my little brother, ask me first. Looking up, I saw a little yellow-haired girl standing in front of Naruto with her hands on her hips, and those super geniuses stood behind her. She looked very stylish. This moment was the highlight moment of Xiao Ino. The future big guys who would dominate the ninja world were all standing behind her to support her. Big sister. Ando guys. That's great, whoa, that's great. Naruto was still crawling on the ground. God knows how scared he was all the way. Scary wooden puppets, terrifying fire giants, murderous Uchiha. He tried hard not to collapse and ran away desperately. At this time, he looked up and saw the big sister standing behind him, and Xiaomyu-jun next to him. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Koji were around him. He vaguely remembered a few years ago. No one liked him, and no children were willing to play with him. It was Xiaomyu-jun and the big sister Ino who first accepted him and deliberately gave him his favorite Ultraman model under the pretext of letting him shout and sell. Now, at his most dangerous moment, it was still Xiaomyu-jun, Ino, and the others who stood in front of him regardless of the risk of their lives. Woo! A warm sense of security surrounded his heart. Naruto couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears. His little head hit the ground hard. Xiaomyu-jun, big sister, and everyone, Naruto will never forget it. For a moment, everyone was inexplicably moved by Naruto and was stunned on the spot. Only Xiaomyu, who was a time traveler and familiar with the original plot and knew the suffering Naruto suffered in his childhood, could perhaps understand Naruto's mood at this time. Humph! Crybaby, stand up quickly, don't lose it, my second magician's face. Look at the big sister venting your anger for you. Little Ino took a few steps forward again and stood out from the crowd. Right hand raised high. I didn't want to expose it, after all, it's troublesome to explain, but now I can't care so much. Come out. My servant, the oldest hero king, Gilgamesh. The crisp child's voice was clear and loud in this empty night playground. What? Could this person also be a super genius with strange abilities? Uchiha Kurama quickly held his sword in front of him and stared at this stylish girl vigilantly. The few little geniuses on the opposite side were actually one step behind her. It seems that she has real skills, so we must be careful. Half a minute later. Except for the roar of the teammates fighting with the fire giant in the distance behind him, there was no movement at all. Ino, is this the biggest secret you said? Can you stop being a middle school student? Let's see the situation. I'll call 1, 2, 3 and we'll run together. Shikamaru was full of black lines, took 2 steps forward, and gently took off Xiao Ino's clothes. Today, neither of his 2 friends was reliable. Ahem, that's not right. It came out the first 2 times. Maybe the sound was not loud enough. Let's do it again. Xiao Ino scratched her head. It was the first time she officially showed her strength in front of her friends. As a result, she was slapped in the face on the spot, which made her embarrassed. Damn it, Hero King, come out quickly. If you come out, I'll take you to eat delicious food tomorrow. Xiao Ino muttered a few words in her mind, but got no response at all. What happened? Just when Ino was stunned, Xiaomyu pulled her back behind him. Ninjutsu, Super Invincible Thunderbolt Fireball. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Boom boom. It turned out that Uchiha Kurama saw that there was no response for a long time, and immediately realized that he was fooled again. The 4th time. You fucking Kazan, mother, fooled me 4 times. Do you know how I got through these 4 times? At that moment, without hesitation, he directly used a fire escape ninjutsu to completely destroy these kids. As a result, he was blocked by Xiaomyu, who was secretly controlling the fire giant in the distance and paying attention to this side. The powerful lightning and fire dual attribute fireball pushed Ha Longhuo back in the blink of an eye. The huge roaring explosion destroyed half of the playground. Uchiha Kurama, dead. At the last moment of his life, Kurama-kun's eyes flashed with tears. The 5th time, you finally stopped fooling me. No wonder there are so many guards outside the school, but no guards inside the school. It turns out that these little guys are the biggest perverts. At the same time, the voice of King Arthur Altria sounded in Xiaomyu's mind. Master! Hero King Gilgamesh appeared in the Uchiha clan. Do you need me to stop him? P.S. Thanks to Zun Xiet, Lil Jiao, Bai Ye HL, Di Xiaoling, Zhang Daisen and other big monthly tickets. Thanks to Lu for urging. Thanks to Lai Union for the 1,000 rewards. Thanks to the flowers and evaluation tickets. I have been too busy these days. I will resume normal updates tomorrow, with more than 3 updates a day. 048, close the door and release Itachi. Master Clan Leader, it's not good. The Anbu and Root ninjas are the first to come in. On the square of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, who had just walked out, looked at the sky and saw that the moon had just risen. As a result, the sound of fighting was heard at the entrance of the clan. An Uchiha hurried in to report. The situation at this time was no longer the same as in the original work. With the support of Jin Shanshan, Uchiha Fugaku was no longer full of despair about the destruction of the entire clan. Even if there was still little hope, fighting his way out was no problem. So this time, Fugaku did not stay at home and wait for death. Instead, he went out directly to lead the battle. Attack! At the command, more than 300 Uchiha troops, mostly composed of genin and chunin, rushed out of the square and flew towards the entrance of the clan's land. In the back, the clan elder Uchiha Songen led a troop with a large group of old, weak, women and children. They no longer went to the basement of Nanga Shrine to take refuge and wait for death, but retreated to the rear, preparing to escape from Konoha through the broken Konoha wall. If the clan leaders succeed in the coup, they can come back again. If the clan leaders fail, they will be the last future of Uchiha. Don't hesitate, flatten the buildings in front together. The first team uses fire escape. The second team uses wind escape. The third team uses illusion to interfere with the enemy. Looking at the densely packed enemies rushing towards him, Uchiha Fugaku shouted loudly. When there are many ninjas, individual battles become a battlefield of group charge. Then, there will be a world of difference between having a command and not having a command. One by one, with the help of wind escape, the fire escape swept towards the masked ninjas like a raging sea of fire. Everyone in the first row uses water escape. Everyone in the second row uses earth escape, and defend first the first wave. Danzo's voice came from the front. The dense, continuous water curtain wall blocked the first wave of attacks. A large amount of water vapor created a large high-temperature no man's land in the middle. It just divided the Uchiha and Konoha ninjas into two sides, clearly divided. Fugaku, I didn't expect you to really betray me. I am so disappointed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who led a group of Anbu flying over, said with a sad face. Humph, don't be hypocritical. Even if we don't attack, won't you sneak attack us tonight? Strike first, it has always been your usual style. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, we just need a place to live, but you have squeezed our living space again and again. Dear Anbu colleagues, many of you were born in other ninja clans in Konoha. You are very clear about the situation in Konoha, which has been getting worse since the third Hokage took office. We have no ill will towards you, we just want to overthrow the dark rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others. Uchiha Yuto, a war fanatic, suddenly interrupted Uchiha Fugaku's words and shouted. Patriarch, there is no need to waste time talking to them, no one here is innocent. All the ninjas in Konoha deserve to die. Kill them all without leaving a single piece of armor. As the founding fathers of Konoha, how did they treat us? Today, we don't want to endure it anymore. Yes. That's right. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive. In a moment, the crowd was excited, and the naturally arrogant Uchiha were excited. Originally, the coup tonight was to kill him. Ahem. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his chest hard. It's too difficult. A bunch of short-sighted idiots. The Uchiha is in such a situation because there are too many such guys. If some of the Anbu members can be separated successfully, then this will greatly reduce the pressure on the Uchiha. After all, many Anbu members come from among the major families of Konoha. There is the Hyuga clan, who is not close to the Hokage. We don't ask them to suddenly turn against the Hokage and kill him, at least the other party can let him go because of concerns. A small change on the battlefield may affect the entire battle situation. Unfortunately, these efforts were wiped out by these idiots in just a few words. What Fugaku didn't see was that after Uchiha Yuto said this, he gradually smiled bitterly because of the excitement of his clan members. Hehe, did you see that? This is Uchiha. As a member of the Konoha Guard, don't you bully the weak. Shimura Danzo sneered. Although Sarutobi made some mistakes in his policies, he was loyal to Konoha all his life. At least he led Konoha to win the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. He didn't use nepotism, and he recommended a civilian ninja with no foundation to be the fourth-generation Hokage. This led to the rise of a large number of outstanding talents in Konoha. Although Danzo was usually unhappy that Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken his position as Hokage. But now they were on the same boat, so he had to say something for him. At this moment, the large area of high-temperature steam in the middle was gradually disappearing. Soon, the temporary no-man's land would disappear. The third Hokage also stood up at the right time. We are all members of Konoha, and I really don't want to fight with you. If you are willing to lay down your weapons, stop using ninjutsu, and end this rebellion, I am willing to forgive the past and even abdicate. Bullshit. After we lay down our weapons, we will be lambs to be slaughtered. Don't listen to him. Uchiha Yuto stood out again and answered first. You rashly launched a coup and refused to accept peace. You just want the entire Konoha to be buried with you. How many innocent civilians will be harmed, and how many of your former partners and compatriots will be harmed? So, you, such a ruthless person, want to condemn the Hokage from a high position. Are you worthy of it? Shimura Danzo also interrupted again and shouted loudly. The words were passionate, and the old horse was still in the stable. As an old politician, how could the Uchiha barbarians be his opponent in terms of rhetoric? Let me show you what the Uchiha who is truly rational and loves Konoha is like. Where is Uchiha Itachi? At this time, the high-temperature steam had disappeared. A figure fiercely stabbed into the rear of the Uchiha. Like a tiger falling into a flock of sheep. In the blood-red eyes, the windmill rotated at a high speed. The Mangekyo started suddenly. Under the horrified eyes of everyone. A huge, orange-red Susanoo directly crushed the surrounding tribesmen into powder. Forgive me, the Uchiha really took the wrong path. 049, in terms of attracting hatred, I, Uchiha, am willing to call you the strongest. The air was filled with blood. Uchiha Itachi turned into a sharp knife for the Anbu to charge. He led the elite forces that were several times larger than Uchiha and crushed them. Under the powerful attack of the Mangeki Sharingan, the powerful Jade Sharingan of the past had no advantage at all. One by one, the clan members turned into dead souls under the knife. From the moment he made his move, he had completely frozen his heart and turned into a god of death without sadness or joy. Suddenly, an extremely familiar figure came into view. It caused his expression, which was as cold as a glacier, to melt for a moment. The right hand holding the knife trembled gradually as if it could not be controlled. Father! A hoarse voice came from Uchiha Itachi said. The whole figure stood still on the spot, and the masked ninjas around him also stopped. You finally stood on the side of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku had no expression on his face, but there was a deep disappointment in his eyes. Beside him, there were several bodies of Anbu ninjas lying. I'm sorry, if Uchiha launches a coup at this time, it will only lead to complete destruction. If we let it go, Konoha will be destroyed by other ninja villages. You know the attitude of the Uchiha fanatics. Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted hoarsely, as if he wanted to suppress the throbbing in his heart. Boom! This is not a reason for you to kill your clansmen. Uchiha Fugaku shouted angrily, and the huge black and red energy instantly overflowed from his body. A black and red chakra giant appeared with a bang, and smashed Itachi's orange-red Susanoo into the ruins with one punch. Susanoo! After knocking his son down with one punch, Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't bring himself to do it, and didn't pursue the victory. Instead, he turned around and looked at the masked ninjas around him. Mangekyo Sharingan! Uchiha Fugaku has also awakened these eyes. Danzo was horrified, but then his eyes burst into a blazing light. Too strong! These eyes are too strong! I must get him! Everyone, focus your fire and kill him! At the command, all the masked ninjas shot towards this side. The ninjutsu in his hands gathered sand into a sea. Like a torrent of energy, Fugaku's Susanoo was overturned fiercely. Great, the clan leader also has such eyes. Protect the clan leader. The Uchiha were also very motivated and rushed over. But the gap in numbers and elites was too big. All the ninjas who could join the Anbu and the root were the elites among the Konoha ninjas. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were torn to pieces. If it weren't for Fugaku's Manjiki, there would only be a massacre like the original tonight. Just when the hope that all Uchiha had just ignited was about to be extinguished. The bombardment of treasures like raindrops fell from the sky. The masked ninja running in the front row was torn into pieces. Dare to disturb my meditation, death penalty. A dazzling golden light appeared in the air. This tone, this light. All the masked ninjas, especially the root members, had an ominous premonition. Looking up. Sure enough, the man in golden armor stood on the roof of the tallest building in the Uchiha clan again. Circles of golden ripples rippled behind him. The ninjas who had seen the golden glittering were all itching. This was a guy they would rather participate in the Fourth Ninja World War than face. He's here again. Who are you? Please don't interfere in our Konoha's family affairs. The third Hokage had also heard about this guy's deeds, but when he rushed over that night, the other party had disappeared. I haven't even spoken to you yet, and you, a wild dog, dared to speak first. Your disrespect to me is enough to make you be cut into pieces. Gilgamesh looked stern, and his condescending eyes made everyone who looked at him feel a deep contempt. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze and he took a deep breath. I had heard before that this guy was so annoying, but today it was better to see it than to hear about it. I felt this sense of frustration deeply. No one dared to call him the third Hokage a wild dog. In the entire ninja world, who wouldn't give him a face as a ninja hero, ninja doctor, master of the three ninjas of Konoha, the strongest Hokage third generation? But, as a ninja hero, being able to endure is the attitude that a politician should have. I absolutely cannot let this guy break my self-restraint. I will endure. I silently said in my heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Excellency, I'm afraid it's wrong to do this. Shut up. Shameless old dog, you disturbed me while I was reshaping my golden body, and you dared to bark in front of me. Feeling the huge power condensed by Fugaku Mangekyo, materialized soul, and reshaped body, my strength recovered a little bit again. The King of Heroes glanced at all the people below. Be thankful. As a thank you for rebuilding my golden body, from today on, I will take over this small village. Cheer. I will lead you to conquer this new world. You have the right to bathe in the glory brought by me, of course, except for some old dogs. In the corner, a masked man wearing a black robe, carrying a chain, wearing a spiral mask, secretly hunting 3 Megatama Uchiha clan members was staring in amazement. Obito, who called himself Uchiha Madara and used his name to cheat in the ninja world, completely understood what it meant to be arrogant. Felt the terrifying pressure and aura that was comparable to Uchiha Madara. Looking at the third Hokage, whose eyes suddenly turned red and almost suffered from the Sharingan psychosis. He couldn't help but mutter. When it comes to attracting hatred, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. 050, my determination is spreading all over the earth, the king's cannon. Take over the village. The eyes of the third Hokage were instantly bloodshot. You can call him an old dog, you can say that his policies are wrong. But you want to take over his village and take his position of Hokage. That means he will die. Even though he had to abdicate due to major mistakes in the Third War, and let Minato Namikaze become the fourth Hokage. But he never gave up his leadership. In the name of guiding Minato, he still firmly controlled all decisions of Konoha. Minato was just a puppet Hokage. I don't care where you come from, you may not be able to leave Konoha today. Everyone listen to my order, focus on this armored man. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, and his hands quickly formed seals. Fire style, fire dragon flame bomb. The fierce flames opened the way, and countless figures followed closely. Throat an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. Another arrogant man who makes people laugh. In this chaotic world without even a king, it is a great favor for me to lead you. You are all ignorant people, just disappear. Miscellaneous cultivators. Accompanied by the words of the hero king who looked down on the world. In the sky, the star-like treasures whizzed down like dense artillery shells. In an instant, the flames were torn apart. Ninjutsu was diverted. Several Anbu who flew in the front were blasted into powder. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink. This golden pickup is obviously stronger than last time. Keep going, don't stop. All the front row release defensive ninjutsu. All the back row release offensive ninjutsu, tear his place to pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted furiously. Hey! A uniform and well-trained response sounded. Using the advantage of numbers, the Anbu finally pushed the front line back quickly. The Uchiha clan was completely destroyed. The smoke was billowing and the dust was everywhere. Just when the Anbu were happy and thought that they had solved this madman, Danzo's voice sounded at the right time. Be careful, this guy is not so easy to deal with, he can fly in the air. As if to verify his words, a luxurious and domineering ship of glory broke through the smoke and soared into the sky. The only thing I like about you is that every miscellaneous cultivator has a little trick. But it is wishful thinking to want to hurt this king with this. The sky once again heard the words of contempt from Jin Shan Shan. At the root, everyone's face darkened. I once again remembered the fear dominated by this guy more than half a month ago. What a foul mouth! I used to think that the Uchiha clan was the most arrogant clan in the world. Today I know that there are always people who are better than you. Who the hell are you? You have no grudges or hatreds in the past, but you have repeatedly offended my Konoha. If you really have the ability, just report your name. You dare to call yourself the king when you hide your head and show your tail. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought and shouted in the sky while organizing people to stop the Uchiha's counterattack. Let Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu lead the team to stop Uchiha Fugaku from approaching. At the same time, let some ninjas who can fight in the air prepare to gather and take off. Various bird summoning techniques emerged continuously. Ask me? A mere bastard actually dared to ask me. Enjoying the honor of being able to see me, but not knowing me. Such foolish people do not deserve to live. However, before you die, I will let you be wise. I am the oldest king in human history, Gilgamesh. I am the only hero in heaven and earth who can be called a king, and the others are just some miscellaneous cultivators. All the treasures in the world come from my collection. Similarly, as long as there are humans standing, that is my territory. I gave you the opportunity to fight with me in this new era and new world countless years later. But you don't know how to cherish it, and you actually stand on my territory and act recklessly. You say, is it a crime worthy of death? Sitting in the throne of the king, Vimana, the hero king overlooked the entire land. The heroic voice resounded in all directions. The villagers who were informed in advance to stay at home tonight. They couldn't help but open the windows one by one, and even opened the door to peek out. Everyone looked at each other, and they actually felt that what the other party said made some sense. Even the Uchiha stopped fighting temporarily and stared at the sky in a daze. Could this guy be the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage? In their cognition, the Six Paths Sage, the ancestor of ninja, created ninjutsu, ended the darkest era of chaos in the world, and brought a short peace to the world. The Six Paths Sage is the most supreme existence in the ninja world. Otherwise, who can have this confidence and say this in this tone? Moreover, this person is not weak in strength, and he looks down on the first ninja village, Konoha village, with his own strength. No, don't be fooled. How could the Six-Path Sage be like this? Indeed, the most obvious feature of the Six-Path Sage is that he has the Samsara Eye and is the ancestor of ninjas. This guy didn't even use a single common ninjutsu. All of them are weird abilities that are inexplicable but powerful. Fraudulent arguments, swindling, don't try to fool me, the ninja doctor. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly to wake everyone up, and at the same time ordered all the birds that had been summoned to take off. Hehe, you little villains who blasphemed the king's power, this time the king will not tolerate it, disappear. Miscellaneous cultivators. The king's determination is all over the earth. The king's cannon. In the sky, more than 360 huge golden ripples were rumbling. Like 100 moons in the same sky. The whole Konoha was as bright as day. When the golden lights were shining in the world, the divine seals made by hand emerged from the golden ripples. Like 360 giant cannons. Uchiha, retreat for the king. This blow will wipe your small village off the map. This will announce to the whole world that the king is back.